news yet, and we also want to check your mics.
Oh,
But basically, what we're gonna do, I messaged Erudite. I felt so guilty last year when I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do a panel show, blah blah blah, and just like months on months on months passed by without me doing anything because basically life is insane. But one of the things we talked about is like I like to debate too. I like to throw elbows. So can somebody moderate so I can throw elbows every now and then? And Mr. Nick, NotSoErudite's husband, kindly volunteered to do that job for us tonight. So I'm just going to read the rules, kind of set the expectations, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to turn over the torch to him. And then if he tells me to shut up, I'm going to abide by that. So
I'm not.
I don't do what I'm told, so
well,
sorry, no promises.
I will do what I'm told for the sake of pretending that I'm impartial.
Nick likes a hot and cold girl, okay? Sometimes I'll listen and sometimes I won't. Keep it spicy.
Yeah, what if he doesn't
This is
tell
actually just
her...
foreplay for us, okay? You're all part of our sexual experience.
How do we cope with the imbalance of power here? What is the...
Yeah, exactly.
We gotta get like a... We all have a mulligan except for Erudite or something.
Well, right. So I think she gets to deal with her power imbalance because she does live in a patriarchal society. So if she gets to push back against the moderator, it kind of still counts because we still live in a patriarchy or whatever.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it'll be too much trouble. Not a single one of you have met a dom the likes of me, so I don't think we're gonna have any trouble.
Nice. I'm weirdly into it. All right. So what I'm gonna do, just for the sake of rhetorical consistency, I'm just gonna go over the rules the way that like I kind of do it or whatever. I'm gonna pass it off to Nick. As soon as I pass it off to Nick, it's his. Then we're gonna do intros, outros, first topic, second topic. Nick can pick whatever he wants to do. But I'm just gonna read the rules as kind of my disclaimer and turn it over to him. So, no terms of service. So basically, if you think it's gonna get somebody kicked off of Twitch, if you think it's gonna get somebody kicked off of YouTube, don't do it. Minimize slurs. So sexist and ableist slurs are allowed on my program. So if you want to call somebody a bitch or a whore or an asshole or something like that, you can go with that. Also, I think somebody used the term new F slurs earlier this week, which in a non-homophobic context, that is allowed. Okay, that is allowed.
New fill in the blanks and new frogs.
Those are allowed, so we can honor that king. Then, if someone is legitimately offended by a slur, try to keep it to a minimum. That way, we can actually have a productive conversation. Try to keep it at about the ideas, not the people. No brigading or doxing. If you take the harassment or the banter from this panel offline, and you decide to make somebody else's life a living hell, then you won't be invited back on. We'll just do it that way. No interruptions during intros and outros. So basically let people do their intros and outros without interruption so we can do it. And then Nick, hopefully, he's not bound by this rule, but hopefully he'll pay attention if people raise their hand and he'll write down their name so people can get in. So we'll have a list so we can continue the debates. And then think of this like a mixed martial arts bout. We're going to tap in. We're going to fight each other for 2 hours. We're going to tap out. And after that, if you want to hang out and kind of have a decompression period, we'll do that around 11 EST. With all of that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Nick, and then he'll be the showman for the evening. So, Nick, you are officially coronated.
All right, let's get right the fuck into it. First of all, Connor, you can go first since you've basically already introduced yourself. Who are you exactly?
Okay, yeah, my name's Connor. I'm basically 95% a Warhammer YouTuber at this point, but I do love Twitch and YouTube politics. It is a part of my world. I love debate content. That's pretty much what I'm all about. Check out CounterPoints 40K online, and yeah, that's it.
All right, my boy, Drazher. I think you're a first-timer as far as I'm aware, but let everybody know. Well, who are you and what are you about?
I go by Drazher. I'm a 6-year Air Force veteran. I've just recently started dabbling in Twitch poll, and I actually got into it during the whole arc of the Destiny and Mr. Girl drama, so it's gonna be interesting.
Cool. All right. NotSoErudite, that is your real name.
Sorry, I'm introducing my chat.
Hurry up, please. Let's go.
My name's NotSoErudite. I eat popsicles for money, so check out my channel.
All right, Smeth.
I'm Smeth. You can find me Real Smeth on everything, on Twitch, on Rumble. No, not Rumble, on Kick, but mainly YouTube. Real Smeth on YouTube. And if you can smell what the Smeth is cooking, you can guess what the Smeth has got on the books.
All Right, let's go. I like the catchphrase. Prime Kais, you go ahead. A man with needs no introduction, but we'll have you give one anyway.
Hey, thanks for having me. My name is Prime Kai. Do debate panels. I do debates, like one-on-ones. And yeah, I like to talk to people with different backgrounds and different perspectives. So thanks for having me around.
All right, sweet. Stardust, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Stardust. I do debates. I cover drama, cover really weird niche internet stuff. You can find all my links at links.fromstardust.net. And you may know me most recently for my appearance in one of the most recent panels in Complete Whiteface. No, it was me. That was me.
Yeah, that was a cocky.
Yeah, we found out she's actually white.
True.
Yeah.
True. All right, and last but certainly not least, Zonia, please.
Hello, I'm Zonia. You guys know how to find me. I'm not going to go through all the motions. But what do? Well, I basically fight degeneracy. I am an anti-degeneracy warrior. That is my life purpose. That is why I'm here. Also, I'm here to ogle Nick and Kyla's dog. So that's the other important thing that I'm here for. Hello, doggy. Anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And I'm Big Nick Energy on all platforms. I'm on Kick now. I'm on Twitch. I'm YouTube. We're worldwide, baby. Okay. All right. Well, let's get right into it. So topic one, everyone knows already. It's relating to Mr. Girl and Destiny, the whole unfolding drama or unfolded drama, depending on where you're at with the whole topic. The prompt here is as follows. So Mr. Girl and Destiny had a massive and public falling out. Over the course of months, an article was promised documenting Destiny's abuse of orbiters and associates. The article is currently released to mixed reactions. Destiny aligned personalities have said that all of the fights and abuses have been long known, largely public, and are within the acceptable line of conduct, considering the nuances of each situation. Those sympathetic to Mr. Girl have said that much of Destiny's conduct has been beyond the pale and is grounds to, at minimum, chastise Destiny and reconsider the relationships dynamics between streamers. What is your reaction to the Destiny article? Is it a nothing burger? Is it a slam dunk? Is it something in between that should inspire discourse? And what do you think are the implications? Should this completely revolutionize our understanding of streamer dynamics with their audience, with other streamers? Do we need a list of ethics for these people to adhere to? Let's get some thoughts. Let's go, Drazher. I want you to give your opening statement first.
Okay. Bold opener. I think personally that as far as Destiny's concerned, he has misused his platform, but I do think that it's kind of been socially acceptable for a while to act the way that he has. So, and yeah, it's not a nothing burger in my opinion. It's kind of, Connor's gonna hate me for saying this one, but it's similar in a way to the Twitter files, how people were saying that it was a complete nothing burger. But if you actually infer and look into the subtext of it, there's kind of some damning things that can be taken from it.
All right, beautiful. Let's go on next to Prime Kai. What do you think?
I think my stance might be a little different from a lot of other people's. We'll see. That like the list of grievances here. I look at it from like the standpoint of the audience and its relationship with the streamer and how the audience loves it. Like all of us. This is how I not first got introduced to Destiny, but like as a streamer, like these are the things that I heard about him. Because I wasn't super familiar with him before. I had run into him previously, but like I wasn't super familiar with him. But it was the drama that kept like coming to my ear, and all I see is profits. And I think that's the thing I really want to talk about. Is how this is eminently monetizable.
Cool. All right, let's go Zonia next.
Yeah, so the article seems to be trying to establish a pattern of abuse and say that that Stephen has had a misuse of his platform and his power to the point of abuse, and that there is a well-established pattern of abuse. I don't think the article demonstrates that at all. I think the article is pulling together a lot of different incidents in Stephen's past and recent past with regard to his interactions with a lot of different other streamer personalities, as well as audience and critics and such like that, which when taken out of context and having all the context sucked out of them, all the tone sucked out of them and such, and then painted in an insidious light can look a lot worse than it is. Can you say that oftentimes he's been an asshole? Sure. Can you say that sometimes he's even been abusive? Sure. There are a lot of these things that you can say yes to, but when you put them all together, it really doesn't show like a steady pattern of abuse to a point where we'd have to worry about it. And the fact is that he remains within the TOS bounds, and when he doesn't, he gets kicked off the platforms, right? So, and I would say like overall, it's not really showing me anything that would be worthy of action, and that's the most important thing, is because it seems to be, according to the article, that there is action necessary, not just critique, because Max has even stated himself that he does think that Steven and Chud Logic both need to lose their platform. And that seems to be sort of framed up also in the way that the language of the article is. And I just don't see it justifying that. And it seems like it really is trying to effectively redefine like what an abuser would be, to shoehorn both Steven and Chud into the box of abuser to justify the need to take them offline. And I just don't agree with that.
So you think that it starts from wanting to take them offline and then
gonna run through the rest of the injuries. Sorry. All right. Yeah. Context definitely super important. Smith, you are next though. Go right ahead.
All right. I think that the actionable thing is awareness, and I do agree. Obviously, it's very entertaining, but I think the problem is that a lot of these types of behavior that we're talking about, even if you think that there's not like a proven like repeated pattern of abuse, I think to defend these abusive behaviors, even if they're just isolated, no matter how you close it, is harmful to the audience because it is entertaining. And I think that we need awareness and illumination. You need to be aware that these of what's going on, and like to tell people this is just normal behavior. Even if you're saying he's not abusive at large, even if you're saying it's not a pattern, to just brush it off and be dismissive of it is harmful to the audience. You're telling a shit ton of young kids, young men, that this is all okay, that you can just treat women like this and stuff like that. You shouldn't be doing that. We need to be having a serious discussion.
So Smith, to clarify, so broadly you feel it's a question of harm or outcome then?
Harm from, like, I don't think there is harm if there's an illumination or communication with the audience, and but if we tell the audience that it's all okay, that's a harm.
Understood. All right. Stardust, you go ahead.
Yeah. So personally, I don't think anything in the article is really new. I don't think it lays out anything new. I think it does lay out a lot of things from Destiny's past in one place. And in 12 years of making content, I would expect anybody, especially a male, to make some unwise decisions. These are things that even Destiny himself won't deny, that he has made some unwise decisions in the past. The point of this article seemed to be, as Zonia said, to lay out a pattern of abusive behavior and unethical behavior. I don't think that this document really does that either. I think that if you want to look at abusive behavior, you could even look at Mr. Girl's own past, right? I just think that it just seems like he set out with a goal for painting a picture of Destiny being an abuser, and he used whatever he could to make that picture come to life, and it just didn't translate.
All right, heard. And let's get NotSoErudite.
Okay. I think I want to make sure that we're framing this conversation in the fact that we are having a panel, not about an idea, but about a person, many of whom that we all personally know, and his life. Which, in fairness, his life is extremely public. But this article isn't just an idea. It's not just this expose of this like untouchable, far away construct, like an article written on Donald Trump being discussed by a bunch of people who've never known him or ever talked to him. We're talking about a person in our social circle who some of us are friends with, who Max was friends with a majorly invasive article being written about him, outlining a number of, granted, toxic, bad, naughty behaviors by Destiny, right? I don't think many of the behaviors outlined, but people are going to be like, yeah, that's great. The issue is, and this is my frustration for the people who are like empathetic to Max's side, is in the desire to be empathetic or concerned about like the harm and the issues, because there's a really interesting conversation to have about like how should streamers talk to each other, what is the ethics of our engagement with one another. That's interesting, but it's done in the service of like doing something that, like, if it was anybody else, we would think was abhorrent. Emailing every single female contact saying that he's a sex abuser for months, is still doing it, right, is insane. And when we think about the empathy for like Max or these victims, I feel like we forget about having empathy for Destiny because he like never asks for empathy for himself, because of like that's just like his aesthetic. And that's probably going to be the position that I'm angling this from.
From more of a human perspective, Destiny the guy. Okay. All right. Counterpoints. Let's get your
no, the woman. It's a girl's name, idiot.
True.
Let's get your input, brother.
Yeah, I think the problem is I'm trying to balance all these perspectives in my head at one time. So, you know, I like to think that I'm on friendly terms with Destiny. I like him as a person, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, you know, I do think that the combative nature of his content does lend to like abuse if you're describing it as like, you know, cruelty or meanness or something like that. But then that is what Prime Guy has already said is an interesting thing that I'm trying to balance in my mind too. The audience fucking loves this shit. They love people ripping each other's throats out. They love ripping each other's guts out for the stream. They love the interpersonal drama. They love the vacating of social norms where you basically like dig through each other's history in order to destroy this. I already know that it's happened to Prime himself. I was a part of that. Destiny was a part of that. So basically there's a lot of blood in the water. So while I want to throw it all at the feet instinctively at one man and say, oh yeah, this is his fault, he's the witch or the demon, the truth is that it's probably partially the dynamics of the space. But then that's where I think that this is the baby we could pull out of the bathwater from this is this the way to proceed? If somebody tells me, yes, this is fine, let's just do it, let's make a proviso, let's make an understanding of people coming into the space that it's going to get ugly, we're going to fight each other, it's going to get personal, there are going to be burnt bridges, it's going to be drama, people are going to dig through your shit, that's fine. Let's come up with some kind of like almost like an onboarding manifesto to say, hey, this is what you can expect out of the space. If it's not okay, then how do we get people to sign up to the same level of ethical conduct where it's like, yeah, we can bully each other during debates and all that kind of shit, but then this, and this behavior are off limits, even if they're within the TOS of Twitch and YouTube. So I don't care. We can go high or low with it. If we want to start fighting about how each other are pieces of shit and just turn this into a shit show, I'm down for that. If you want to take the high road and make it a systemic analysis of how we can improve the space as a community, I'm good with that either. And we can make this dry as fuck for everybody at home. I don't give a shit. But I'll shut up and we'll take it to the general.
All right. Well, pole vaulting off of Connor's point there, I want to ask you guys. You know, he mentioned that there's this kind of two ways, both sides nature of all these interactions. Does any of that even matter in the context of this situation or any of these situations? Like, does power play a part in this?
Well, it's open.
So well,
about it.
Yeah, jump in.
Well, that immediately made me think of something. That immediately made me think of something Max keeps saying about this, how the conversations aren't about the topic he wants. Because I think what Max wants is the high road conversations, and we aren't getting that. Maybe part of the reason we aren't getting that, and he's not getting it, is because it's just not entertaining, and that's part of why streamers aren't talking about it.
No, it's
Well,
because
I
of how
think
he
like
wrote
the
the
hand-holding
article.
is.
Hold on. The
well,
reason nobody is talking about his ideas is because if you're interested in talking about streamer ethics, there was literally 80. There was, if I could write a way of what's the worst way to get people to take the idea of streamer ethics seriously, I would say write a schizorant 100,000 word essay when you're a brilliant video essayist with transcripts making up most of the words. That would be the way I would tell people. Make sure nobody cares about this idea. That's what I would do.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I have to push
Well,
back.
and
I have
that's
push
how-
back
to
on-
Connor's
let's get
point.
Zonia in here really quick, and then we'll go on to
Yeah.
counterpoint.
So to like Connor's point, the whole idea of sort of like an onboarding process or something doesn't make any sense, because it's not like we have like a committee of people that people are electing to sort of represent the overall space and to make sure that there's a proper onboarding. And that's a level of hand-holding that I think is kind of ridiculous. Just in general, if you're coming into a commentary space where everything is very politicized and polarized and people are critiquing each other constantly, you just kind of need to understand that that's what you're going into. You're not going into some hugboxy environment, right? You're going into a space of critique, you're in combat. So yeah, you're going to run into this kind of stuff. And then to to Nick's point, I think Nick mentioned this, like whether or not like power dynamics play a part in this or anything. Honestly, I don't even really care all that much. Like if somebody has more power and they're taking advantage of it and using it to their advantage, and other people may end up inadvertently finding that power attractive, I don't necessarily think that's an issue. It just depends on what the outcome of that is, or like in what ways it's used to deceive the person or keep them in a state of where they won't want to take action to keep themselves safe. So then we can start kind of splitting hairs on that and figuring out whether or not that the particular misuse of power is an issue. But overall, like by default, I don't think having a power imbalance or people leveraging power in a way to their advantage is a problem. I think that's actually native to the kind of platform that you have and building a brand about yourself.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
You go first. Sorry.
yeah, please. Just so we're on Twitch politics, right? So we're all either open or secret avowed socialists, right? So basically, Zonia, I completely disagree with like I'm kind of memeing, but at the same time, I do think that you can take pseudo responsibility as a community and say like, hey, new person, you're coming into the space, you're having a rough time, et cetera, et cetera. I think you can kind of set that cultural expectation that somebody should reach out to them and talk to them about it, all that kind of stuff. So for instance, like I didn't do this, but I was really thinking about doing it. Lav very early on was clearly like struggling with like the rhetoric and structures of argument in Twitch politics, where there's a de facto pattern of speech where you have to forward your primary argument and then you have to have sub arguments that back your primary argument. And then if you don't back your primary and sub arguments, you're just going to get ripped to shreds. So basically, when she was saying the right things, everybody was like, yeah, Lav, my queen, based, ah. But then when she had a bad take or something like that, they would rip her to shreds. And if she had defended her takes in the traditional Twitch poll format, even if everybody disagreed with her takes, they probably wouldn't have hated her as much. I felt like DMing her that, but I also didn't feel like overstepping my bounds. So I feel like if we kind of set the expectation that we're going to have this open level of communication with new people, we could do that, especially if people weren't using it as an opportunity to like, sexually reach out to people. And then also I wanted to defend Mr. Girl's format real quick. We all have like creative sprawl, and I think we know how difficult, especially people who do recorded content, I think you know how difficult it can be, where you're even trying to establish the bounds of what you're researching. You're trying to come up with the information that's relevant. You're trying to burn away all of the stuff that's not relevant, and then you're trying to boil it down into an entertaining package. That's a really hard thing. And frankly, if he was going to do a video essay that he was this personally involved in, I still don't think we would be getting a response for another 6 months, because he would still be writing and cutting and culling and editing and all that kind of bullshit. Now that would be an infinitely better product. And now that Erudite's back, I'm going to say, it was entertaining. Chud Logic made like $7,000 off of it by just reading 100,000.
Hold on, that's not because it was
100,000 words. I've watched it twice. It was plenty entertaining. So,
okay.
So I do want to push back real quick. Well, I want to push back real quick on what you said earlier, Connor, because I think this is really important. Plenty of us did exactly what you were just advocating for with Lav, as well as with other people in this space. And she didn't care. She ignored it. So I did that. I gave her feedback. I gave her critique on why it is that she gets torn apart in her arguments, and laid it all out for her. And she basically, apparently, she said that she had considered it all, but then didn't actually do anything about it. And I'm not the only one who actually brought that to her. Several other people that I know also brought similar kind of feedback and critique to her. So people do that, and individually we tend to, like, some of us act on those kinds of things and say, hey, I see you're having a hard time, here's what I see going wrong, let me help you out here. And if they don't take that advice, well, then they're shooting themselves in the foot, and there's not really much we can do. We can only handhold so much for them, right?
Well, the other side of that argument is, like, you could say, well, if you talk like this, I know that you are smart, you're just not structuring what you're saying. If you talk like this, everyone is going to hate you and ridicule you. These streamers are just going to bite chunks of flesh out of you and, like, swallow you whole just for good content, just because they can. Or you could actually hold people accountable and like, don't fucking do that. When other person does it, you can talk to them and be like, hey, stop fucking doing that.
I don't know. Just to be clear,
the soy approach.
Well, Erudite, go first, then I'll go after her. It's fine.
It's my panel. Fuck Erudite.
Okay, all right.
Wow. Yeah, don't defer to the white woman, Prime. Come on.
Okay, all right. Well, then I'll just
get Drazher right after that, then we'll continue on.
Okay.
Defer to the trans woman, okay? Come on.
So I don't know. I lean closer to my friend Connor, and his thinking here, and that, like, we can, like, set. I think we can create a culture. It's difficult in this space because of our tenuous relationships with each other, right? It's just like, are you, like, you are within Twitch or / YouTube politics if you say you are, and people acknowledge you. It's like, it's not like we wear, like, club jackets for anything like that, right? But we just kind of like appear in this space, and either you're notable or you're not, but I like the idea of, I don't know, necessarily writing something down, but trying to reach out to people, because I have done that as well, right? So, like, people have come onto my panels, and I've talked to them after, because they've, like, struggled because they've gotten the pushback. I didn't follow the lab situation, but it sounds very familiar. And so I've seen people have that trouble, and I talked to them, like, okay, this is what's going on, and this is what you can expect from this space. People are going to go after you, and if you cannot handle that, if that is something that, if that'll damage your mental health, you need to step away from here. I've seen people burn themselves in this space because they thought they could handle it, and they found out otherwise. So I think we can, as a community, make a better effort to say, like, this is what you can expect from here. And it's not going to work every time, because some people are just going to push their way through, right? And it's going to be bad. It'll end up badly. But I like what Connor was saying there. I'll leave it there.
All right, Drazhar's going to go in real quick, and then we'll get you, Erudite.
All right. I think we've already in this conversation skipped ahead of what we were supposed to be talking about to begin with, which is the idea that Destiny was potentially misusing its platform, and that there is something within the article. There is something to be said about how well you and your wife moderate your own community, and then looking at how he has this gigantic platform and is basically marshaling people into websites with doxing information about people that he's had disagreements with. So it's
I don't think that that's really true. I don't think
that is true. That's very true.
I don't think that's true. I don't think so.
Are you saying there's a pattern? Because you're kind of describing it like it's a pattern.
It's happened at least twice. I don't know that it constitutes a pattern, but it's definitely, even in those instances, pretty fucking terrible. That's like a piece of shit thing to do. You can at least say that he does.
Somebody mentioning Kiwi Farms is not directing people to go to Kiwi.
Oh,
Farms.
he linked Kimmy's page directly in his chat. That is absolutely true, and he linked. He also linked Keffels as well, but
he also told his his chat, they kept wanting to talk about Anna. He's like, don't talk. Her Kiwi Farms have been made 1 week prior, and she was doxxed. And then during that 2 weeks, I'll grant it to you. I'll just assume you're right. And,
it was publicized that day, but her dox was on there 2 weeks prior to that.
But
okay, and then he tells us they want to be talking about Anna on his thing. He's like, I don't want you talking about her. If you want to have those conversations, just go to Kiwi Farms to get out of your system. So he told this whole community to go there.
Yeah,
It's
and I
a
think that that's fine if he's
That's
trying
not
to get
fine.
them to stop talking. He's trying
How is
to
that
get them to
defensible?
stop. Wait a
That's
minute.
not
he's
telling
trying-
them to
wait,
stop.
Let me
He
finish
said
what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm
Okay.
saying. Okay.
Okay, well,
What
you
I
were
was
you were
saying-
trying to stop me from saying what I was saying.
What the
Hold on,
fuck?
You
Smith, hold on,
finish
hold on.
what you
Hey,
were
hold on,
saying.
guys. 1 second, Smith. Step back for a second. Stardust, please go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
Continue your interruption.
Yeah. So, essentially, I don't see a problem if he's trying to get his community to stop talking about a specific topic, and they keep talking about it, and he says, like in an offhand comment, like, "Hey, don't talk about that here. Go to Kiwi Farms if you want to." That doesn't seem like a huge deal to me.
So the way I don't think it's defensive personally.
Hold on. Okay, if I'm too quiet, turn me up. Okay, Smith, I'm gonna give you the chance to respond to that really quick.
Okay, really quick. Not only did he tell them if you want to go there, he said, "I know you guys have to get this out of your system, so go get it out of your system." There, he told them to go there. In both of those is wrong, but he did it in the worst way possible. But that's just utterly indefensible, condemnable behavior.
Here's the thing. Okay, so I don't think there's any reason to defend it. I don't think it's a defensible kind of like position, right? I don't really. But here's the thing. I don't think it's like an abuse of his platform or anything. Sure, he's got a lot of numbers. He's driving some attention to that site in his DGG chat. But I don't think that's like. I can't find a reason why that's particularly abusive. If you're somebody who uses Kiwi Farms regularly or is part of sort of the culture of the environment, which is, I've been posted on Kiwi Farms. Lots of people here have been posted on Kiwi Farms. Stardust has been posted on Kiwi Farms. It's sort of part of the general collective of shit that happens. So I don't see why that's particularly a problem for him to go and drive attention to that thread.
To drive attention to that.
Some portion of that is negligent. Because
Wait, yeah. Hold on. Of course, right? Just to be clear, I would hope nobody on this panel is going to say Destiny's perfect. He's never done anything wrong. He's just a nice, sweet little boy who's just a victim of society. I don't think. Just to be clear, is anyone saying that? Because I just want to make it.
Saying if I was a member of the panel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a piece of shit thing to do overall, but what else?
okay, that's my only.
There's a
point.
lot
It was
of piece of
extremely
shit things that he's
negligent of
done,
him
right?
To allow all of that hatred to fester on his subreddit as well, especially after finding out that the person who all that hate was about just recently got released from inpatient care. That's kind of fucked up, really.
So the issue, I want us to be really careful about the Anna situation, because there's a lot of stuff that people know publicly and a lot of stuff that people don't know that went on privately. And like the Anna situation specifically is really, really frustrating to listen to people talk to. Because there's a lot of bad shit that happened all over the place, not just from one actor, right? Like John Zerka was a really bad actor in all this, where he just kept constantly bringing Anna on for her to loop with like her now diagnosed OCD, which like gets triggered into like coming on and feeling the need to like to defend herself and stuff like that, right? Like there's a whole bunch of like really messy stuff that went on in the Anna situation. And just to be clear, I don't think Destiny is perfect in the situation, right? By any means. The issue is to the broader thing, because we're not saying, has Destiny done really bad, nasty, mean things? Yes. The question is, has this abuse pattern been established? And if it hasn't, then we have to ask the question of what the fuck was that article, right? Because that's what we have to talk about. Not, has Destiny done bad things? Yes. So wait, of course.
But Zonia just gave a list of people that he's sent his community to Kiwi Farms, to their dogs.
A list of two. A list of two. Let's not overplay it.
You gave me 3. I added Anna. You
no,
gave me 2.
I said Keffels and Kimmy.
Okay,
well,
so
Kimmy
3.
is Anna.
So okay, Kimmy.
No, that's 2.
That's the same person.
Anna and Kimmy are the same person.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to be clear, in 13 years, right?
In 13
I'm
years?
curious to know like how many. Yes. So again, doxing people is really bad. Of course, right? The issue is we have to look at all of this stuff really complexly. How many times has Destiny been doxxed? How many times have other streamers directed him to Kiwi Farms?
Okay, this
Nothing,
is...
any of this is
The tit for tat, the tit for tat, you say that bad things go around all around with the Anna situation. Like John Zerka, John Zerka doing that, he did that because the content existed exploiting Anna on behalf of Destiny. There's no tit for tat on her part because he's the one with the massive platform. She's
no, it was not. It was not helping Destiny, and he was
not
quite upset with Zerka for
But he was
No.
that actually ended up that was a huge thing in their friendship. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure.
But the
because,
only
you
reason
know,
that she
he-
was exploitable like in
Zerka-
that way.
No, Zerka was exploiting this personal situation. Destiny was trying to get him to stop. Destiny didn't want to talk about Anna. He wanted to move on from that subject, and Zerka was the one who kept poking Anna and getting her to talk more and more about it. Now, when we talk about doxing, right? I hate to say it, but over several years of streaming, you're going to inadvertently dox somebody. It's going to happen. And you'll do like the best that you can to kind of like mitigate that harm, but like if you've been streaming for 12 years, it's probably going to happen at least once, right? And I'm not excusing it. It's a bad thing. You have to correct it, right? But again, I think that there are a lot of moving parts in this, and to say that Destiny benefited off of that whole thing with Zerka at all, he really didn't. He really wanted to move on from that.
I'd like to
I
ask
don't-
everybody a question as a bit of a clarification, right? We're throwing around the doxing accusation here. So I want to ask you guys, by what metric doxing is a problem? Is this a matter of like, is it a personal, moral problem? Is it some sort of a professional, ethical problem, or is it some kind of a legal issue? Like, what is our concern here?
I'd like to answer that. So basically, like, as far as I can understand it, as like a social more or whatever within this space, we're all relatively public. We talk our hearts out to, in order to make money, be entertainers. A lot of us want this to be professions and all that kind of stuff. The reason why doxing is such a fucking faux pas is because it fucks up your private life versus your public life. So it's kind of viewed as like one of the most egregious sins that you can commit against another public figure, because basically you're making their public and private life as difficult as it possibly can be. So that's where. Well, I'll let you go in a second, but I was just going to say, like, for me, if there was somebody who was consistently, like, it was just part of their repertoire of what they did, is if they got pissed off at somebody and they just dox them over and over and over again, I wouldn't associate with that person. One, because I wouldn't want to be doxed by them, and then two, because I would view them as doing fucked up, like, one of the worst fucked up things you could do to other people.
So I just want to ask everybody.
I would just say,
hold on, Star. I just want to ask everybody individually, really quick, to just get this out of the way. What do you guys think? Do you guys think this is one of these most egregious sins? Everybody, one by one, spitfire really quick, and then we'll go to Prime.
I agree, but
who wants to start first?
There is a level. There is a level of separation.
Hold on.
Yeah,
it's Connor. Egregious sin.
I think it's one of the worst things you can do in this space.
Drazher, doxing, egregious sin.
It's an egregious ethical sin. I would say it's something that's capable of causing actual real world harm to somebody, like swatting and potentially getting killed.
Oh fuck! I think it's really bad, and also so damn common and increasingly like hard to even not do that. I'm getting mixed.
Prime?
Yeah.
Egregious sin.
Okay, Smith.
Egregious sin.
Star.
I think it's really bad, but you will inevitably at some point in your career scroll past something that has docs on it or inadvertently dox somebody. It's going to happen.
And Zonia, then Prime, you can go ahead and start your thing.
Unforgivable sin, however, expect it to happen.
All right, go ahead, Prime.
Yeah, so I disagree with Star that this is like necessarily inevitable. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from. And from these particular situations that we're talking about, it didn't seem to be quite an accident. So
yeah,
just putting that out there. But I think I disagree with. Well, maybe I'll just add this on top of what Connor said, and that like doxing's a problem because of the danger about it, right? Especially when you're talking about minorities, right, or women, because it's a safety issue. Swatting is a thing. People can die from that, and it's like it's putting like a gun in someone else's hand, right? And saying like and then an audience filled, a very large audience, filled with some people who are not quite all there, saying that I have a problem with this person. Oh, and here's their address. So yeah, it's actually one of the worst fucking things you can do.
So I want to lay out a few things about what it is that you can kind of expect with doxing and why it's so bad in our space. So first of all, political environment, highly polarized, and people take things super personally. Like they see you, if you have political disagreements, oftentimes they see you as being the de facto enemy. The whole meme of ontologically evil exists in this space for a reason. Once they figure that you're on the wrong side of the political aisle from them for something, they see you as worthy of dying sometimes. So when you get doxed, there's a higher chance of people finding you IRL and doing things to fuck up your life. In addition to some of the more extreme people in this space, not only will try to track you down IRL, but will also try to reach your job and clip chimp you and try and get you fired from your job, kicked out of your college, etc. Show up at your job, show up at your college, and then you got on top of that the swatting that happens, and then especially for someone different, like a trans person who kind of stands out a bit, or a person of color, sometimes the cops are a little more trigger happy with you because you look a little bit different. So that's something else we got to worry about with the people who are minorities in this space that tend to suffer a little bit more disproportionate violence from police.
So then why are you okay with ChudLogic's editor doxing Lev and her fiance repeatedly?
Hey, wait, stop. We cannot
What?
go into litigating just all of the drama in the space. I'm sorry. Like, we cannot do that.
Yeah, we're
That
not talking
can't be where we go with this.
We're not talking
Yeah, I
about.
don't know
I guess
what
I'll
we're
leave it to
talking
the
about.
moderator.
Inconsistent.
Yeah. This is
Well, I don't know
specifically-
what you're talking
as I-
about specifically
As
here.
I understand it,
Hold on, I'll find
this
it for
is
you.
specifically about the Mr. Girl Destiny, falling
Yeah, let's
out.
narrow it down to the things that we can actually talk about. That we don't have to have dredge up a whole bunch of other side information
Yeah.
to talk about.
Well, yeah. So
Unless Nick really wants to go into, I guess
I'm gonna say I don't want to get into like super duper background litigating this. I think it is a fair thing to bring up specifically DK. DK being ChudLogic's editor, who's someone who's very active in the community and very very relevant in Destiny world. I think I'm not gonna allow a really really big tangent into it. But if Drazher wants to bring something up in regard to it, I think it's reasonable for him to be able to mention that.
I'm not aware of DK.
If we loop on it too long, I'll sideline us out of it.
Well, yeah,
I'm not aware of
Twitch
DK
poll
doxing
ecosystem.
anybody. I'm just aware of Lav doxing herself, in the server. So, because she spent all that time talking about her CMO boyfriend and talking about his name and everything, and basically doxed the fuck out of herself.
Okay, so we've got a little
In
contention
a
here.
private Discord server?
Drazher.
No, in a public Discord server.
So Drazher, if you've got some logs, you can throw them up in the side chat, and we can take a look at them in a second. We'll give you some time to do that. Everybody, let's move on for the rest of the time now.
yeah, so I wrote down a note about 10 minutes ago, but I wanted to let this kind of progress, so I didn't sidetrack it. But one of the things that Prime said that I think is really important is you think you can handle it, but ultimately you can't. I think that a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get into the space, I'm gonna be better than everybody else, I'm gonna kick ass, I'm gonna take names, I'm gonna be a badass, I'm gonna do this, the other, I'm never gonna fuck up, etc., etc. But the truth is, on a long enough timeline, you're gonna fuck up. And public pressure isn't fun at all. And basically what kind of happens is, for me, it's a question of scale. The good news is I've had a long enough life and also enough context clues where I can say well, my life outside of streaming is pretty good. And also, if I really look at it, a few 100,000 people saw my publicly embarrassing fuck up, but I got maybe a dozen people DMing me, calling me stupid on a rate of a few 100,000 people not liking what I did. 12 people calling me an idiot isn't that bad. And yeah, there's a Reddit that's making fun of me or whatever, but fuck them, they're on Reddit. So I have the maturity to do that. But one of the things that's scary, especially with young people or people who have mental illness or people who are underemployed or people who the online world is their only world, is there can be this compulsion to almost self-harm where they're no, I have to care about what thousands of people think of me in relations to this one debate, fuck. And that's the kind of thing where it's you're saying, Zonia said we're hand-holding too much. I do understand that, but then I almost feel if there were heads of the community, if you were to say Vosh was ahead of the community, Destiny was ahead of the community, Dylan was ahead of the community back when he was doing Hippy Dippy, Prime's ahead of the community because he's still running Reverie and all those panel shows. I'm trying to be ahead of the community because I'm running this panel show. If we got together and we kind of said, this person is obviously having a bad time, so we're not going to milk them to the point of suicide, I think that would be an okay thing to do as far as maybe a loose organization of people who are more influential in the space.
So
I
I think
wanted
it's
to.
if I can just
You go
make
first.
a couple of separations that I think it's really important that Drazher and Smeth specifically do for me, because there's toxic internet politics stuff that isn't Destiny's fault. It isn't Vosh's fault. It isn't Hassan's fault, right? It's just the nature of like before the toxic politics stuff was slower because we didn't have social media. But a lot of what I see on social media is probably just ramped up what we did before. It's just like it's faster and therefore kind of, I guess it is ramping it up because it's faster paced and whatnot. So what I want to make sure that we're separating for the purpose of this article is what is Destiny uniquely responsible for in toxicity? Because like you're right, doxing is bad, right? But it's not like it's only Destiny who's ever done this really bad thing. That's the point that I was trying to make previously, right? So when we're talking about Destiny, because this whole article was laying at Destiny's feet this pattern of abuse, we have to separate what Destiny is actually culpable for and what is just an expression, albeit a toxic expression that should probably change, that is inherent to all of these online politics spaces.
So I want to kind of like link what Connor and Erudite was saying, that like within this space there is this toxic behavior that happens and that people can profit off of. I think that like talking about specifically what Destiny did, it like there are a lot of people who come into this space with mental health issues, a surprising amount. Like I've talked to people, you know, in private and, you know, discuss, and they're honest, you know, about the struggles they're going through. And that's okay, right? I want to be very clear. Like that's okay. It's like to be struggling with things, you know, but like a lot of people who come into this space have mental health issues, and they need to be treated with care, right? Not to like infantilize them, but treat it with care. And I don't think Destiny has been doing that. I don't think he's been doing that for some of these people. And like their specific idiosyncrasies, let's say, right? Like there can be a combination that makes for really fucking good content. And then and the audience eats it up and demands more of it. So I don't want to lose track of that. A track of like what is it that makes people profitable? Like why is Destiny as big as he is? Right? Like one is because of his political takes, you know, of course, because he dunks on people, obviously, right? But also because he gives the audience what they want, and he like rips people to shreds very easily and very entertainingly.
So
I want to make this. I want to put a little bit like I want to make this a little bit more. I don't know, flesh it out a little bit. It's not that I'm saying you're wrong, Prime, but I'm going to ask you now: are you imbuing Steven with the authority to identify if someone is mentally ill enough to need special treatment?
That's a really good question. I guess not. But I guess you can come into you can operate with the understanding that a lot of people here, like who jump into these things, need that special care. So basically, I'm saying like be more empathetic, right, to everyone, and then you're less likely to find someone who really can't take it. You know.
So I've often said that we should be more like my favorite boy. Okay, CounterPoints said this in a panel about homelessness, and I cite you all. I don't know if you know this, but I cite you all the time in this, and I give you credit, don't worry. Which is that mental health is really fucking messy, and it's going to take a lot of blood, sweat, and shit to solve it, and not very few people actually have the fucking guts and balls to deal with it. So when we're talking about like this mental health stuff, I think it's really complicated because like when you say treating them with care, the problem is that sometimes you engage in then like basically a bigotry of low expectation. And then sometimes the mental health person will say, I'm actually fine. Please don't treat me with care. Just treat me like another normal person, which is also a valid thing for them to ask to. But then sometimes they'll retroactively say, I know I said that I was fine, but I actually wasn't fine. And then other times when they're pretty clearly not fine and people say, hey, you're not fine, they'll get super mad and be like, how dare you fucking dismiss me for mental health? So like, I don't know the perfect solution, but like I think what Destiny and a lot of people operate on is just being like, if people are adults and they say that they're fine, I'm going to treat it with like probably that's the fair case, because it's like for me, I'm only going to infantilize people when I'm very, very, very confident that that is the actual ethical response, because I would be like, I would feel really bad if I infantilized, like say like I was fighting with Smith and I just like was like infantilizing him and just like taking extra care, right? I think that would be incredibly insulting to Smith if he's like, bro, I'm not having a mental health moment. I just fucking hate you, right? Like,
But I
know what I'm
specifically said not to infantilize them, right? Like,
I
I don't think those two things are
Taking extra
handling.
care that often is
Okay.
infantilizing.
Well, that's
I
what,
don't
that's
think
what I
those
wanted to
things
say.
are
But I know
synonymous. I don't think
Connor
those
has his finger up. But I wanted to say, like the extra
go
care
after.
in this space. We've already established that we're treating each other way worse than we do in everyday life. So I think when we're calling infantilizing in this context is actually just humanizing. And in if it was in everyday life we're talking about infantilizing, we're talking about just bringing someone to a human normal level. But because we're way below the belt on a regular basis.
But I
No,
don't wanna
because
kill
we're
the
talking about a
content.
field. Hold on,
So-
but we're talking about a field, right? So like if you had like a cop who was like really, really squishy and soft and like he just needed you to care about his feelings and was like having some mental health moments, what we would probably say is like, hey, this field of working industry probably isn't for you right now. And that's what people say with politics is like, if, for example, your mental health is getting really brought up by the politics stuff, super fair, super, super fair, but then it's on you to take time away. I do this when I'm getting to a point
Wrap
where
it
I'm
up
like,
quick,
yeah,
Erudite, and then we're gonna
I'm overwhelmed. I'll take a week off because I know that I need to do that.
Yeah,
Mental
so-
health breaks. We do those.
Well, and I want to, okay, but the so I want to address that before I forget it. We use mental health breaks as fucking barbs though. And by the way, I think some of them
That's
are kind of
true.
funny where it's like, you need to take a break, sweetheart. You're fucking starting to lose it. Like we use that shit all the fucking time.
Well, that's
And-
sweetheart
Touch
didn't
grass,
help, but
motherfucker.
Okay.
Yeah, and then also
It's very
to and to just like bring up another example before I lose it. Harry did that to Lav, where she's like, "Oh, this content is self-harm. Here's the suicide hotline, you dumb bitch." Like that's like, it's
That was so
fucked up.
good, though. That was
It's
so
funny.
good.
How was that
It's funny,
good?
but it's
Well,
fucked
really
up.
quickly.
That was
so
good.
it's instigatory, but how often
Yeah.
is it wrong?
Well, okay.
Right?
That's actually what I want to get to. So, what does Destiny do versus what's expected? That was a question that was asked a few minutes ago, and I want to address that. I don't think he's doing it any worse or better than probably our worst actors when it comes to TOS. I think it's the power differential that Mr. Girl likes to bring up, where it's just the size. DGG just casts a really wide shadow. So when you're getting hated on, if I'm getting hated on by Erudite's community, I'm going to be like, my community's probably almost as big as Erudite's community. Who gives a fuck? Whereas if DGG's community is hating on me, literally 10% of DGG is as big as my community. So it just feels worse because tens of thousands of people think you're a fucking asshole. So that it's a scale issue, not a tactic issue. But then to answer the question more specifically, though, I'm reminded of the Britney Spears camera episode from South Park, where like everybody's like stalking Britney Spears and they're taking pictures of her and like talking about her life until eventually like she goes out into a cornfield and eats a shotgun. And then they're like, oh yeah, we sacrificed the virgin for the harvest or something like that. I kind of feel like that's where we're at with like Lav and Mr. Girl at this point. And to be fair, they've done plenty of instigative measures. Okay, Mr. Girl going on the article this hard for a long time, that was instigative. Lav continuing to like be begging for latitude, but then also instigating constantly on Twitter and jumping on panels and all that kind of stuff. That's all that kind of stuff. But I feel like now that the article's out, we need to talk about it. We need to figure out what we can pull from it, and then we need to back off because we're at the picture taking moment right before the shotgun farm suicide. That's actually what I would advocate for is basically we do
Shotgun
need
farm
to have,
suicides, apparently. Yeah.
we
Okay,
need to have like a content line. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's probably where somebody does something instigative against you, you do something proportional in response, and then even if they're a spurg about it, we gotta move on because we don't want to absolutely annihilate this person's mental
Who
health.
imposes?
What if you
this
want to
line,
milk him?
Connor?
Well,
Who
wait, hold
imposes
on.
this line? Is it?
Hold on,
Is
what
it-
are-
is it-
So why is the moderator? Hold on.
Well, I have a question. I have a question though. Like,
Mhm.
what if somebody does want to milk that for content though?
What if they do?
Is it ethical to milk that for content? To milk
we do a
content of
we-
somebody who was in
we
patient
do-
care and then
so we
got
do
out and requested to be removed from the subreddit as a topic. I think that's
we do
unethical.
a ton of sure, wonderfully
Anna wasn't-
unethical. It
Anna-
makes you
No,
money.
I'm not even talking about Anna, but it's
Okay.
funny that you bring
Look,
that
hold
one
on,
up specifically.
hold on. Wait,
Because that means that
I want
there's
to
two.
posit this. I want to posit this. Yes, wonderfully unethical. It makes you money. So why should anybody not do the unethical thing?
What's like
Oh,
Moloch's
Because
game? It's
they
Moloch's
should be
game.
ashamed of themselves.
Yes, it's well. This is the issue that we
Sure,
actually
and
do.
then they
Well,
rake in all the money
fine.
afterwards. They can
So we
roll
should
money while they're-
publicly
Fine.
talk about we should
Go ahead.
publicly talk about it and talk about it as a shameful
Hey
thing
there.
so people don't do it.
Let's actually
ahead,
talk
go
about
ahead.
the idea
Okay.
that's at play here. So the idea at play here is called Moloch's theory, right? So what's going on is that there are perverse incentives where everyone's basically like Moloch's theory is usually about cheating, but in many ways it's like doing the bad thing, and by doing more of the bad thing, you get ahead of everybody else, and therefore the only way to keep up is to do the bad thing. So this is what we're talking about here. The issue is that, first of all, is Destiny uniquely responsible and culpable for the Moloch's game? Because if he's not, we can say that it's bad, but then we cannot lay at his feet again all the toxicity of the internet on Destiny.
I don't think, but I think you're
Can you not
stating
lay
a
out
little
the
too much.
toxicity
You're,
of
like,
this community
you don't,
to him?
yeah, well, maybe I agree with that. But, like,
I don't
you
know-
don't
I don't
have.
know if
It
he's
doesn't have to be
being that toxic.
uniquely right. It doesn't have to be uniquely bad.
Yeah.
For us to say that something is bad, right? Like I don't know. We have to go that far to say to reach that level, to say that he's of some unique level. To
No,
talk
it's about like,
within
is it his
context.
fault? Where's his culpability? Because if this is a problem of the internet space, then laying culpability at Destiny's feet is a little bit unfair. Because Destiny actually goes out of his way to be extremely careful of his audience. He bans the fuck out
Yeah.
of people all the time. He IP bans anyone. He says it. If you send me people who are harassing you, I will IP ban them. Of course I will, right? So like he does go above and beyond. I think there's something unique going on with DGG compared to other spaces, but I think we have to identify what that thing is first before we can even criticize
It's
it.
the
Well,
fact
and
that most people that consume Twitch poll are a bunch of autistic spurgs.
That's
probably.
not unique to Destiny.
Okay, then
No,
hold
it's
on. I
Yeah.
Twitch,
understand-
not just Destiny.
I
I'm
actually
asking
wanna-
what's
I
unique
wanna
about
s-
Destiny.
I don't
Yeah,
think he
we're
goes
trying to
above and
He's
say
like-
why
think-
is
I
this?
cheat
I
in a
don't
Twitch poll.
think
He's like
the
the
article
top
kind of
food
proves
thing, right?
a pattern of
I think-
behavior, that not the way you guys were a new I'm introducing a new pattern of behavior I observed in this article. He doesn't go above and beyond as far as to protect people or do anything. He goes above and beyond to create plausible deniability at every single step. Which is
I don't
obvious to me.
agree with
Before-
that, and I don't think
Yeah.
that's been
Before-
demonstrated in the article at
Okay,
all.
before we get into that, because I feel like we could litigate that a little bit, I just wanted to point out, like, I think we're asking the most important question here, and I don't know if we're going to be able to answer it, but I want to try. And also I saw people like saying like, oh, Chud Logic, he just milks the fuck out of it, but he's honest about it or whatever. I've seen Chud pull punches. Even he has an ethical line where he thinks that there's bullying that's gone too far. So for instance, like when he was reading the Mr. Girl article or whatever, of course, like he probably called Chud Logic or Chud Logic called Mr. Girl like a retard, and he was milking his tears, and he's happy that he's upset about stupid subreddit drama and all that kind of stuff. You could find a lot of really bad clips in there, but there were also times where he could have shit on Mr. Girl's point, and instead of doing that, he actually kind of steel-manned it or kind of like made the better argument and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think that like we have to incentivize the worst behavior all the time, or even the biggest profiteers of the drama have to like be the most like carnivorous, cannibalistic people possible. And so that's where for me it's like Mr. Girl in this situation, I feel like by creating the article, it's inviting confrontation, which is fine. But at the same time, now that that's done, if we continue to just like milk, then on that point, I feel like we're becoming the Britney Spears crowd. So I think as a community, you could say like, hey, listen, this beef is done. We talked about it. We figured it out. This is what we think is best, etc. Let's move on and try not to treat this person like a fucking monster. And that would include Destiny, and that would include Mr. Girl, where you're not treating either one of them as monsters, because I don't think either one of them have been proven to be ultimate monsters. So, and actually just to not defend, but just articulate this, I do think that the way Mr. Girl conducted this investigation is fucked up. I think that messaging somebody's private and public confidants if he had started with, hey, I'm writing an article about Destiny or whatever. I had some personal experiences with him that I found incredibly interesting. I wanted to talk about them with you. Let's have, an interesting conversation. I'll ask you a few hard-hitting questions. Is that okay? That would have been kind of like a neutral opener, and I would have been okay with that. Starting with, I've been abused. Have you been abused too? You're coloring the investigation instantaneously. But that's like that's like my law enforcement background kind of informing that, not
Leading
necessarily
question.
like, yeah, you're also framing it so people can like rethink every experience they've ever had with him and be like, huh, was I abused? Like, even if they didn't conceptualize it that way.
To that point, I have a question. Like, I'm very sympathetic to that perspective. I think that that's completely valid. That makes perfect sense to me. But I'm curious how many like women or how many people that were reached out to actually like changed their mind because of that, or how much has that behavior tarnished Destiny's reputation. I don't think that behavior can be proven to have tarnished Destiny's reputation to much of an extent. And if it has, he should talk about it and make that public, because it would really legitimize that argument. Otherwise, I don't think that that's actually what happened. It's tarnished Mr. Girl. It's tarnished Mr. Girl's reputation.
He's not talking about tarnishing Steven's reputation. He's talking about the ethics in which the investigation was conducted.
So what evidence? Yeah. So what evidence in the article was gathered through false pretenses because of that investigation, investigative property?
I don't think it was false pretenses. So, for instance, I've heard Max's justification of this. I've heard him say that he thinks that people will be scared to come forward. Therefore, he wanted to be upfront with his negative bias. That way that if people had a positive bias towards Destiny, they could tell him to fuck off. And if people had a negative bias, they would know that they could open up to him. But here's my problem with that. By coloring the investigation before you even have that conversation, what I think can be just as easily inferred by saying I had a negative experience with Destiny or whatever, is people who had negative experiences could say, I don't want to invite that back into my life. And that was actually something that Max told me, I don't think it's so privately, was basically there was a lot of people who were like, yep, I had a bad experience with Destiny. It was super negative. It was shitty to get dogpiled for a few weeks, but to be honest, we have a better relationship now, or I don't want to relitigate it because I don't want to re-experience that negative thing. Let's just move the fuck on. So that's where, for me, it's like you're also pushing people away who could have been frank about their experience, but because you colored it in the negative way, they're already running away from you anyways. So it's a double-edged sword.
Like, I would say that the way that he twisted and reframed White Nervosa's story in order to fit his narrative and the way that he's coloring the relationship that Steven had with them was highly unethical. But at the same time, I don't really care anymore at like what the ethics were of his investigation. I cared about it at the time. I had a lot to say about it, but that's in the past now. It doesn't really matter to me that Max was unethical at this point. What matters is whether or not we think that the article is painting an accurate picture of Steven and the behaviors that we all kind of knew about already.
Can I ask actually Smith a question? Because I think you talked about the plausible deniability, and I think people like outright rejected that. I actually haven't heard that line of conversation, and I think it's interesting. I don't know if I agree with you, but I'm actually curious to hear you talk about that, because I think this is what I'm saying. I think there are criticisms to be made of Destiny, right? I think there are these legitimate things. I just want to do it in the context of like Destiny as a person and giving criticisms that are actually valid. So like I'm willing to hear you out on this criticism. It's just like Mr. Girl's criticism just like isn't it for me.
I'm not even convinced the plausible deniability thing that I'm saying is like him being malicious or anything. Like
No, I know.
Plausible deniability in itself. I'm saying what I'm telling you is I'm being good faith, because what plausible deniability in itself could just be like an attempt to be above board and everything. Like Destiny flirts with a shit ton of people, like and he sex a shit ton of people. He's completely willy-nilly, like he's like, you know, whatever, polyamory. He's very, very laissez-faire with that compared to the vast majority of people. And the way he engages with that, I see a lot of the people in the article keep telling him early on in these sexual engagements, like, if you engage with me like this, I'm going to become emotional. This is not going to be good for me. But he continues forward anyway. And I think that he has these check-ins, and plausible deniability like is now provided to him. But he should have known ahead of time, especially because of the way people were telling him. But he doesn't care, because that's his relationship. Like, I'm doing what I have to do. And I think he probably thinks he is doing what he has to do. But
well, the check-ins sound to me like a responsibility, like him trying to be responsible and trying to make sure that the relationship isn't tainted by power, or that he isn't overlooking the more personal aspects of the relationship.
With the Anna story, very early on in the story, there's a big portion of their DMs that I read where Anna is telling him, I'm freaking out about the way you do polyamory, and I think that it's abusive. I'm not comfortable with it. And they continued to have this type of seedy relationship, or I don't know, seedy's not the right word. They continued to have this relationship ongoing. He knew that from the start. That was established.
Well,
But it's on her. But at a certain point, it is on her as an adult to also disengage. He's giving her plenty of chances, right? That she is a full-grown adult by that point.
Well, they also weren't having-
more
they-
agency than Destiny. Is that what you're trying to argue?
So
Or
Yeah,
that she has an equal amount of agency?
So from what I
wanna go
understand,
on what you're saying here, like the Stardust, I think that I hear you. I don't want to infantilize.
I want to have people address Drazhar's question there about the agency really quick. Whoever that's directed to.
Okay.
That was directed to Stardust.
Can you repeat it again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Do you feel that Anna and Destiny have an equal amount of agency, considering Destiny's experience, age, and just overall size of his platform?
I mean, she was like
they're
28 at the
similar
point,
in
right?
age. They're both
Yeah,
they're both just a
similar
couple
in
years
age.
apart.
Yeah,
Yeah, probably not the best
they are
example.
similar in age. He was probably at the time when they first started talking, not fully aware of everything that she had going on mentally, right? I don't know that even she was fully aware. And at a certain point, you trust people who say that they are okay and say that they are capable of handling a relationship. You do trust them at a certain point to be able to tell you, especially when you check in
So-
and
Okay,
things
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
we
no,
need to-
no,
we-
no.
Hold on, hold on,
That's
hold
the
on.
little
We-
guy.
No. We are still
I-
doing this shitty thing to mentally ill people that like is awful. So
Yep.
somebody can be able to consent to like sexual relationships and have full agency for that, but maybe not have as much agency about like knowing when is a good or bad time to go on the internet and like kick shit up, right? So like you can be able to consent to some things in your life. For example, like somebody with PTSD, for example, might not be able to like have a good sense of agency around very specific topics related to their PTSD, but that doesn't mean that they don't have agency broadband in all areas of their life. And it's really not a good idea for us to like talk about mentally. Like, God, poor fucking Anna, if she's seeing this, and everyone's like, she just doesn't even have the agency to consent to
Yeah, I
it.
know.
It's like,
Yeah.
People
what do you
infantilize the
mean?
fuck out of her.
Hold on.
I
But
know.
I think there's a middle ground here. Like it. This is what I was saying before. You don't have to infantilize people who have mental health issues, right, or going through mental health struggles or whatever, right? Like you don't have to do that. But at some point, you have eyes and ears, right? Like there are two people within this relationship, and we keep like forgetting one or the other. And it can be the case that Destiny sees that this person is struggling and is not handling this well, and like, you know what? I'm going to be the bigger man and step away from this, right? Like that's a thing that we can all do, right? That's
Yeah,
what
but
we,
if you
I want to
start
address that
checking in with
specific.
her,
I
if you
agree
start-
that Anna
Hold
is
on,
her
hold on.
own.
Okay.
I'm almost
Finish up,
done.
Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah. So like, and I agree that Anna is her own person, right? Which is why, and in terms of like of having a sexual relationship with smaller streamers, I think that's fine too, because that they're their own people and they can make their decisions. But that does mean that like Destiny's part in this ends the moment someone says like yes, right, or I'm okay, right?
Yeah, so this is where so much shit fucking intersects for me, because I try to I'm not like a devout person. I'm not like specifically religious or whatever, but I still try to act as though there's an exterior party judging my actions. And I think that like when you don't have that, like there's a giant man in the sky judging my personal actions or whatever, and private stuff can stay private. I don't think anything can really stay private, basically, is what I'm saying. So my thing is, it takes two to tango, and one of the things that I think Mr. Girl's article does really successfully, and I think this will be a testament, or it will be its lasting impact, is it puts all of Destiny's sins very clearly in the open in one place. Okay, that's what it does, and it makes it incontrovertibly clear that basically, he can carry on a romantic relationship that can be toxic and that can be of interest to him. I think that at this point, if you maybe not before the release of the article, but after the release of the article, if you're like, hey, I have a little bit of anxiety, or I have a little bit of PTSD, or I'm a monogamous person, but I'm still attracted to Destiny and I want to fuck him anyways, or any of that kind of shit, at this point, that's kind of on you, because you've already seen the repeated dynamic of like, people love Destiny, they want to be near him, they want to be with him, they want to be part of the cool kids club, all that kind of stuff. And then basically, as soon as the relationship turns sour, the bridge explodes in, frankly, a lot of the times very spectacular ways. So unless you want to run the risk of having a nuclear explosion live on stream, I basically don't think that you have to engage with that kind of like informed consent.
I kind of wanted to comment on Prime's thing, but now I kind of want to comment on yours. So, like a lot of
they're both great. Go ahead.
A lot of things have been stated about the timeline and the sequence of events between Anna and Steven. Have either there have been some assumptions made, or the timeline wasn't entirely correct. And like we could dig into that, but that's kind of fucked up. Like I really don't like digging into that stuff, especially since Anna is a member of my community and someone that I really like. And so I'm not really comfortable digging into that, but I feel like people are going and trying to.
Do you think people at this time, at this point, they should know what they're getting into? Where it's like, yeah, you could have a really cool relationship with a really cool person, and you could come on stream and have fun and meme and shit talk and all that kind of stuff. But there's also a chance that it could explode.
Wait, when socially should he deliver this news to people? Just to be clear,
I think this should be open at this point.
So, like when they first come on his stream, should he send them like a consent form and be like, just so you know, like this is the nature of like blah blah blah.
Just so you know, we might hate each other in 6 months, and we might be
exactly
the
like
fuck out
just
of
to be
other.
clear.
So just
if I can share my experience with Destiny, the moment that we switched from just like talking a little bit on stream to like becoming somewhat also like friends, like we had a private call where he's like, I need you to understand I'm an asshole, right? And I don't need you to defend me from being an asshole. I can be a serious asshole, right? We had that conversation. So it's like, in that way, like, I don't know, I feel like I got some informed consent, but does he need to roll out like a list of like, this is what online internet politics is like, and be careful? Because he does have
He doesn't have to do that. I'll do it for him.
I don't know. It's just like a lot of what we're like litigating here for him now is like so ridiculously non-human. That it feels so strange to like demand this of Destiny specifically, because it doesn't feel like the solution to the problem. It just feels like calling action for Destiny that isn't warranted.
Okay, so I don't think
extra.
This is one of the most important parts of the conversation. I don't think that we should lay this specifically on Destiny. That's like the one thing that I would get away from. I think that somebody should make content. I'm probably going to do it about the dynamics of like Twitch and YouTube politics and orbiting and being a creator in the space and how it can be toxic and bad for your mental health and all that kind of stuff, and when you should step away and how to balance your mental health and all that kind of stuff. And then also I think somebody should basically, it doesn't even have to have Destiny in the name. You can talk about the dynamics of orbiting, where like you're being annoying by asking for a one-on-one chat with a dono every stream, when they already said that they're gonna, get to you in the next month or something, like, and how to navigate parasocial relationships and build your brand and all that kind of stuff. So I think that there should be a how-to guide for this space, that it would be interesting content. It would be helpful for new people, and not just that, we're pioneering a new space. So when you're saying like these social expectations are not realistic for one person to take on responsibility and articulate to the entire community, that's fine. But the reason why it's not his responsibility is because this is a brand new world. Our grandparents didn't understand this world. Our parents don't understand this world. Shit, I'm fucking in my 30s. I sometimes don't understand this world. So basically that's where I do think it's up to the people who are pioneering the space to kind of build the infrastructure that will make it flourish healthfully.
Yeah, given that.
Wait, hold on.
Like,
really quick here. So I'm gonna jump to Smeth and Erudite, then we can go back to you, Drazher. One thing I want to put in your guys' head though is, okay, we keep circling the drain on this idea of like there needs to be a line somewhere, right? The infrastructure needs to be built. This is a new space and all this sort of stuff. I want you guys all seriously to consider this idea, like, okay, and who imposes this line? Is this like a socially encouraged thing? Is this a legally enforced thing? Or is this a platform-based thing? I want you guys to think about this and have your answers ready for later. So please go ahead, Smith.
Well, that's kind of part of what I was saying. It's socially, I think it should be socially encouraged, and that's why like it's not on Destiny to do it, but because he's like one of the few umbrella like heads of like various areas of like Twitch poll and like this type of content, him having a stance would make a big difference. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to bring another example of where this kind of has started to percolate. changes in the community to protect people. There, like a couple years ago, there was starting to be some conversations about the dangers of parasocial attachment of fans to streamers. And since those conversations started happening, streamers are now more conscientious about it, and streamers have conversations. Some streamers are more just like explicitly like trying to take advantage of fans, trying to enforce that. But a lot of streamers are now more responsible. They talk to their communities like, I don't want you to like have this about me. Like that's weird. I don't want that. That responsibility is now more normalized.
So I think actually the parasocial one is a great example of why we should all be extremely careful about social engineering, because we're all stupid dumb fucks who don't know anything about anything, okay? Parasocial relationships, when we actually started doing the research, in fact, Max can tell you this because he talked to the specialist that I'm going to be citing here, what we found out is that parasocial relationships are only bad in a couple of circumstances, which is where stalking is happening or obsession to the point where like basically somebody is trading off real life relationships to spend time with just their parasocial relationship, particularly when there's like a conning element at hand. For the most part,
but I have a contention with that data.
I'm not done, motherfuckers. For the most part, parasocial relationships are neutral to positive. They tend to be temporary holding places that are really good. They're very good for community building. A lot of people will build a number of like friendships that maybe not last forever, but for a long time, based on this consistent community thing, which is we're interested in this person. So the idea that parasociality is like this really bad thing, and so streamers got really, really careful about it, is not actually good. It was just fucking stupid. So it's good in the point that like people who are like, oh, conning based on the parasociality is bad. That's a good thing. I'm glad that we got that metric. But most streamers, a lot of streamers when I talk to them, the way that they talk about chatters is that they're not real people. They're just these NPCs that don't actually exist. And like when they hear about, for example, me having large community meetings where I hang out with like my fans, they're like shocked because they're like, what do you mean how could you hang out with fans? And it's like, it's the most dehumanizing shit ever. Like it's a great example of why like we should be really fucking careful when we're talking about how to litigate the ethics of like systems that we don't even understand.
Yeah, like I was, so for me, I go in more the direction to try and avoid parasocial relationships as much as I can, or be very, very aware of them. And I do a lot of coverage of that and talk about that kind of stuff with my community. But there are, like, I would agree with Erudite that there are sort of like there's the good and the bad of it, and you shouldn't just try to unless you want to, like me, you shouldn't try to completely avoid parasociality. You should be watching out for the bad types of parasociality where they're getting out of control, where somebody is, like, as you mentioned, trading off reality or real life relationships for a parasocial one that doesn't really have much to it, or stalking or something like that. Those are the ones you want to look out for. But I don't think anybody is going to be a good measure of that overall. I think everybody's going to be a bad measure of it. And so I don't see why we would want to encourage everybody to try to dictate what is good and bad.
Well, okay.
Parasocial relationships.
That data I have a contention with, because all of that data is all self-reporting from like people active in a community. So like if you go to anybody's stream and you talk to the community, oh, how do you feel about your parasocial? They're all gonna be like, oh, it's great. Like that's just like utterly like not the right way to study this. But that being said, I don't think in my opinion, that's not the right way to say. I'm not a professional, but I don't think there's a very easily like cut and dry way to study this. My only like posit about parasociality, which I think has become the norm, is responsibility and care, and like just like being careful and like, you know, treading with like don't just go, because people know about the parasociality thing, and then there's people that try to like really make their fans think that we're all best friends, and those people are definitely taking advantage of people. I don't think you could argue otherwise. And so just knowing that there is something there to think about is important.
Sure, but what I'm outlining,
parasocial relationships.
But the thing that I'm outlining,
because the culture changed.
Well, Drazher, you can bring it back.
I would like to bring it back to the Destiny to the top.
So
hold
on. Okay. Again, I just want to say, if you guys have me too quiet to hear, please turn me up. We're going to let Kyla wrap up. And then, Drazher, if you want to kind of shift frame for us, we can definitely go wherever you're trying to take it, as long as everybody else is on board.
Thank you.
Right. The whole point with the parasocial stuff is that when we litigate early before we understand anything it actually ends up in resulting in a lot of people doing dumb shit about this because we don't understand anything at all, right? So yeah, it made people be like extra careful and cautious, and it also probably led to streamers being some of the most lonely, most depressed, least community connected people ever, because they think it's really bad if they talk to like people who watch them, right? Like so many streamers that I know are insanely lonely, which blows my mind, because like the reality is like at any time I could just like pop into my community. It's great because all of them know that I can be a fucking asshole. I'm not perfect. I'm not on this pedestal. In fact, my relationship with my viewers is inherently less parasocial because I'm just like willing to spend time with them and like talk to them like they're people. And this litigation that we did, that it's a bad thing to do this, is cringe.
Sure.
And I don't want to do this again with this issue because I think you're outlining a good issue, which is ethics of streamers. But I don't want to make a bunch of rules.
If you want to change frame, you got to jump in now. Do it.
Okay, so before we get completely derailed to the parasocial relationship shit, there is a point that Smith made earlier about Destiny being at the top of the food chain, and it would be incumbent upon him to actually make an example for the rest of Twitch Poll. And there are actually other actors in Twitch Poll who have handled their platform a lot more responsibly. This is probably the most disgusting thing I could ever say, but even Hassan Piker's community isn't nearly as bad as DGG can be at times. So
okay, God, fuck, this is actually such a bad take. Hassan's community unironically spewed slurs at Destiny for like ever, and they just thought it was okay. The reason
they didn't dox Lav though, did they?
Okay. No, I'm sure they've done other really shitty things. Here's the issue. We have to figure out what's unique about DGG to figure out how to critique it. Because I'm really tired of people just being like, oh, they're just obviously more toxic. It's like, that's not obvious. They're definitely more connected to each other. And there's definitely a lot more like interpersonal dynamics going on in DGG because it's more of a community than Hassan. Hassan doesn't even have like an HGG or like some community. It's just like his chat and then that's it, right? So we have to figure out what's special about DGG.
What's special about DGG is the fact that they have created their own community, like a splinter community underneath of Destiny's actual, like his purview of everything that's going on. And that isn't even really relevant to what I really care about, which is the fact that on his subreddit, he was requested several times to blacklist multiple people, and he never did. And those people just got away with posting whatever the fuck they wanted.
He does blacklist people, but only when it's convenient for him.
Only when it's okay. This could actually get me into some real hot water.
Okay,
socially.
but this is actually something. This is part of the reason why my Discord's dead. So because
there's too many channels.
Well, true. So we need to manage that. But basically, like community management is so fucking hard. And so this is where like intentionality versus kind of like the unintentionality, and also like being able to create and grow things but not wanting to kill things. I swear to God, you could take like a horticulturalist analysis to this, where like if you put in too much fertilizer or too much water, you're going to kill the fucking plant. So basically, like I think that a lot of what Destiny has done, people including me are very jealous of. But what it takes is having a constant drip feed of content for people to engage with. It takes having people who are passionate about that content who want to talk about it. It's having a place for them to specifically go in order to engage with that. It's building like in-group language and in-group community beliefs that they kind of share. That way they can build like a language and a community and a culture that's almost independent of any of the other cultures. And then it's people viewing that culture as positive. I think that the negative side effects, because it's a double-edged sword, is that when we're an inherently tribal species, so when somebody challenges, the thing that makes that culture coherent, then you're going to lash out at that person. And that's why you can see that kind of like in-group, out-group DGG versus VGG identity, or maybe if somebody's a particularly barbarous asshole to Destiny, they'll justify any abhorrent behavior against that person. It's just classic. It's just classic human tribalism. So for me, like Drazher, the reason why I'm pushing back about this is because I want a cult. I want a CGG cult. I want hundreds or thousands of people who just talk about debates and Warhammer 40K and how to get fit and how Jordan Peterson was based 5 years ago, but he needs to eat some fucking vegetables. That's what I want people to fucking talk about. But the truth is that not everybody is as passionate as I am about these subjects. So what I'm really saying is I think that it should be abstracted. I would love to sit here and shit talk Destiny because that's great for the fucking numbers or whatever. But I think if we actually wanted to solve the problem, we would have to extract it from him personally. Because the truth is, let's say that we said Destiny is uniquely evil. He's a bad person. He has all these negative attributes. This, and this case all demonstrate his sociopathy and psychopathy, and hear how he's individually terrible and psycho-stalked and doxed and fucked over these people. The truth is that as soon as you took him out, there would be another person who would fill the space if there's not a change in norms and mores and culture. So that's where I'm okay with extrapolating it out to meta conversation.
That's
And
absolutely true.
I think we have an excellent example of a well-regulated Twitch poll community in this panel right now, actually, with Erudite and Nick. They have their Super Ego Discord server, which is extremely well moderated, actually, even though they have a similar issue with DGG where they get a little hive-mindy sometimes, and they're all kind of on the same page about a lot of political issues. They do a really good job of like cleaning up the abuse aspect of that and preventing people from actually being harassed. And I think that on a macro scale for Destiny's community, it's probably a lot harder just because he has so many more people in his community and in multiple Splinter communities. But I don't think it's a huge ask for him to try to spend, instead of 10 hours a day streaming every day, why don't you stream 8 hours a day and 2 hours moderating your fucking filth?
So I'm gonna weigh in here just a little bit, not with an opinion, but so one thing that's unique about Destiny's community, other than size, compared to me and Erudites and just about anyone else's community, which besides that one, but also that Destiny has created a separation of power from him and his Discord specifically. Did we just lose somebody? Oh, Connor's one off camera. Okay. He's created a separation, right? So he maintains that he's not really in charge of his Discord, right? That he leaves it up to other people, which, some people might say that that's just to create plausible deniability. Some might say that it's an ethical separation of power. But if you guys want to talk about that, go ahead. But that's a key difference where he doesn't, at least seemingly, have the same kind of control over his community.
Yeah, Nick and I are absolute monarchs. I do not give a fuck what you think about my moderation. What Nick and I and our other admins say just goes, and we make decisions reactively. But Destiny does not moderate in this way. And there's probably a number of reasons for it. And I think actually the framing is really important here. So this is something I was going to talk about. A lot of people, when they look at DGG, it is a unique community. And I think people don't understand why, which I think it's unique, and it's based out of a really, really good thing that Destiny does, which is that anyone at any time can basically walk on his stream and hang out and spend time. He will talk to anyone. It doesn't matter if you're a small fry or a big fry. Whereas Vosh, Hassan, all of these other streamers, they do not do this, right? I mean, it took me months to even get connected with Vosh enough to have him agree to come on my channel like once, right? Destiny basically says if you're a content creator and you'd like to be on the stream, you're welcome here. And I think that creates a really, really unique relationship that he's going to have. He also does his own like community awards and stuff. So there's a greater level of like integration within the community itself, which is going to cause some clickiness, some hive-mindedness, right? And some sense of protectionism. And I suspect, I could be wrong, this is now a reminder to me, that because Destiny is a little bit more removed from it, but he's like in many ways like doesn't really have good boundaries. He doesn't really tell people like, hey, this is kind of like not a nice thing to say about me. I suspect a lot of DG takes their onus upon them to like come around and protect Destiny. And so that might be something that he can improve, being like, guys, I don't need your protection, like fucking chill. But it's frustrating for me to see an aspect of DGG that exists because of a very good thing on Destiny's part get then turned in like framing into the like a really, really, really bad thing. It's like there are good and bad parts of it. Right? And it's really unfair to characterize Destiny in such a way when he's actively just doing a good thing.
Well,
and I would also say that it is.
People like him more.
I would also say that his moderators
it's bad
are.
For his numbers. Like, I'm sorry. If you think Destiny is as big as he should be, you're brain lost. The fact that he only has 640K.
There's no reason that he should not have 10K more viewers a day than he does currently.
I agree. So
for as long as he's been on the platform.
So you said he probably lets people stroll. Maybe I misheard you. Did you say that you think he lets small streamers stroll on so that he can milk content and like it's good for his numbers?
It's because not good for his numbers on stream, but clip chimping that stuff, huge for numbers, good for engagement, good for getting new eyes into his stream.
If he wanted to do really good content, he would stream a little bit less. He would focus in on only high priority guests and high priority topics. He would make a bit more of a performance show, and that would and he would also appeal to whatever voter basis and like roll. He would just Hassan it way more if that's what he
Mhm.
wanted
Well,
to do.
yeah,
He'd be
but
showing
he
up
could
on
be
Tim Pool more
brilliant
regularly.
He can get those big high-level names into
So,
his stream.
This is part of the framing issue.
Pilot,
This is
you just did something so important. I don't want to lose it, but sorry, continue. But I'm gonna write it down.
This is the framing issue, right? We're saying like he's just letting these small content creators come on because he wants to get them shekels and views from him. He's being very, very maniacal. When it's like, or he's being generous, and that's nice. And maybe
it's
the
not,
big
it's not
book-
totally
and a little bit
selfless.
lazy. Wait,
Hold
and
on,
a
hold on,
little
guys.
bit lazy.
Let her finish really quick, and then
okay.
we're gonna, and then
Yeah.
hold on.
I think
So we're gonna hold on. We're gonna let Erudite finish. Then we're going to hop to Smeth for a quick response. Then Connor. Then Prime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still skipping the trans woman. This is some transphobic shit if I've ever
And
heard.
then, and then Zonia.
Based.
I think as long as you guys heard what I said, I got to my point.
All right, I was a little, I jumped the gun. All I want to say is I don't think it's fair. It's also not fair. I think, look, everybody on this panel is like friends or like connected with Destiny in some way. There's like it's like minor conflict of interest. I mean that even like being friends with him like it is weird when you get your power and stuff by going on a stream. That becomes weird to have a friendship like colleague relationship. I think that
It's
critique
complicated.
is
It's not
it is
weird.
it
Complicated.
it
and
undermines.
I don't
the
have a
friendship.
friendship with the guy. Smith, you and I have the same connection to Steven that right. It's basically he's not my friend, he's not your friend. You and I have both been on his streams.
Okay. Well, what I was trying to say is I don't think it's fair to say that like what he's doing is selfless. I think he's doing what he wants to do, not because he wants to help people. He's
I said it's
sure.
nice and lazy.
Let
but
Smith finish really.
One
Let
of-
Smith finish really quick, and then we're gonna go Connor.
One of the things you said like there's like a lot of like good that he like does. Like one of the examples that you gave like rang a bell in my mind is like I don't like that thing at all because when you said like community awards, the only thing I know about that is my friend Evil Fossil, who is like an absolute lolcow in that community, and everybody like makes fun of, was voted as the DGDer of the year. So if that's the kind of community awards you're doing, like that's a toxic community.
All right, go ahead, Connor. Get in there.
Yeah. So, sorry. No, Kyla, you hit on something so important that I think is like this is kind of why I'm pissed at Hassan and Vosh and all the bigger names and all that kind of stuff, is because they've utterly disconnected, besides with chat, from the communities that built them. So the people who like had conversations with them, gave them debates, gave them interesting things to talk about, helped them create panels, all that kind of stuff. They just got up to whatever numbers they could do so they could do React Andy, and then they spun off into their own shit and do React Andy content and maybe collaborate with other people who are as big as they are, okay? That, like, it feels very selfish in a way, but I understand that that's almost like an intelligent self-protection measure because if you don't interact with, like, small internet schizoids who are debating, and if you don't interact with the smaller panel shows, and if you don't interact with other people, there's no danger of anybody really canceling you or taking you down because you don't even have the opportunity to get into the drama in the first place. So in that way, I actually respect Steven infinitely more because he's an incubator of drama and content and debate and discourse and all that kind of stuff. And he gives, kind of the smaller community members the ability to kind of like at least latch onto that content and kind of move up in the tiers, even if they're just doing react shit to his content. That's like a huge boon for the community. But I don't think it's like totally honest to say that this is just being generous. It's obvious that he loves the drama, he loves the content, he loves generating this kind of stuff. And honestly, like, I think that he could quit and do React Andy and news reviews for about a month before he would lose his shit and miss his old internet schizoid fucking fights. Now, maybe he wouldn't come back, but I think he would miss
Okay,
it.
Yeah, like,
maybe.
Hold on,
Erudite,
Erudite, hold on. It's we've got Prime.
They're
and then we're gonna
misquoting
go
me.
Zonia.
They're literally not engaged with what I said.
I'll engage with what you said, but
I
the
called
question
him
is-
lazy.
I don't think it's lazy at all. I think what he does is way harder than what Hassan and fucking Vosh
Playing
do.
video games all day and just letting content creators come on to help you make content is not that hard. I'm sorry. Like, it is lazy. It's just also generous. It's
Damn.
both of these things at the same time.
Erudite
It's
is
the Sigma grind.
Every day.
It's the Sigma grind set. Hang out, play games, let other people generate the content
Wow.
for you.
Okay, hold on.
Somebody
Somebody else knows.
There's got to be I think
Oh.
Connor and I are sharing a mind here. I think that it can be both of these things. We don't have to make a separation. That it is definitely generous, absolutely. Like the way Destiny interacts with the rest of us, compared to how some other streamers do or don't. Yeah, amazing, right? And I can't give him enough credit for that. But also, like, because he's doing that much content, right? Like it's a huge help. All these things can exist at once, and we can acknowledge them, that they interact in ways that can be beneficial, but then at some point toxic, right? All we're talking about is incentives. This is why I really want to focus on that. There are incentives to act in certain ways within this space. People decide to go down certain paths. I refuse to like deal with drama at all, right? And it's hurt me. It's hurt me, right? Because I don't talk about drama. I don't keep track of it. Most of that stuff is new. Like in the article, like most of that stuff, I don't fucking know, right? But other people have this shit memorized, but I have no idea. But it hurts because the audience wants that. The audience loves that.
I was
And
about
I
to
think
say you might want to get into drama a little bit more.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
On that
But like,
note,
but like,
guys,
I
hold
don't.
on.
Sorry, I
Let Prime
interrupted.
finish, then we're going to Zonia, and then it's open.
Yeah. So like, I just feel like, we can acknowledge that he exists within the system, but is an agent within that system, right? He has agency within the system, like we all do, right? You can exist within a system that tells you that you like attack this this other streamer because they somehow slighted you, right? And you can milk this for a month. But then you can have the agency to say, well, I'm not going to do that, especially since I may know this person might not handle it very well, and something bad might happen because of it, right? Like we can acknowledge both of these things.
Okay, Zonia, and then I'm gonna actually grab the floor for a second.
So much has transpired. I don't even know what to say at this point. I guess I'll just kind of wrap with. I think his moderation team does a pretty good job with moderation, especially considering the sheer volume of people who come into his community. With regard to his platforming practices, it is lazy. I agree with Kyla on that, but he has also stated in the past that he does want to be sort of like helping facilitate the growth of the space, and so he wants his platform to be available to smaller creators to jump on, to become known, and to sort of show their chops and engage with other creators that are even bigger. So that's something he stated openly before, but it doesn't require a lot of effort on his part to do that, because let's face it, what has he been saying over the last several months when he was doing Factorio, and now also even with him playing their Billions multiple times, he said, I just want to play my games. That's all, right? So he sits there, plays his games, remains on VC, and people hop in and do their stuff. So it's pretty lazy. So there's a little bit of altruism and wanting to benefit the growth of the smaller streamers, and laziness.
Listen,
My frustration is like all of this, and I'll be super biased. I already said from the beginning that I am humanizing him. Everyone knows that I'm friends with Destiny. I'm not pretending to be unbiased, right? The issue is that you can have a good opinion with being biased. Anyways, I think my issue with all of this conversation, particularly from like Drazher and Smith, but a lot of the ways that people talk about Destiny, is to read into like a space where probably it's neutral, but there is potential of good character, and maybe there could be potential bad character, and consistently and repeatedly always just reading in bad character. I think that that's a really unfair thing to do to Steven, because I think any like panel host, for example, will tell you that Steven is incredibly generous with his time. He always says, hit me up, let me know. He'll always come on panels. If he sees that like your channel's struggling a little bit, he'll raid into you, right? He's constantly trying to support people like in his space. And like, is it like, could he do more? Sure, but like, why would you be so entitled when receiving generosity from somebody who basically has no motivation to give it to you and isn't even benefiting that much from having you on a stream, and then be like, yeah, but I want more? It's just like, it just feels like the wrong fucking frame.
I love what
Stardust hasn't been in for a minute here. Go ahead, please go ahead, Star. And then really quick, after you go, really quick final thoughts on this point, and then we're gonna kind of shift a little bit here.
Well, look, I think that already Destiny goes out of his way to to give this space to smaller streamers, give people a chance that wouldn't normally have a chance. And by creating these standards that we're putting on him, we're not making these standards for any other streamer that are of his size. The only reason that he's being held to these standards is because he took the time to interact with us. I wonder. I wonder. I really do. I wonder if if it were any other streamer who were his size that were taking the time to interact with us, and most of them don't. I wonder if we're maybe putting too much of the burden on them and not enough burden again on people who are full grown adults who are making this gamble to be on platforms to get their name out there, and who have the full agency to decide whether that's good for them or not.
So maybe that comment was directed at Smith and Drazher, sorry. But to Connor and I, right, what we were talking about is creating community standards, specifically not laying it at the feet of one individual and saying that maybe we should rethink how we do this.
I'm talking to Smith and Drazher, just to be clear.
Okay, fair enough. All right, but to Erudite's point, and from other people, I know her name. Shut up. Erudite's point and other people.
Say my name. Say my name.
I would agree that I am biased, right? Everyone knows here, that Destiny helped me out, where I was getting fucked, right? Destiny helped save me, and shout out to him. I'll always be grateful for that.
And here you go, backstabbing him.
No.
Hey, really quickly, everybody, 1 minute tops for the rest of the little responses here, and then
we don't have to do all of topic 2. I just
that's okay. I want to get a little bit of it in towards that, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, just that we can do both of these things. I think we can responsibly do both of these things, in which we can acknowledge him for his generosity, and he has been quite generous, and he's been very kind to me in particular. But also, we can say that, hey, man, you fucked up, and I don't think he has to be uniquely culpable to do so, or have some sort of unique qualities before we can point to him and say this is the wrong path, right? These decisions need to be rethought, reassessed. I'll leave it there.
But before we move on, I can be incredibly brief. Sorry, Samantha. I've been waiting for a while.
So I can go next.
Yes. So basically, Star, to address you directly, streamer his size, we're imposing too much of a burden. So as Prime just said, that's why I wanted to extrapolate out to a rule set, kind of a common ethics that we share. Don't milk lol cows too hard. Don't bully people. If people are threatening suicide, we stop engaging, et cetera, et cetera. Just have these as vague rule sets that we kind of engage in. We're not going to so if Chud Logic milks a lol cow a little bit too hard, he's not going to be banned from the community, but we'll just kind of, just say, hey, bud, you're going a little bit hard, slow it down. But the reason why I don't imposing, we don't want to impose too much. Okay, this is exactly the dynamics of people in power who are allowed to do fucked up shit because they have so much power and they're generous with their power. It's a Machiavellian thing where if you distribute enough power to key holders, then you can do more fucked up shit because people are less likely to criticize you because they know that you're giving them wealth and influence and money and all that kind of stuff. So I don't want to be completely beholden to, just because somebody is generous with their time and their money and their ego and all that kind of stuff, I don't want to be completely beholden to not criticizing them when I think they're fucking up. And I think we need to watch out for that because people who do that think like that. Then
so much for 1 minute.
Well, sorry, I'll try to wrap up. Gammy had a meme that I want to shout out. Never assigned to malice what can be explained by autism. I think that is basically what Kyla said. And then also, I want to point out that Kyla and Zonia have been more insulting to Steven than anybody else here on the fucking panel. Everybody else is he's a manipulator, he's a sex fiend, he's a Machiavellian 8,000 IQ genius, and you guys are like, he's fucking lazy. So I'm frankly more insulted on his behalf by you guys than our accusations.
Okay, Smith, Drazher, sounds like you guys wanted to throw something quick.
I wanted to say that I think that there absolutely should be a standard, or at least a culture or expectation that somebody can tap out. But I think with the like what you were saying, what you could call like a Machiavellian trait, but the trait that where you have a platform and you're handing out power to people, it makes it hard for a lolcow to even tap out. But so in the case where somebody's suicidal, like in 3 cases I can think of, Anna, Lav, and Marek all came out of the hospital for suicide like risk, and then he continued milking them. That's like, now those 3, that's enough to be a condemnable pattern of behavior, where, and like that face you're making, Zonia, is disgusting. Like that's an absolutely...
Lav came out of the hospital and
Yes.
and he continued to milk her. I thought
Yeah.
she didn't. She just said that she had suicidal ideation. She didn't actually go into the hospital.
No, there's actually.
What do you
screenshots
guys
of-
mean he
yeah,
continued to milk her?
Yeah.
Like, 'cause wasn't she banned from his Reddit like November 14th or something?
Okay, hold on,
There
guys.
were
I
We've
don't.
all made content out of
We're
Lav
supposed to be
over the
wrapping
past-
up.
Post
We're
some
supposed to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
wrapping
we're doing
videos
some
that
wrap.
are coming out.
We're doing some wrap. This will be like you guys can address this in the next part. Drazher, did you want to throw something in there?
Smith kind of hit the nail on the head
Okay.
with that statement.
All right. Cool.
I feel like there was a
Alright.
lot of. I take a lot of issue just with how he didn't pump the brakes when he was made aware of some of the situations that were going on under his community.
Okay.
In particular, just really quick, in particular,
Really
because it's hard to tap out when you're getting like so much benefit from your proximity to somebody. Even if they're harming you, you can still benefit. So you're encouraged to throw yourself to the wolves more and more and more, and you get more out of it, and it hurts you more.
Okay. I think we can coattail this a little bit with kind of our topic 2 here. We're running a little bit short on time, but
I
so
want to wrap on this one.
Go absolutely. Go ahead, Zonia. Quick.
So this is the way I see it. Milk however you want. Fuck standards. The reality is, this is a commentary space with a whole bunch of critics. You know what's going to happen if somebody goes over the top? If Steven goes over the top, I'll critique him, just like I've critiqued other people in this space as well. So if somebody does something wrong, you're in the critique space. I critique you, and I call bullshit. It's very easy to tap out. You can tap out. You should tap out if you feel like you need to. If you hit your limits, I don't give a shit about like benefiting more from it if you stay in and keep getting bled to death through 1,000 cuts. No, fuck that. You're an adult. You do the right thing. Tap the fuck out. I call bullshit on this stuff.
All right. So Zonia's take there. Fuck no professional ethics for streamers, and we're all in the public square, baby. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Gonna critique the
The
fuck out
onus
of
is
you.
all on the victim, baby. Let's go.
So
Basically,
okay.
I think.
Trailing off of that, topic 2 here. So parts of the article allege sexual misconduct on Destiny's behalf. Some have taken umbrage with the fine-tooth comb analysis of Destiny's sex life that has been gone through with the article, and in some cases the sex life of others involved. What are the lines for professional criticism in this case? Is anything justified? Is everything on the table? What evidence is admissible in the court of streamer law?
The way I see it, if you make something public, yeah, it's basically open for people to pick through. Just expect it, right? Is it shitty? I wouldn't want to do it. I find that stuff to be pretty disgusting. I don't like picking through people's sex lives, even if they are pretty public. I find it to be a little too like scraping the gutter too much. But it's out there now. The difference is that some of these sex life interactions, some didn't even exist and were put out there by one of the people in Max's camp. And some of them were given in confidence to Max, who leaked them to another individual, who then leaked them to the public. So there was some amount of leaking. There was some amount of things that were said in confidence. But yeah, if you do something in public or put it out there in the public, kind of expect it to get picked through.
All right. Quickly on the note of this idea of public versus private, right? When we're dealing with the internet, what do you guys think? What is public, right? So our friends' discords, is that private? Is that public? Like what does public even mean in our context?
Well, private would mean your DMs. We can start with that, right? I don't know.
Yeah, if
so
it's in a
as
Discord with a bunch
baseline.
of people.
Does everyone else
sorry,
agree
go
with that
ahead.
standard? So if it's not your DMs, it's public?
No. I didn't say that. I
Private
didn't say
Discord
that.
servers as well, like friend Discord servers, would probably
Yeah.
consider private information, right?
It's
Like,
more
with
risky
I
than a
don't-
DM.
With people that are close to you. If somebody leaks that's still technically private. They just
Oh.
they
What does everybody else think there? Is a friend Discord with open invitations or just linked invitations? Is that public or is that private?
I personally would consider that I would consider anything that's not a DM public. I think you should, as a creator, you should expect any Discord server that is not a DM between you and one other person as a public interaction.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
gonna
so
Yeah,
I
and
wanted
just
to jump on what Stardust just said. Like, okay, so to be clear, what is different from what I think is out of bounds to what you can expect, right?
yes,
That's what I
So
was
what
gonna
is out
say.
of bounds for me is like leaking DMs or within a private server, like a friend server, that there's like a culture like that expects privacy, right? Then I think you fucked up when you leak that, right? Okay. But I agree with Stardust and what you just said, and that within that Discord server, I would still expect that anything could be leaked, and because of my own experience, I expect anything I put in my DMs. So even when I talk to our friend Erudite here, I talk to Nick or anyone else here, yeah, I expect that's going to be leaked. I assume that when I'm writing everything. So.
Yeah, I want to give a
Me too.
super boomer take on this.
But I think you're great, Erudite. I don't think you're a bad person.
No, it's just like it's the caution that everyone's given of being like, it's bad that you have to lock your car because theft is bad, but you should probably still lock your car. That's kind of like the way people approach DMs.
Well,
yeah.
and yeah. So I'm gonna land on the boomer take right here, which is basically this is what my parents told me is like anything you put on the internet, you just have to assume that your boss is gonna read it. I basically assume that my wife is gonna read it, my mom's gonna read it, my dad's gonna read it, my boss is gonna read it, and all that kind of stuff. But I also like want to have fun on the internet, so I'm still gonna make like edgy racist jokes and Jew jokes and all that kind of stuff. But it's gonna be at the line where if somebody asked me for an explanation, then I would be able to explain it and justify
It was
it.
just
and
a
all
joke,
that
You
man.
have no idea how many times he's called me the N-word in our DMs. Just have no idea.
time to leak.
Wait,
Time to leak.
me
Time to
too.
leak.
Oh shit, we
Me
could do that.
too. Oh my
Important
gosh.
distinction.
Man,
All
Connor
right.
really
The
leans
way-
on that whole black
Private
Irish
from
thing,
everybody.
eh?
I don't know
So-
what's
If you
The
type
way
it
that
or audio
I-
record it, if you type it or audio record it, you're going to have to stand by it in public, especially if you're a creator. If you're an audience member and you're running an anonymous tag, that's one thing. But if you're a creator, you have to be ready to put your face on camera and stand by what you said and at least explain it away as either a joke, bantering with friends, having fun, etc., etc. And you have to be okay with people disliking what you said. So, for instance, I said, the N-word with the A to Prime, allegedly. But I could have a 3-hour discussion on why I think the N-word with the A is different than the N-word with the ER with anybody. So yeah.
Erudite
So-
and then Smith, and then Zonia.
I think actually this makes me go back a little bit to the doxing conversation that we had briefly. But for me, like this is why doxing, as somebody who's been doxed and has had people contact people in my private life, like being doxed isn't like actually that spooky for the most part. The issue that arises is when people use that information to contact and like it's the next step, right? Like in the Sunday shit, the stuff that was like actually harmful to me was him like talking to professors that I've like previously worked with, right? It's like other people in that community who like reached out to like my old working company and like I had to like send them a list of names to just like block and forward to me if they like sent like that was the actual destructive stuff, right? And so like when we're talking about in the case of like Destiny, going back to this conversation about the article, right? Like the reason why I think like we really need to underscore why what Max did was so awful and so off the limits in this space is he wasn't just contacting and talking about things that were in the public space. He was using knowledge of a public interaction to contact every single person in Destiny's professional life privately to send them a message saying, hey, I'm writing an article about Destiny's sexual abuse. Would you like to comment, right? And that is like, that's the actual fucked up, really bad shit with this article. Like that's fucking insane. Like going through his life when it's all public, it's a little weird, especially like, like I think about like poor Melina has to like listen to like a fucking panel about her fucking husband's sex life, right? But what's really fucked up is contacting people in their like professional private lives, asking to comment on sexual abuse, like characterizing the entire dynamic now with any professional person Destiny works with this line is really fucked up and really damaging.
All right, go ahead. Was it Smith and then Zonia?
Yeah, I think that everything you say online, like I think DMs, there's a more reason to expect it to be private. I think leaking DMs is just we have a social taboo against that. We'd say that's a no-go. Like we should maintain that, even though it kind of happens. But as far as like how you're held, like people, I don't know who said it. Like people will, you have to expect that people won't like what you said, and the things that you say, you should be able to stand behind and kind of defend. I completely agree with that. But if somebody else can take what you said out of context and then weaponize it, that becomes a totally different thing. So to take it out of the, so like let's say that you have some type of banter that makes sense in the context of a specific community at a specific time, then that you take that out of that context and you bring it into a new context. Then it's going to like make you look like really bad. And if they're not divulging the context, and if they have a bigger platform, so their voice is now way louder than yours, and you are not able to adequately defend yourself. Now what everybody thinks about you is this massive like story about you that's completely like ripped out of like this bit from here, this bit from here. That could be bad. You could argue that even Mr. Girl has not because of the platform indifference, but putting bits together and stuff like that. And that would be a valid discussion, but I think when I think we should hold those types of leaks very to very high scrutiny.
All right, Zonia, Star, and then Open.
So honestly, I don't give a shit. I assume that my DMs are going to get leaked all the time. I assume I'm being recorded all the time. That's the way that I've operated for a while since I really got into this space, because that shit happened to me first time I got into this space. I don't really, like, from my perspective, I don't want to leak DMs or anything unless it's absolutely extreme, like in a situation where I feel like something is being weaponized and I have the information and it's like, okay, I'll come out and say it. I've leaked DMs twice since I've been in this space, both for those reasons. And otherwise, it's something I'm very much against. I don't think anything is private. I assume that it's going to get leaked at some point in time. That's just the way that I operate. It would be nice if people didn't do that, but it just happens. There's interpersonal beef, and then people do what they inevitably do in this space, where they kind of take it to the extreme, and they're like, "Oh, they're now my, arch nemesis or my ideological enemy. They're the worst of the worst. They're a Nazi," and suddenly they just validate any possible way in which that they can do damage to the person, and will leak DMs out of context and try to do underhanded shit all the time. So it's happened to me as soon as I entered this space, and I've seen it happen to everybody. Well, not everybody, but most other people in this space as well. So nothing is sacred in this space. I'm sorry. I don't give. I'm just going to pretend as that's the case.
Black pill moment. Go ahead. Hold on, Star.
True.
Then we can get in. Connor.
Yeah, in general, I tend to agree with Zonia that you, as a content creator, should expect everything to come out in the open. But I think that there are specific instances and specific ways that content creators interact with the space and the space around them and the people in those spaces that make it much more likely that your personal private life is going to come out, right? If you engage with people in your sex life and you engage with them in a very public way as well, it's probably pretty likely that at some point your sex life is going to become a conversation topic. If you engage with people, if there are people in your private life that you interact with in your private life that you also bring into the public sphere with you, it is probably very likely that your private life is going to be under scrutiny. However, that doesn't mean that it isn't incredibly fucked up, like what Kylo was saying, that Mr. Girl is going around and contacting people who are acquaintances of Destiny, not even like friends of him, but friends of him, and saying, "Do you know anything about this type of abuse? I'm an abuse victim, etc., etc." There are some things that you would expect, being a public figure, to be under scrutiny, but to have somebody going through every single contact that they can get in touch with, and every single acquaintance, is just a different level of invasiveness that I don't think should be acceptable.
All right, so Nick, so we're actually at almost 11. So I basically told people to expect 2 hours. So I'm gonna seize my power back. Now we're gonna do outros, of course, and I want Nick to manage outros because he did such a beautiful job fucking moderating. Holy shit! Thought you were fucking uber pro. But
I don't know. I
not...
felt he was a little transphobic with how he dismissed me several
I
times.
am. I am.
That's why he was so good.
Which is why he was so
I've been
good.
getting my gender taste laugh lately, so I'm
Wow.
on a bit of a swerve.
And
Hanging out with Lav way too much, huh?
But what we're gonna do, just to kind of set the expectations, we're gonna do outros, and then y'all are welcome to hang out in this call for the next half hour to an hour. Basically, I like to run a 2-hour debate. That way, it's nice, clean, get in, get the content, move on, and then I like to hang out for a half hour to an hour to decompress, so people can kind of get to know each other in a less combative thing if they want to, and if they don't want to, they can dip out and do whatever the fuck else they planned with their evening. So I'm gonna hand the power stick back to Nick real quick to manage the outros, and then y'all are free to dip. And if you want to stay, you can stay.
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna get into outros here. I wanted to throw in an extra question, a final question baked in with the outro,
Sure.
which is streamer or content creator even a real job, let alone something that we should consider as like a potential for like a formally recognized profession with its own list of ethics? I want you to try and give a quick and substantive answer to that along with your closing.
And actually, if you want to incorporate this into your closing as well, Nick asked us earlier and said that he wanted you to be prepared to answer this question later. So if you didn't prepare, that's on you, you stupid fucks. So it was basically, I wrote down where
Who would impose the line?
Yeah, where is the line and how do we enforce it?
Wait. Is that's different from like is it a job? What about where's the line?
So if you say it's not a job, I think you don't need to you need to even give a line. But if you say it's a job, it's even worthy of being considered a profession with its own ethics, then give your line and who enforces something like that.
Okay.
Let's go, Smith.
Okay, I do think it's a job. And like some people treat it like, I guess if you're doing the lazy thing or trying to be as lazy as possible, it looks a lot less like a job. But like you can go the like, I don't know, Lex Friedman route, and you can do all kinds of stuff like that, and you can put a lot of work in, and there's sky's the limit as far how hard you can work and how much stuff you can produce. And so it is a job. You make money. It's your living. The ethics, it's the Wild West, and nobody's enforcing it right now. I think that the platforms, like the platforms that we're like on, should have some way of navigating this type of interpersonal stuff. But also, just we need to have some cultural norms and like understanding, maybe more research. So that we can have more productive, understanding conversations about these things.
All right. Zonia, let's go to you.
It is your own job, your own company, so to speak, and the ethics are whatever you choose to make it. There's no real line. There's no way to enforce. So I have some of my own ethics, my own code that I go by, and I try to stick to it as best I can. I've fudged it a couple of times, and afterward felt kind of like shit after fudging it, and it was like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. So, like, I have a policy against milking the mentally ill, but more recently I've kind of skirted that one a little bit and milked the mentally ill a couple of times, and sometimes I'm like, should I do that? Should I really do that? I had a policy against that. So I have my own ethics, my own code, and it's up to you to choose whether or not you've got your own ethics and code that you imbue into your own little career here as a streamer.
All right. Connor, sorry, and then Prime.
Yeah, so I think that not milking the mentally ill is base, but obviously we all have to follow the content gods as we, as they spread their blessings upon us. So I think we have to try to figure out, like, if it's the point of suicide, if somebody's talking about killing themselves, if somebody's talking about self-harm, if somebody's talking about that kind of stuff, like, criticize. What I try to do with the empathy thing is I try to criticize what somebody will not be upset with. So I wouldn't try to attack their appearance or their family or anything like that. I would try to attack something like more like their professional conduct or their rhetoric or why their perspective is incorrect or any of that kind of stuff. And then I basically think that it should be socially encouraged, not legally encouraged. I don't think it should be TOS. I don't think it should be the law. I think that we should create informed consent for the worst aspects of the space, and just kind of as we welcome new creators in, just tell them like, hey, this is what you can expect. I think we could create content, or I'll create content on how to be an audience member, how to be a new creator, how to be a medium-sized creator. I don't know how to be a bigger creator, but basically we could maybe ask and create that kind of content. And then how do you hybridize digital and real world relationships? That way the online world doesn't suck you in completely and destroy your life. And then finally, absolutely, it's a job. So at worst, this should be a hobby that is fun for you. That is the worst thing that Twitch and YouTube politics should be. And then the best thing it should be is a lucrative and fun career. And if it's not either one of those things, then I would encourage you to put your time, attention, and talent someplace else.
All right. Stardust, let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I think absolutely it's a job. Unfortunately, you do have to understand that you're if it is your job, you're in a space full of hobbyists, and you are not only competing against other people who are professionals at this, but you're competing against hobbyists. Secondly, I would say that if you are engaging with this space and something about your personal or private life touches this space, you should expect that to be a topic that comes up that is talked about by other people. Obviously, you can have your own lines. I don't hold any other content creator to specific lines except for like the don't dox people, don't like stalk people kind of line, right? But as far as like when it comes to what content you can, what can you make content on, I don't hold anybody to that, right? I have my own lines, but at the end of the day, this is up to you. We're all adults. We all know the risks of engaging in this space, and unfortunately, it can be very taxing. But you have to learn how to take a break from it.
All right, Prime Kai.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we don't all know the risk. I mean, I've seen people they just don't know, and that's what Connor and I were talking about is finding some way that we can inform people, and just as a community look out for each other. I think this is definitely a job. I think that this line that you're talking about should be socially enforced, but we do have like legal consequences for things, right? Like for things like harassment. These things are definitely the case. It's just whether the law itself will actually take them seriously. As like even this mystical article says, Destiny tried to go to the FBI for assistance, but then they didn't take him seriously because he plays video games. So that's another thing. And then of course there's the fact that some people are like not within like the same country as you. So it makes things crazy. But still, at the very least, we can try to create a culture that is less toxic. And fuck, I was gonna say something else.
Take your time.
Insert something brilliant here. Okay, go ahead.
All right, and Drazher.
I think that it's a job for sure, and I would say that there's already a pretty well written out line as far as what you can and can't do in the terms of service in both Twitch and YouTube. You can't hate brigade, you can't dox people. It's strictly against everything that they have in their terms of service, right? So when there is something that happens that's a little bit more nuanced and you're not exactly posting the person's private information, but you're kind of like you're telling your community that there's a place to find it, or telling your community to go somewhere that there is a place to find it, that should probably also have some kind of backlash to it, right? And I think the only way you can appropriately police content creators, because it's so ethically ambiguous, and it's a very blurred line between the personal and the professional life. The only thing you can really do is just keep evolving the terms of service as things happen. Like anybody that's been in any job knows that all it takes is to one person to fuck up something really bad, and then there's a new rule at your workplace specifically because of that fuck up, right?
Gotcha.
I think referencing Kiwi Farms at all should be a bannable offense on YouTube and Twitter, personally.
Gotcha.
Well,
All right.
Kiwi. Oh man, I want to push back
You
on that
think
one
Kiwi
so much.
Farms
Can we
is
do it
bad?
afterwards?
Hang
Can we do
out.
it after?
We
Okay,
chat
good.
after. We chat after.
Good.
We chat after. We will not silence you, Zonia. Okay, we will not.
Not
Yeah.
this
Thank
time.
you.
Okay.
Also, Stardust. Hello.
Shut
Thank
up. Just kidding.
Did you just silence Stardust? Holy
Finally.
shit!
Nick.
This is
Finally?
every day.
Okay. Finally, last, least
Least
based, and
least
most
twice.
cringe. NotSoErudite.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Prime. I was like, damn, you're doing them dirty.
No,
um,
it's Black History Month every month, baby.
no, it's not a job. It's an industry and it's a career, but it's not a job. It's not a profession. I think the idea of wanting, so I think like 2S, for example, is good. I think platforms need to have some level of ethics about like the content that they want on there and certain things that are like outside the scope of what they're willing to platform. I think that that's a really good idea. What I think platforms should be doing is the ethics that we're going to develop about how to engage with these things should be very much so developed by the social zeitgeist. But we need better tools on social media to do things like, for example, if you're in a group of friends and one friend, even if they're really popular, does a cringy shit thing, people get like kind of weird and they get like social feedback immediately to be like, oh, that's probably not a good thing to do. We need like more sophisticated tools in like Twitch and all these platforms so that we can give things like negative social feedback that isn't just like having to spurg on the internet. But like, goddamn, if you think that the platforms could litigate our ethics well, like the last thing I want to do is hand over to Twitch even more power to like just ramshackly ban people for no reason or explanation. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it would be bad to do more of that. Yes, true. Base. Thanks, Drazher. Okay? Like, it's such a bad idea. There does need to be ethics and there does need to be further conversation about it, but it must come bottom up from the society and like culture itself because you're talking about art form. It's not like doctors that need to be litigated at a college level. You're talking about different art forms that need and interpersonal dynamics that have to be managed between different individual businesses on a single platform. So no, it's not a job. It's a career. Most streamers have never actually had a job, okay? Except for Connor. And Prime.
All right. Well, there we go. I think that's our last closing. So this has been the Heated Hippie. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation, had some interesting opinions. Has anybody changed their mind really quickly, or is everybody about where they were at the start?
I would say it was in...
I want to let everybody fight as much as possible, but I just want to make it clear. So to the audience, like Prime says, the content is continuing. We will be here for another half hour to an hour, letting people discuss, leave or come or go as they want. Everybody here is free to leave at their own convenience. Thank you for staying for the outros and giving us the good content for the past 2 hours. Literally, I think I'm at like 250 viewers cross-platform. I think that's like a record high, except for when I get rated by other people. So thank you kindly. Love all the people at home with the donos and all that kind of stuff. And literally, there's no format to this. So Zonia, dominate the conversation. Yell at people. Fucking tell them to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so like this whole thing that like
I'm still controlling you for 1 second.
This is the most transphobic panel I've ever been on. Oh my goodness. Cancel Nick for being transphobe.
All right. So yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed the panel and the moderation. You know, if you guys enjoyed the moderation, please, feel free to check out CounterPoints. It's his channel, and also Big Nick Energy on all platforms. Know why? Twitch, YouTube, and Kick are my primary platforms. Okay, go ahead, Zonia. You're unleashed.
Yeah. Okay, so this whole thing, like Kiwi Farms, is the ultimate evil that we need to ban anybody who ever posts a link to Kiwi Farms anywhere is like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. So Kiwi Farms, first of all, it's a free speech platform. So it's got a whole bunch of shit that it covers. It's not just about like obsessing over people, though that does tend to be one of its specialties, right? Is logging people, and like following celebrities, e-celebrities and stuff like that around. But the whole idea that you even post a link to it and it's a bannable offense is some of the most soy shit I've ever heard. Why would you even consider that?
Okay, well,
Can I follow up?
Advertise like something like an OnlyFans or a fans league.
I have no power anymore, so
if I can,
because that content is illegal.
So you think that we should? So you think that we should be adding more bannable offenses?
It's on that site.
So
and
your
you're
point.
On YouTube, that
so
shouldn't
your
be
point.
allowed.
So your point then, what you're basically stating is we need to add more bannable offenses to Twitch because it just doesn't have enough fucking bannable offenses.
Exactly.
Well, that's the soyest shit I've heard in a while.
Hold on. Kiwi Farms is
Kiwi
Farms is essentially, if you think that Kiwi Farms is anything else than like anything more brutal than celebrity gossip sites were back in the day and still are today. By the way, if you look at celebrity gossip sites, a lot of them are incredibly transphobic. A lot of them are incredibly homophobic. A lot of them are terrible to the celebrities that they talk about, and they dox them as well. So Kiwi Farms, to me, in my head, is not that much different from a typical.
Yeah, but you're turning everyday normal people into celebrity gossip targets.
Shut up! Did I ask you to interrupt me? No.
No, but I did it anyway, bitch.
No, that's why he did it.
Secondly, yes, if you are online and you are a public figure, you should know that this comes with the territory. If you are big enough, people are going to talk about you. If you're making yourself the content, you are the content, and you are going to be on one of those gossip websites. I'm sorry, it's what it is. There are celebrity gossip websites that have
It is what it is, but does that make it right?
That have existed since the 90s, right? And we didn't have a problem with those being terrible cesspools.
How the fuck is that okay?
Yeah, but we're not trying to moderate those. We're not neither me or Drazher, I don't know anybody else is arguing this, but neither me or him is saying that we need to moderate those. We're saying that we shouldn't link to them.
A celebrity website is enough to cause you to get banned. Are you fucking kidding me?
This is what's confused. This is what's confusing to me is that a couple of Mr. Girl stands are advocating for increasing.
He's not a Mr. Girl stand.
For increasing.
Holy shit.
Okay, all right, well, fine. But advocating for adding more reasons to ban people from Twitch when many of us had been sussed by Twitch before. Some permabanned, Mr. Girl permabanned. That's some stupid shit if I've ever heard it. It's already so easy to get banned.
Well, I think that we don't need to add more rules. We need to add more. The problem, the way that we need to go forward is more transparency, and that would be a lot of money. But it would actually make it so that people become banned for stupid reasons less, because it would have to have a body of fucking workers fucking diligently doing this shit. It's almost an impossible task, but it still is. It still should be their responsibility. But it's almost impossible to do. But it is what it should do. But it's impossible.
I'm gonna make 2 points, but it's obviously not going to be able to happen.
I'm gonna make 2 points really quick here. One is, okay, if this whole Kiwi Farms is a big thing, this is a little bit of a consistency troll here. Aren't we contributing to harm nearly by associating names with the platform right now? Aren't we currently doing that? Like exposing more people to the understanding that this site is there with these people's information.
How
That's
dare
one.
you introduce separation?
And hold on. And number two, is I think the real problem with moderation from platforms like Twitch and all of the big tech corporations is the open-ended nature of it, right? What Mr. Girl has described as the proper way for ethics to be able to catch as many people as possible, to be vague is how he described it. He wants it to be vague so that the platforms, and in his case, the professional ethics of psychology, is able to catch anybody for anything. This is exactly the problem. That's not how it's meant to be. Right?
Yes.
For a platform like
it
Twitch,
shouldn't be vague.
Right? It should not be vague. It should be hyper precise. Or if it is vague, the reason for it to be vague is to give individuals plausible deniability, so that they.
It should even say that in the rule. It should even say it's vague because we want it to be vague in the rule. They could even explicitly say that.
And still give like examples in vague situations. Like what would be okay and not okay.
Which is why I'm fine with it being the case that the moderation is not super specific, but if it's not super, because you will need more moderators,
a huge moderation team. And
so
Twitch and YouTube are already operating a loss for the streaming services.
We agree, which is not possible. So there's really only two ethical ways forward, right? It's you have really firm moderation policy that's very specific and highly enforced, or it's vague so as to give the accused plausible deniability. Not vague so that you can capture anybody for any reason and perjure them for anything ever, right? That's not the purpose of open-ended ethics.
Well, the whole moderation of these big platforms is kind of just busted in the first place. It's just so hard to do.
It's awful. It's awful. And like the reality is that like who always catches the most strays when you have vague, ambiguous, like unclear things? It's typically like the least represented populations as well, right? Which is why like to me, the idea of handing over increased litigations of ethics of like streamer interpersonal dynamics to platforms is the biggest nightmare I could ever imagine, because they don't care about us. They care about the bottom line, which means that the ethics they'll come out with are going to be awful, and they're going to disproportionately affect certain groups that probably don't deserve that disproportionate response.
But instead of be the people who, and honestly, just the people who don't make them as much money, they're the ones who will get bounced, who won't get the second, third, fourth, fifth chances. I know this is a bit of a derail, but like hopefully she can answer this very quickly. All right, I was just curious, what's the difference between a job and a career for you? Then we can go back to all that.
Yeah, so the reason why I delineate these things is because I think you guys would probably agree with this. When you work like a job, when you talk to people, like normal people, especially about jobs, there's something that's going on, which is go off, Drazher. What is typically, there's an employer, there's a number of employees, they work together, there's a bit of a comprehensive branding that is applied to the employees, right? And so there's certain things that you have to learn within a job, which is an element of, like, for example, you have to like yield to your boss. There's a lot of like professional dynamics that you just have to learn how to like work out through the communication and stuff like that. Whereas in streaming, a lot of this doesn't exist. Like, nobody would look at Aiden Ross and be like, yeah, that guy's had a job and he's a real professional guy. He's had a profession. He does have a career, and it is really hard work, but it's not quite the same compared to like burger flipping. Like, this is like one of these rare industries. Sorry, there's a loud alert going on in my ear. There's like, this is like one of the industries where like it's weird that people do this as a hobby, and it's like their job, but they're also getting paid for it, even when it's their hobby. Like, there's these weird dynamics that make you say like it's not really a job, even though it is, of course, a career.
So TLDR, what you're saying is that a career is something that you never can really check out of, and a job is something that you're just doing your time to get your paycheck.
As I assumed, no, that's not what I said. But good straw man. Go off, King.
Okay, I got you.
I feel like Kyla has been straw woman to hell and back on this
Hell
panel.
yeah.
It's been
I'll expand on this later with Smoothie. We can
I
go
have
back to
another.
that.
I have another tangent, but something I've
I
wanted to
wanna
say this
throw
whole
in-
fucking time. I
Yeah, go
about the whole position, the whole point about it. What I'm saying, and some other people are kind of saying sometimes about there needing to be some more social standards, and people saying that's soy, like make it less toxic. Oh, that's soy, you're soying out. I think the type of standards that I want are going to necessitate more conflict. Like the kind of arguments we're having now, like there's good conflict and content to be had there. It's just not like throwing somebody like who's like, you know, at risk of suicide into like a spiral, you know, like that.
Yeah, but the
Dropping
reality
another
is there's a whole bunch of people unbeknownst to us who are on the verge of suicide, and
What if
so at
it's
some
known
point
to
we
you,
have
then
to
why
put
is
the
it okay
agency on the
then?
individual to not
Yeah,
do the
so-
wrong thing.
Zonia, you reminded me of that smart thing I was going to say before. Thank you so much, Zonia. I offload my brain to her. Because it was a response to our friend Counter. You said that, like, well, we should pull back if a person is, you know, talking about suicide, and agreed, sure, right? But like most people don't like do that, right? Like people who commit suicide don't necessarily announce into the world that that's what they're going to do, or unalive themselves. I guess we're on YouTube, maybe. That's what's going to do. So like you have to operate. The way I operate is that like I attack people for their ideas, right? And I even say it like when you come into my Discord, right? Like with the agreement, this is what you're going to be attacked on. You're going to be attacked on your ideas. And I don't want to attack people on like their physical appearance, or whatever, right? Like, I call my friend Doobie a Mexican because he hates it. But still, but beyond that, like,
True.
But like, just to have that be the line of someone actively stating that like they're going to hurt themselves, like I think that's a little too loose there.
So there's
I
a
just wanted to
problem.
make
There's a
a
problem
point
that
really
I see.
quickly
I'm gonna
in regard to
I'm
the
gonna-
whole idea of streaming as a job versus a career. Just really quickly, Zonia, I apologize.
Sure.
Transphobic moment again. I understand.
Yeah, I know. Learning new things about Nick today.
We are still respecting you as if you're the moderator, and that needs to stop.
I'm not. That's not happening. I just refuse to stop talking because I've been on panels before. So what I was going to say though is this: like I have to agree with Erudite that I don't really think streaming is a job, or that it's something that deserves the respect of like being a raised to degree of profession, right? Where it has its own standards and ethics. And the reason for that is like when you go to a job, you learn some number of specific responsibilities that are under your cap, with a line of like a duty of care and an understanding of how you have to exist within a certain pecking order or something like that, right? Like your first job is a really transformative thing in any person's life, right? If any of us have gotten a job before, right? It kind of teaches you how to play tit for tat and quid pro quo. Whereas, I'm gonna be honest, streaming and content creation is more like shoveling walkways for the winner, only for millions of dollars, right? The amount of money involved isn't what makes something more or less responsible. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Zonia.
So I'm going to say
anyway,
something controversial and spicy here. If you go and turn your suicide attempt into political points and political grandstanding, and to try and weaponize it against people, you weren't fucking suicidal, and you're just trying to get the heat off of you or turn it against somebody, and so people can end up going after you as a result.
Well, hold on. I was just thinking about that. But in case of so if for my own sake, I'm gonna call this like a work. If it's your job, it's your fucking career, so where you're making money in a professional environment, that actually is the case. Like you could use that as, if we create these standards, someone could weaponize that against the standards, to exploit it. But the thing is, once you weaponize that, that's as good as if you are suicide. So the line, you have crossed the line, and now you are excommunicated. You can't. If you're at your workplace, and you or you're at your workplace and someone says they're suicidal or something, in most types of workplaces, I can't think of a perfect example. I don't know, a fucking therapist, but that's just an extreme. Someone mentions something like suicide, now it's okay, whoa, the fucking something, it's the room just changed color. I have a totally now, I'm not even everything I do is now put through a whole new filter of responsibility, and my behavior now going forward is now I have to act incredibly. I cannot do the wrong thing now, because now I am culpable. If you do commit
you're
suicide,
on high alert,
yes.
Walking on eggshells at that point.
Yeah, so when somebody said, if someone was to exploit saying they're suicidal, you treat them almost as if they are. Okay, you're suicidal, and we're not gonna stream with you. That's how it should be.
In the same vein as what was said earlier about how you should trust somebody, how they're saying, if they say that they're okay to continue, even though they're getting a lot of backlash, and that it seems like their mental health is in jeopardy. If they say they're okay, you just take their word for it. Why not take their word for it if they say that they were suicidal?
I'm going to propose something for you, because this is something that's been done by a handful of streamers in this space. There are certain streamers in this space who have gone and done a pattern of, they go and they just stir up a bunch of shit with somebody, and then they get a bunch of backlash and pushback, and then they go and they say that they're suicidal to try and get the heat off of them, and then when things die down, they go and they do it again. And then they do the suicidal thing again, and then they back off, everybody backs off, and then they go and do it again. So what do you do about those people?
They shouldn't be allowed to come back.
I'm going to weigh in here a little bit, if that's okay. I'm not comfortable in saying that they're not suicidal. At the point where somebody is constantly going through a cycle of being suicidal and then re-kicking up shit constantly, right? And we all know we all know multiple figures in the space who do this. What we're talking about now is somebody where, at that point, that's an individual that I'm actually more comfortable infantilizing, right? Those are individuals, for example, that they're pretty much, bar none for me, I don't allow them on my platform at all with me, right? I don't really participate with them. In fact, for certain individuals who are very mentally ill but won't stop trying to fucking kick up shit with me, I just block them, because I don't really want to participate. However, we also have to make this distinction that the morals that I operate with aren't necessarily the morals that are capital T true, nor the morals that I should be imposing on other people, right? And we have to also make it the acknowledgement that there's a really big difference between something that is unethical, something that is just exists, it's just neutral, and something that is good, right? What I'm doing is probably, either some people will think I'm being really bad because I'm infantilizing these people, or you'd probably think it's really ethical. So I may be doing a high level of ethicalness around the mental health stuff, but somebody choosing to platform them isn't necessarily unethical, right? We have to figure out the line in between. John Zerka's platforming Anna, for example, I think that was for sure getting into the unethical territory. Absolutely. But it's not clear. But it's not clear when. This is the issue we have. It's not clear when it became unethical, and I think we have to be really careful about just couching these rules, being we should just never platform a mentally ill person. It's no, that's not true.
That's not the argument.
Sure, but we should have these
conversations
though.
Yes, we should have.
Okay, let Connor.
Sure.
I want to jump in because I'm only partially paying attention, but this is kind of important. I think that it should be socially looked down upon. So for instance, as an example, I'm just gonna say it. I think Lav, you should either have a no platforming or kids gloves rule with Lav, because she is the person who stirs up shit and then basically says, oh well, this is too much, I'm suicidal, and that's a pattern that we've seen over and over again, and she's very clearly addicted to negative attention, or any kind of attention, right? Positive, negative.
Hold on. I want to get your thoughts on what I have to say after.
Okay. I just want to finish this concept. So I think if you want to have a good faith conversation with her where you're like, well, I'm actually really interested in the way that you perceive transgenderism or your new turf shit or whatever, you can have a contentious conversation over the ideas. But if you just want to be like, you know, have her on stream in order to milk her and make her look like a fucking lol cow and dunk on her and make her suicidal and all that kind of shit, I think that should be maybe not like prohibited, but looked down upon. And then also, I think it's not okay to pretend it's normal. So for instance, I think that Darius and Relly had her on for like a random call or whatever, and Darius was like strip dancing and licking pussy air and shit. I thought that was weird as fuck. Where it's
Darius
like,
just always looking.
I mean, that's just Darius.
That's Darius.
Yeah.
He's always licking
all right,
pussy
well,
air.
I'm not familiar.
That's
enough
a whole
with
other
it.
mental health moment.
Well, right.
As streaming is an art, that's his art.
But that's also kind of my point is like, I don't think you should ignore the elephant in the room either, where Lav has stirred up a bunch of shit and then, like, you know, cries foul when she's getting a bunch of shit. I don't think you should ignore that either and just treat it like it's normal. So sorry, before anybody else talks, Smith, you said you had a specific
I
question.
want to bounce this off of you specifically because of what you just said. How do you feel? How do you feel about that? Like this? If Lav goes on like with like, you know, Destiny, she's saying that Destiny made her feel this way. Destiny had this effect on her. How do you think that should exclude her should preclude? Did you think that should mean other people shouldn't stream with her, or do you think that should mean that he should now not stream with her? Like,
I don't think he should. I don't think he should stream with her just because
he shouldn't.
Obviously, their behavior set is obviously very toxic for each other. If they can engage in a high level ideas conversation in which there were no personal attacks, I think they could engage in that level of behavior. But so far, they haven't demonstrated that they're.
Wait.
I don't think that's a
No.
possibility
The one thing I was asking about though was so that they shared for better for worse for whatever reason they should not be streaming together. But like does because she and him have a toxic relationship or have this negative, he has this negative effect on her. Do you think that means that she shouldn't? Other streamers should see her as someone they shouldn't stream with?
She kicks up shit everywhere she goes, just to be clear.
Sure,
Like,
I know.
she's-
Whatever.
Hold on. Stop. She has this dynamic with Destiny. The issue with Lav, and also sometimes with Anna, is that they have these dynamics repeatedly with like multiple people that they interact with, which shows like, again, like a bit of a common denominator. And the issue is, what do you say? You just can't platform them? I would say if you choose not to platform them for a good reason, that's good. But if you do choose to platform them, to be clear, I actually think it's neutral, particularly if the party is agreeing to it, right? Because like this is the issue with like these type of figures. Is like we're talking about mentally ill people. Some people are just assholes and it seems really toxic for them and they're getting very sad, but it's not clear if they're mentally ill. And like when they say dishonest shit about you constantly, are you just supposed to keep ignoring it? Are you supposed to respond to it? What if the lies about you are getting spread to the point that it's catching fire and people are starting to believe with it? Well, now you kind of have to address it. Otherwise, people are going to believe this lie about you. Like this is the dynamic that.
But you address the claim. You address the claim. You don't slander the person giving the claim. You address the actual claim.
Well, hold on. We expanded the conversation, and I'm perfectly fine with the expansion. I just wanted to talk about like the interactions as far as like, do you interact? Okay, so I think that there are more mature. So if somebody has like a maturity issue or a mental health issue, it really doesn't matter. We're talking about like having productive conversations that don't make people feel suicidal. I think you can talk to insane people and make them not feel suicidal all the time. So basically, if you're the kind of person who's gonna make an insane person, and insane might be ableist or whatever, but if there's somebody who's suicidal or has mental health issues, and you can't have a conversation with them that doesn't make them feel bad about themselves, maybe don't have that conversation if it's a repeated behavior. And then
do you think that's what Destiny was doing, though? Just to be clear, since that was the
I
broader
think,
conversation.
Okay,
I just want to make sure if we're fully.
Hold on. But there was a point at which I think it was obvious to everyone in the audience that this was bad for Lav and for Mr. Girl, where they were looping and they were fucking up and they were wrapped around axles
for like 3 weeks straight.
Continue to engage.
Okay, but the whole thing blew up because when he tried to force it to not be a conversation and he banned Mr. Girl to force him to take a timeout from the Reddit, it blew up in his face.
It had nothing to do with Mr. Girl. What?
So
he just said Mr. Girl.
We're talking about multiple dramas, though.
Okay.
You're talking about quickly.
I want to
Okay,
respond to something.
so-
Go ahead, Zonia.
With the Mr. Girl thing, yeah, measures were
He's
taken
retarded.
to cut him off. The bartender move was done. You can't stay here. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Thing that was done with Max. With Lav, not so much. I don't think.
What?
So, I don't think that was. I don't think he cut her off
Up until they blew up.
until they blew up. Yeah, I think she kept kind of coming on. So maybe he could have done it the way
There was like a period where she would go onto his stream, and then after that, the bridge burnt, and then she would go onto other panels, and he would react to all of that, and then DGG would just run her down on all of the other platforms.
What do you think she would have done? What do you think she
That's
would have
the
done
indictment.
if he cut her off? What do you think she would have done if he cut her off and said, "You, I'm sorry, you're too mentally ill."
Well, considering the fact that she requested it, and that was after she had gotten out of inpatient care, which Destiny knew about, and I have screenshots of that, she probably would have been okay with it because she specifically requested
Even
to be
if she wasn't.
taken
She
out of
was
the conversation.
banned. Her mention of her was banned in the Reddit the day before she even got out of inpatient.
Okay,
So
fuck
she
the
could
Reddit
have
for a
she
second.
could have like obsessed about him
Mhm.
or whatever. So what? Like cutting her off is the most ethical thing to do. In regards to Anna, there was a point in the story where like he did cut her off and she kept like obsessing over him. This is the story that
Just went to
I'm
other
reading.
channels.
She just ignore, like, okay, like you doing that is not going to mean that you're gonna be able, like that's like saying like when you cut someone off, you're putting them at the point of infantilizing them, and so that's like saying that you're like your kid keeps like begging for candy, and you're like, oh well, fine, if you beg enough, I'm gonna have to fucking give you candy. No.
Well, Smets said something that I want Erudite to contend with. So I think that you can address arguments without addressing the character of the person. So for instance, if let's say that Anna was looping for the hold on, I'm gonna use specific examples, even if it causes drama. I don't give a shit. I just wanna use a specific example. So if Anna was bringing up, Destiny was more intimate than, blah, blah, blah. We have this better relationship than what he portrays on stream. And also, like, I think he's, a bad father or whatever the super personal shit that she said, which then, this is like an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Destiny's like, fuck this, I'm going hard. I think you can basically say, this is fucked up. I have a good relationship with my family. I think this person is fucking a huge asshole for talking shit about this, and frankly I'm cutting them off, and then just address all the fucking arguments. I think that's a perfectly valid way to deal with criticism.
I think that
crazy psycho stalker.
When somebody with
all
a
that
platform
bullshit.
size,
I think
Destiny
there's-
goes gloves
I think
off,
you're-
though. It's a very huge power difference. It's like
here's the thing.
Fuck the
it's
power
like saying that
difference.
a
Yeah.
woman slaps you
We
and
can't
you
keep
can just beat the shit out
every
of them.
single time. We can't
Okay.
look at we can't look at all of these instances and be like, oh, he can't respond because of the power difference. At a certain
Yeah.
point, if somebody keeps antagonizing you, if somebody keeps talking about you and slandering you, you have the right to defend yourself.
You also have the
and-
right
Yeah.
to block them and stop talking about
Yes,
them. If
you
you
can
can blacklist them on
respond
your
to the
Reddit, why
claim.
can't you
But-
just stop
but
responding to the
blocking
things that
them-
are about them?
Blocking them is not changing. Blocking them is not changing this this narrative that somebody's putting out about you.
Okay,
You
okay,
should
wait.
have the right- Wait,
It's a blip.
I will
You
wait a
act like it
second. I
doesn't
will wait a
exist.
fucking
Doesn't give a
second.
fuck.
Let me finish. You
This
should.
is what they call
You
content.
should.
It does numbers. That's what matters.
It doesn't matter. If somebody is talking about somebody, the other person should have the right to defend themselves in a public manner. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's just
fuck
what
that.
I
Fuck this.
have.
Yeah,
But the
fuck
defending-
this soy
okay.
power differential shit. You're allowed
Okay, so
to
yeah,
defend
yeah,
yourself.
So defending
But-
yourself.
but
Yeah, but
here-
wait.
here,
When
let
you
me-
you
I
shut
wanna
up.
lay
Shut up.
something
I'm
out. You're
transphobic.
talking
You need to
about
shut
now-
up.
you're
I'm
talking about
transphobic.
an
You need to
impossible
shut up.
scenario.
Attacking somebody else's character to defend
hold
your
on.
character.
I haven't talked in a while. Okay, so
I don't give a fuck.
one of the problems here is that you're talking about a pretty impossible situation because he has gone through the cutting off thing, and what happens? People melt down and have a fucking temper tantrum. Max had a fucking temper tantrum over that shit. There's no real good answer or good solution to this kind of thing. Sure, at some point you should probably cut somebody off, but guess what? No matter if that person is a small creator going after you, you have the right to defend yourself. Fuck this soy power differential shit.
Okay,
Fuck
hold on.
that.
And look at what
Okay,
happened.
hold on.
Okay,
then.
so wait. I need to say something. I fucking need to say something. Wait, Stardust said earlier. Okay, this is incredibly poignant. Incredibly poignant. When you said the right to defend yourself, when you said the right to defend yourself, I don't do this a lot. When you say the right, I do it sometimes. When you say the right to defend yourself, what you're saying is as an opposition to actually like addressing the claim and dismissing. So somebody's putting a toxic, wrong claim about you, and you can address that and say this is an incorrect narrative about me. But instead of that, if you say, but at some point you have a right to defend yourself, what you're really saying is your right to destroy somebody so that anything they say is now uncredible.
Bullshit.
Destroying somebody. You don't have a right to you do not have a right to destroy somebody. You do not have a right to destroy somebody as a method of making them stop.
Okay, with somebody
So,
after your character,
we'll talk.
let's give an example here. Destiny blocked Anna on multiple different platforms, right? And multiple different social media sites. She kept talking about him. He would avoid talking about her as much as he could. He would do everything he could to avoid talking about her. She kept doing streams about him. Hours and hours long streams where she would talk about him. She would cry about him. She would call him an abuser. She would call him everything under the sun, right? She did it on the Zerka panel. At a certain point, he is having his character assassinated by somebody else. He has the right to defend himself.
Okay.
Address the claims.
So let's talk a little bit about retaliation, though, because I think.
Hold on. I'm gonna bridge.
No, nobody's bridging shit. You're all getting muted because I've been trying to break in for fucking 5 minutes and nobody can shut the fuck up. So, what I was gonna say, and I will unmute you in a second, is that it is not currently written in the Twitch and YouTube politics world that you have to respond with a minimum amount of force. Okay? As a matter of fact, people love responding with reciprocal amounts of force. And I think that's what Destiny does because, frankly, it's great fucking content. When you have somebody calling you a piece of shit and an asshole and a manipulator and abuser, it's great to call them a fucking psycho and a stalker and a fucking, somebody who can't take the fucking hint and blah, blah, fucking blah, okay? That is reciprocal force, and most people understand it. And by the way, I'm getting eaten by a Nurgle demon for you guys right now. But I think that after a certain point, once you throw an equitable punch, equal rights, equal fights, but then you realize that the person that you're dealing with is not mentally well, you have to use the minimum amount of force necessary in order to achieve the desired result. And I think that that is entirely possible. And while it's not necessarily a Twitch or YouTube enforceable TOS expectation, that is the culture that we should create. I will unmute you all, and you are free to yell at each other as much as possible.
All right, I'm gonna respond also, like kind of pole vaulting off of that and responding to what Smith was asking originally. I think it's really important to figure out the standard between being practical and what we require, and being virtuous when it comes to this escalation of force talk. Because Smith, you said that if you're attacked, you have to address the claims rather than the person. The issue is that we don't really do it that way practically in almost anything. Like in the presidential election we saw in 2016, I would say the main thing that made Trump so efficacious, especially in debate, was his refusal to defend himself, his refusal to address any of the claims laid at him, right? He would attack the individuals making the claims. And that was an extremely powerful maneuver. There's a reason why even in the legal system, right, it's standard for the defense to try and discredit the witness, right? I've recently experienced this.
Yes.
I've hold on really quick. I've recently experienced this actually in. Hold on, Smith.
I'm ready.
All right, yeah,
I'm ready too. I'm ready too.
Okay. So I experienced this actually super recently as a result of DGG. So there's this individual from the fitness chat in DGG by the name of Jacob Bakaj. Okay. Oh, no. And so he basically was telling a whole bunch of lies about me, saying that I was threatening people with death, posting near dick pics in the Discord, advocating for eugenics, and a whole bunch of this like crazy shit. Right. And so I was trying to, and that I'm a smarmy personal trainer with no understanding of biomechanics and physical activity, and that I'm basically a snake oil salesman, basically all this shit. Right. And so it's like I'm addressing him piece by piece constantly over multiple platforms. Right. And he just keeps lying and just keeps shifting the goalposts. And it doesn't matter how good faith I attempt to address these concerns and ameliorate it, he just keeps going and he keeps lying. And the only thing that made him stop is when we pulled all of the DMs or all of the messages of the context, maneuvered him kind of unintentionally into showing that he was lying, and then basically being like, look, here it is. You're a fucking liar. All of this is a lie. You're just lying. It's like we literally couldn't do anything about it until we attacked him as a person, until we discredited the witness.
You've made me move a little bit, because you're absolutely right. Like at some point it is important. You have to address the character of the witness, blah, blah, blah. But in a court of law, we have a lot of protections around that, and it's incredibly limited. You have to really justify attacking the character of it. You cannot just throw shit at them and see what sticks. You really, every single time you do that has to be justified. And so so as that is a first resort is absolutely not acceptable. That as a last resort is acceptable, and there are like that is not like you do, that is not like you go as hard as you can. You in a court of law, there's a reason you have to justify every single part of that.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
and that's what by the way, and that's what and that's by the way, that's what Steven did. He was very lenient for a long time, right? So in this now overall this now you do get to a certain point where you kind of have to address the individual or attack the individual if they're bad faith and they just keep touring streams and making up shit about people. You have to go after the person. You can't just keep
you can
trailing after the individual claims.
Yes, but what you do is you say, this person that's saying all this stuff, I'm proven that they're an unreputable. We cannot trust what they're saying. I've proven that by explaining why. What about their character? What that is. That's different from the thing where you're justified in fighting back. Where now your goal not is to discredit their character, but is to destroy them. That is a totally different goal, and that is what Steven does. Like explicitly.
If somebody is destroying your character by calling you an abuser, by calling you an abuser and a manipulator, then why wouldn't you respond in time?
You're justifying reciprocal force. That's
reciprocal force of somebody who is significantly more powerful than the person. That would be like somebody who is.
So what? Who cares?
Okay, let's look
at
the
shit.
Say your wife slaps you in the face and you just fucking.
I'm gonna go punch women.
Can I
bridge now, or am I gonna get muted again? Can I attempt to bridge this time?
Also, Connor, can you pull Levin, please?
No.
The call lady.
No. I can talk to her privately.
Come on.
Okay.
Of course, she wants to come on.
What the fuck, Drazher?
Yeah, you're just advocating for cutting people off when they can't handle their shit.
Guys,
you should platform people if they can't.
What the fuck is this? Double standard because she's a cute girl or something? Is that what's going on? Are you simping for her?
Everybody shut up. No. So the reason why I'm not going to pull Lav into the call is because I think that this would be another opportunity for basically like a 4v1 and us defending her honor and all that kind of bullshit. That's not what I want. I don't think a panel atmosphere is appropriate. If Lav wants to talk to me one-on-one, on stream, or in private, I'm perfectly fine with that. I am down to talk about whatever the fuck she wants to talk about, but I'm not going to drag her into a situation where her character will be attacked, where she'll be called a piece of shit, or a stalker, or an asshole, or a manipulator, or any of that kind of shit. We're not gonna do that after I just had a 2-hour fucking conversation about why that's fucked up.
You know, so many people. So many people. If they're watching this stream right now, if those review fucking reactors are watching the stream, so many of them just now said soy, fuck you, soy. But Steven did it too.
Let's milk the mentally ill locale, guys. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it.
Can I bridge the gap a little bit?
Go ahead, please.
I would say it is self-evident that if somebody is way bigger, I mean, if we had a boxing fight and you had a tiny 5'2" girl against a 6'5" guy that was 300 pounds of muscle, and they're both punching each other's face as hard as we can, nobody would be like, yeah, that's fair. That's fair, right? The issue with this is the problem with being a large streamer, is it is unfair because there is a greater level of like responsibility and culpability put on you because of the like weight of how your punches pull. And I would agree that there are times that Steven does go too far that I disagree with. The issue is that I like want to like bridge on the other side is it seems, this is like my frustration about this whole thing is when he snaps at people and goes too far, I think it's really bad. The issue is that up until that point, he's been exceptionally charitable, exceptionally benefited out, and exceptionally like patient with these people while they've said actually awful shit about him constantly. And then when he snaps, I agree. Sometimes he goes way too far. The issue is a lot of times it feels like we're looking at this dynamic and being like, well, he stabbed and went too far, so this other person's just the victim. And it's like, it's not that simple. Mutual like abuse and toxicity is the standard. There's almost nobody walking away with clean hands, almost ever. Like almost ever. Victims are not perfect.
But the thing is, they don't get away with it.
Smith, please allow me.
Okay.
So, but this is where we've talked about patterns of behavior, and we've done that with other characters besides Destiny. If there is a pattern of behavior of attracting interesting, he calls them interesting people. I call them autists and schizophrenics. So if he attracts autists and schizophrenics to use for content, then at some point, and this is a repeated pattern where you have a decade of people who have been torched in one way or the other, at what point do you say, you are justified in using reciprocal force? You are justified in using reciprocal force, but we would like it if you use the minimum amount of force necessary to affect the desired outcome. I am perfectly okay saying that here. I am perfectly okay saying that to his face.
So, like, one of the things that I know Steven has been very open about is that he's okay. Like, he has a policy of retaliation, and I don't necessarily think retaliation is wrong in many cases. Like, even though I overall support sort of the free speech idea of Kiwi farms, I was actually okay with Keffel's retaliating and trying to take Kiwi Farms offline. It kind of like, it goes sort of against like the way her method of it is not really the way that I would want to do it. But they came after her. But if I see myself in her situation and I see myself getting attacked in a way that I can't really address through traditional means, I could totally see myself getting extraordinarily unethical with retaliation to go back again to attack somebody or to take them out or something like that. So I kind of agree with, like, there are sometimes it is okay to retaliate, right? And the question is, how do you do your retaliation, and to what degree? I think I would agree with Kyla that sometimes Steven goes way over the top with it. In the case of certain people like Sam, for instance, I think was over the top. The DDoS kid, what he was playing there, I think that was over the top as well. So, but yeah, I mean, in the case of the smear campaigns that have been going on against him and against me, nah, fuck that shit. Full force retaliation on these people. Fuck them.
Y'all are cave people, but it's okay. That's fine.
Ruga.
Yeah.
Wait,
no, but this is what satisfies. No, I'll let you go.
No, never mind.
Satisfies the caveman brain of Twitch and YouTube poll.
Okay, but let's be clear, it's not an equal retaliation, right? Like, if even compared to me and Lav, right? I have a bigger platform. Well, she's got a really big TikTok, so it's hard to compare it entirely. But let's just presume I'm bigger than Lav, for instance, right? The things that I say about Lav, I realize could have a bigger punch. I also am aware that, like, a lot of people tend to, like, look at me and be like, oh, Erudite, like, speaks some serious facts. So I also know that, like, criticisms I make of people are going to probably be levied at those people more seriously than some people might take of, like, Lav's criticisms. And so, like, when I'm thinking about all of these things in context, like, an equal punch towards, like, Lav is actually really hard to figure out what it is. I'm fine with people, like, having, like, fisticuffs and, like, going at each other and whatnot. I don't think it's the end of the world. But figuring out what is actually an equal punch back and forth is really, really hard, right? It's not clear.
I actually just thought of a fantastic analogy that only Connor is going to get. But essentially, DGG is consistent of, like, mostly autistic spurgs that are going to probably go out and say something. So they're like, of the viewership, they're like the elite units of people that are going to actually go after people. And your, like, casual viewer that just catches clips is going to be like the infantry. Destiny has almost all elite units and almost no infantry units, pretty much.
No, the issue.
I love how
it's a 40K analogy.
Actually, hold on, really quick. I would actually say this is a pretty good analogy. I think that is kind of the
Thank
difference.
you, Nick.
You think
I love your
Destiny
drawing,
is full
by the
of
way.
Navy SEALs?
Well, so here's the thing, right? So it's
Warhammer
like if
40K
you use different units as a metric, right? There's certain factions that are kind of like use a Zerg tactic. They have tons and tons and tons of these tiny little units.
He's got a huge army of Terminators, and they have some.
Yeah, it's like fucking what do you call it? The what guard? Who guard
Protoss.
the Emperor? What the
The
fuck?
Imperial.
Custodes.
I think he's got like an army of
He's got
like an army of
Are you saying that
custodes.
he's got
Like
an
it's
army
all
of
these.
a lot of tiny minions, or are you saying that he's got an army of superpower guys?
an army of super powered
Can we
fucking
like just
retards.
use like real grown-up words for erudite?
No!
Okay.
No, this is CounterPoints 30K, okay? We're talking about Warhammer.
Super simple. I'm going to bridge the gap. This is just true, okay? The unique thing about Destiny's community is that it's been around for a really long time. There's a whole bunch of notable, unique figures that have been around forever, listening to Destiny's content, developing this ability and this tool set of like how to fight people, how to debate, how to dig up crazy shit on the internet, and how to weaponize communities where they've seen all of this happen, right? This is
everybody in Destiny's
unique.
Hold on.
Why?
I'm gonna add because I think there's missing something. He doesn't have an army full of Navy SEALs. What he has is, yes, there are some OGs that have been training for 13 years, and he's got a couple of very elite people that almost no communities have. But I don't think that DGG is just filled with these like super powered, like autistic sperms.
I would say that a higher percentage of his community is those as opposed to other people's communities.
This is
at least you can at least
they're
see
mostly.
It's not a hand wave though. It's not a hand wave. This is actually the big major point. Is there's these cliques of OGs that know each other really well and are super mobilized, and they pick their enemies, they pick their vendettas, and then they try to fuck you up, right? Other communities don't have this. They haven't been around long enough to cultivate, this fucking power level or whatever, right? That's the unique thing about Destiny is DGG is around for like what, 14 years?
So if you
I
have
love that DGG is like this boogeyman. Like it's sort of the magic word boogeyman. They say DGG and everybody shivers and cowers and hides, right?
If you have a community with clicks, if you have a community with cliques of OGs that go and target people, why would you like I would just say you guys are not
fans of mine,
allowed
to continue to inhabit that
well,
space.
let Smith finish. You talked over Smith. Let Smith finish. I didn't hear him.
If I had cliques of people in my, like that were fans of me that would target people and fuck them up, I would be like, get the fuck out of my community. I don't want anything to do with you. Do not associate with me anyway.
That is what Destiny does, though.
Yeah.
All right. Can we let Prime? You look like you have something to say. Please.
I feel like you can easily make them not part of your community. Most people
that's
don't.
what he does, though, right? What Destiny always says.
So they're so obsessed with him, they latch on no matter what he says about them.
Yes, literally. But here's the thing: is if he catches them, he literally will. But it's the internet, man. It is really hard to do this.
If you report somebody who is harassing you on a certain platform and send it to him or to one of his mods, they will ban that person from all of their chats.
Yeah. If you prove it, then he's going to have to do that. Yeah.
So here, there's something. So Nick, I want to push back a little bit on what you're saying because
but he can constantly tell his community, don't fucking do that. If anybody's doing that on my behalf, then fuck them. She started interrupting, so whatever. I'm going to interrupt her.
The OGs don't actually do what you're talking about, Nick. So the OGs, there are little cliques, there are little GCs and stuff like that. They tend to really keep to themselves. They share stuff in the GCs and stuff like that. I'm in some of those GCs. I know some of the OGs, but they're not usually the ones that are going and like bombarding people. Now, what they will do sometimes, they'll like quote tweet on Twitter and put a critique out, but they're not going to be the ones that are like repeatedly bombarding people in the replies or showing up in their stream chats. Like they'll show up in my stream chat to say, hey, look at what's going on. And then I'll pull it up on screen and stuff, be like, oh, interesting, right? Mm-hmm. That kind of thing will happen, but they're not going and bombarding them in their stream chats or in their replies.
Yeah, so I completely agree with you that it's not the OGs doing the bombarding, right? But it is often, and I don't want to make it sound like all of the OGs are bad guys. I don't want it to feel that way at all. It's just that the per capita, the power level of a chatter in DGG is just higher proportionally for the size of community. I would unironically say that DGG by volume is healthier and less toxic than any other community I know of comparable size. But if you get on the wrong side of some of the people in DGG, that's where you're going to have real problems. And it's not because they're going to spam your chat. They don't have numbers, right? They have power level. They'll draft a real fucking banger of a Reddit post about you with lots of logs drug out from who knows what the fuck, right? And all sorts of crazy shit that normally a community wouldn't bother. They would just N-word spam you and try to mass report you. DGG is not like that. They don't have the numbers. They have Praetorians.
Yeah,
and that's a critique, though. So who cares about that, right?
You can buy ban armor from Destiny.
Okay, the reason why that matters is because when people are talking about DGG being toxic, it's a really low resolution of understanding of like what is actually being experienced by people who like have the short side of DGG, who like do go through like
Thank you for
awful
telling me I'm
experiences with
retarded. I
DGG.
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
What
I love you
I was
though.
agreeing with you.
Just wow.
So the thing is though that people will go, they'll
Erudite
say
was
some
only like
shit,
10%
they'll
of the
be
way to the
wrong.
point.
Like usually what'll happen is somebody will say some crazy shit, they'll be wrong, it'll be something that they say about another person, then what happens is like the DGGer goes and does a high effort post on the subreddit and posts logs and everything and shows how they're wrong, and then the people get butthurt about the fact that they get exposed for having said some shit that was completely wrong, and then they go to Twitter and go on their channels and they start crying about it and saying, I can't believe they're beating up on me, and then more people post more shit and dig in more stuff and expose more shit about it.
Erudite.
That sounds pretty
Okay, hold
shitty.
on. I want Erudite to go. I want
Thank you.
Erudite to go because she
God,
only got
fuck.
10% of a point out. But real quick before I let her go on a rant, there's a simple solution to this. Don't be on fucking Reddit. Erudite.
Okay, so yes, okay, I agree with you, Drazher. There is a higher power level. The issue is we can't say a community is more toxic if they spend a lot of time going through and finding very strong evidence of why your behaviors are bad and the criticisms that they have against you. It hurts more, it sucks, and it's way harder to get away with, and people are gonna go, oh my god, that is a good criticism, and they're gonna fling it at you over and over and over again, which does fucking suck, but that doesn't actually make them more toxic. In many ways, it makes them less toxic. It just sucks more, because like a bunch of people spamming my chat, for example, and calling Nick a cuck and me a slut, I don't care. None of that's real. It's literally just like the lowest hanging fruit. But if people come in my chat and like give me like legitimate criticisms, they're like, oh fuck, that's real, and they sling it at me over and over, that's the shit that sucks. That's the stuff that rubs hard.
Like digging up your old workplaces and calling your colleagues and outing
That's different
your.
because that's not like a real criticism. That's just like harassment. But
Well, no, but hold on.
That whole situation.
It was all done through the guise of
Yeah,
an
it looks
investigation, literally. Right?
I would call it concern trolling, and concern trolling does fuck you up.
I mean,
We all know.
President
Everyone
Sunday
in here
is
knows
probably the
concern
most
trolling can
unhinged
fuck
person
you
on
up.
Twitter, so.
Well, this is the thing: is it literally goes both ways, and we have no judge, jury, or executioner to decide, right? Like President Sunday did this whole thing, right, where he did a super in-depth op-ed, and like it was guised as like a super like ethical investigation, but then he just also happened to throw in the name of the university and the name of the professor and the email of the professor and the phone number of the professor and the old workplace and blah blah blah. And it's all under the guise of I'm here doing an ethical thing. Okay, I'm here to get you. I've got your number and I know what you're up to, right? And it happens both ways with DGG, right? Sometimes they're justified in all the crazy shit that they drum up and they catch you in a lie, and sometimes they don't. And so, and both times it's really effective.
But that was okay. But that was kind of one of Max's points that I think is salient, which is part of the content is finding attractive enemies. So now, if you're a professional and you're not a schizo and you're not a spurg and you argue about things based off of your perspective, then you should be fine, because basically you can argue your professional shit, you can keep your relationship professional and all that kind of stuff. But when you mix the interpersonal and the professional, and then you also happen to have a few mental disorders or whatever, it can get really fucking ugly really quick. And so the question is, after a certain point, whose responsibility does it become? Now, of course, it's super easy to say it's all the person's fault because they're fucking mentally ill and they keep engaging with this bullshit, blah, 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 blah. And I think that's
blame the victim, yeah.
But, at some point, if you have a decade repeating pattern of attracting mentally ill people who then freak the fuck out, then at what point?
I just have some questions about that. You know, it's not saying that they're completely like a piece of shit person, but there's at least a recognizable pattern to tell you that maybe there's something else going on here.
And here's the thing. I'm perfectly fine with saying like, okay, up until now we've just been milking content. I mean, in the 2000s, nobody would have given a shit about this, by the way.
Fuck no.
This was just
this would have been a blip.
Was
yeah.
This is just the way the internet was. So I'm perfectly fine saying that.
The
like,
scale is
hold on. I just want to say like. I'm perfectly fine saying that this could all be autopilot, where Destiny's just been so used to looking for aggressive debate people who are interesting to talk to and then getting into shit fights with them. That's been content for a long time. Why would he change anything about that? That's just content, baby.
And then he gets lost in that, right? Like when he starts to deal with different personalities of people, he doesn't handle them as differently as you may have to interpersonally with these people,
Well,
and it
but
creates
a
these
lot of-
situations where
A
people
lot of
spiral.
people that,
You
that
know-
a lot of
I gotta finish
people
this
that have
point, or
fallen
else
into this
I gotta-
pattern aren't mentally ill because like Hassan and Vosh, like they're clearly not mentally ill. They're very successful, smart people. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
Hassan
But
Vosh
hold on. Let me finish. This is incredibly important because I don't want to sound like I'm like just overly being shitting on Destiny, okay? I think once you have the repeating pattern of attracting people who go nuclear or whatever, then at what point can the community say, that's okay if you want to develop that kind of content, but we want to have a limit on when you can milk your lol cows, and we also want you to respond with not proportional levels of force, but the minimum level of force required in order to achieve the desired result, because frankly, we're seeing people who are devastated by this behavior. I think that's an okay critique to bring up.
So
Someone
I don't
from
know
law
why you think
enforement
that
telling you to use
mentally
minimal
ill people
force.
can't be successful. Like that's like a weird
They
line to
can.
draw. Like,
guess
of
I
course they
implied
can.
that.
No, not you.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So like okay, that has no bearing
So-
on.
He's just calling
anything
Bosch
there.
crazy right now. That's what he's really doing.
So I think it's really important to identify,
Look,
like, Destiny does
Fitness
have
chat
a lot
asked
of
for it.
falling outs with other streamers that are decently public. I don't know if it's true that he has proportionally more based on the amount of other streamers he interacts with, right? So like Hassan doesn't have lots of big public falling outs, but Hassan basically buries all
Doesn't he talk to
criticism.
anyone?
He doesn't engage with almost anything that's negative against him, and he doesn't engage with that large of a pool of other content creators, right? So like an important thing to talk about with Destiny is like, is it the case that he has all these crazy explosions, or is it the case that he has a proportionally pretty normal amount of explosions in this space with a bunch of streamers that are not mentally ill? More often they're fucking narcissistic, right, and self-deluded.
Yes,
and, like,
yes,
self-aggrandizing.
yes.
That's going on.
Thank you.
And
Hassan.
we're also forgetting we're doing motivated think when we're talking about Destiny's relationships, because there are a shitload of relationships that Destiny's had for years that are excellent, they're healthy, they're stable, and people just like to disregard things like Dan
Yeah.
and Mr. Mutin. But he's had Tabor and like a number of his, like, I won't name
Supreme.
it, Supreme, a ton of people in his space that he's had a good relationship really consistently with. Again, as somebody who's
Yep.
in friendship, I know I'm biased, but he's been always very generous, very clear about our boundaries, very receptive to me, and like I just it's such unfair framing to like look at like these things occurring and just be like, oh, there must be like this toxic
Yeah.
pattern. It's like, or we're engaging in motivated think. Is
Yeah,
that all?
I-
Would it
I
matter?
think
Hold on,
it's
hold on,
fair.
hold on.
And in addition
this
to
is
that-
providing this is providing cover for my criticism. The basically, if we, I think that this for law enforcement, if I was to make this analogy, I think you can basically say, like, oh yeah, well, cops are justified in using lethal force the few times that they do, because look at how many schizoids they deal with. Look at how many crazy people they deal with. They engage with normal members of the public all the time, and there's nothing violent that occurs ever. But when they're dealing with, dangerous, crazy people, then, these violent things happen or whatever. That still doesn't change the fact that because they're public servants, which I know Destiny is not, he's a private citizen.
He has a
engaging
proclivity
in
to
an
service, though.
Nice. He is an unregulated individual who is in a hobby, career, whatever the fuck you described it as. So he has no moral or legal impetus to do what I say. But at what point, as a community, do you say, you are a big part of this community, you wield a lot of power of influence, we would like you to wield that power and influence with a minimum level of force necessary in order to achieve your desired goals? I think you can fucking say that all goddamn day, but you basically just came back and said that because some people suck out of the hundreds of thousands of people that he deals with, or thousands of people he deals with, sometimes it's okay for him to go hard.
That's
I think
not
this
what
is
I
a-
said.
Look,
Hold on.
so-
I have to
That's kinda
respond.
what I
have to
heard.
respond because
Okay.
that's not that's fine, but everyone loves to strawman Erudite tonight for whatever fucking reason.
I know, right?
woman.
What I said, and that isn't what
Exactly.
I implied at all. Just to be very clear, I didn't say that he's okay for going really hard. I said expressly multiple times that I do think he goes too hard, and it's not good.
Okay,
I
so
said
I'm
that
going to push you.
expressly.
I'm going to push you. Would you be okay? Because I've said that I'm comfortable saying this. Would you be okay saying, hey, Steven, a lot of people hate you. They're fucking assholes. They deserve a lot of the shit that they've received. But going forward, if you engage with somebody similar to Mr. Girl or Lav and it goes nuclear, would you please use the minimum amount of force necessary? Would you be okay with saying that to his face in a DM, private DM, whatever?
So,
And as
No.
okay.
Well, now you're making him say it
What is
public.
the impact of the
Does
article? so
anybody
far?
else have
asking
a
if
couple
she
of
would
clauses
design-
they would like me to do in my friendship? Go ahead, Drazher. Go for it.
I just want to point out what is
I
the
want her
impact
to
do you
answer
think
the
the
question.
article so far has
I will.
had on?
Okay, unrelated.
Whatever.
Okay, no, I'm not going to do that because I see Destiny as a complex person who I am friends with and I care about. And I am disinterested in going to my friends when they have been fucked over and backstabbed repeatedly, even when they've done bad stuff, and just go and tut them about their like naughty behavior. That's not how you do friendship, and that's not how you love on people. So you're free to say that, but I have a different dynamic with him. And no, I'm not going to do that because that's not how I'm interested in engaging with Destiny. Because I feel like to do that as his friend means that I must like basically, it's like implying something about his character that is unfair, which is that he just reactively attacks
I don't think
people
it has
for
anything
zero
to do
But
with
reason.
I don't think he's asking.
Yeah,
you
it's not about his
counterpoints, he's
character.
asking you to do that about
It is
like
about his
as
character.
his friend.
Okay, guys,
right? Like,
it
I think
absolutely. Hold on.
counter-
This is
he's talking. He's
go
talking
ahead,
about
Brandon.
like having a social response, right? As a community, not you as an individual, erudite saying these things. And I agree with you. I understand exactly what you're saying, erudite. So I agree with you on your specific point that you're making. But like in terms in general, like and we can remove Destiny from that situation, right? Whether it's Vosh, whether it's anyone who we think is wielding their power unethically, right? That we could have some sort of community response that this is not okay, right?
So it is, of course, explicitly about his character. I don't know how you guys are at all getting off on saying that it's not. It's about how ethically and how virtuously he's wielding his platform, and if he gives a shit about the implications that has.
But
if you disagree that being about someone's character, you're just retarded and you don't know what character means.
So if it's impossible, if it's impossible to address your friend's character, he creates a friendship with all of his orbiters. So if now his community, now it's impossible to impede his character.
I beg of you, please stop fighting ghosts. Please. Nobody said that you can't confront your friend on character flaws.
But you don't want to. But it's uncomfortable.
No, that's not what we said either.
That's what you're doing.
Okay, Smith, we can do this. All right, there we go. Okay. As Star elucidated, Destiny is already meeting the minimum expectations for social behavior in Twitch and YouTube. He just is. He's conducting himself as everybody else would do, where if you get somebody who's talking shit about you, you can respond with reciprocal force. As a matter of fact, it's great. I've already said it's great content to respond with reciprocal force. I'm asking for something higher. I'm asking for something supererogatory, as the great philosopher Vaush would say. Okay? It would be morally good if he did so. It is not required. And you're right. You're right. If I asked him to use the minimum level of force and then he continued to attract, mentally unwell people and then went super hard on them after the relationships went nuclear, I would think less of him as a result. That doesn't mean that I can't be his friend. That doesn't mean that I can't be a professional peer. That just means that I'm making a professional ask as somebody who cares about the health of the space in general.
Okay, so the issue for me in this is twofold. Number one, I'm going to my friend and assuming that I am correct about morality and that I know that he is breaking a moral thing, and I am going to correct his character about that, which you can do with your friends. In fact, if you're a good friend, I would argue you are required to. But you should be really, exactly. You should be fucking careful when you do that type of confrontation. In the case of Destiny, it's really hard to go at him with Lav or Anna or any of these things when I have seen what they say about him constantly. When I see the shit that they say, the constant circling around, it's really hard to go to my friend who's been backstabbed by multiple people that he tried to trust and be like, it would be better if you could be more moral. But it's just like,
the part I'm picking up on.
I need this. Just real quick. I'm muting you, but I just need to do this before we get distracted. As a law enforcement officer, I had a woman pull off her colon bag and throw it at me. A bag filled with feces.
Yes.
In response, should I have pooped into my hand and thrown it at her face, or should I grabbed her by her wrist and elbow, guided her gently to the ground, and placed her under arrest?
So you should have shot her.
You're misunderstanding another really important thing to me that I've at least figured out that works very well in my relationships. I, for myself, expect the highest standard of conduct constantly, and I berate myself when I don't meet it. I expect, basically, I'm like a virtue ethicist in that way. I expect best performance all the time, and I'm really hard on myself when I don't meet that. I do not apply that lens to my friends at all. Mm-hmm. So, for example, In the case, again, I really hate using your police officer analogies because in the case of a police officer, you're a paid professional. So no, there's a whole other reason as to why you should be throwing
And you're a
her
bastard.
shit or anyone else's shit back at her. But in
It's
the case of
supererogatory.
Destiny, with other people in the space, they're like kind of friends, kind of like competitors, and also like mutuals in the same industry. So it's not this clear dynamic. There is no professional at play here. And so I am not going to go to my friend and say, you must conduct yourself at the best possible practice. And
Right.
if you're not,
Yeah, but
I'm going to
it's not.
finger
Hold on.
wag at you.
What I'm picking
Not
up at, what I was
personalizing this.
really quick.
It's
I'm not gonna go.
personal.
Personal.
What
personal.
I'm,
You want me to go to
yes,
my friend?
exactly. What I'm
But
picking up on,
please.
what I was criticizing you
But
earlier,
brother,
what I was
trying to
picking
check
up
that.
on, really quick. I'll just stop in a second, then, okay? What I was picking up on earlier is you keep repeating, I don't want to go to my friend, and I understand that it is hard, but I think the fact that everybody that works with him is his
hard.
that it is hard to go to your friend and do that. It
unfair.
That's
is.
not what I'm talking about. Stop
It is,
You're
though.
you're not seeing
Well, that's
this
what
yet.
I'm talking about.
You're talking to me about what I am saying. So see me.
So I'm telling you
and
what I
respond to
think
what
you're
I'm saying.
I'm telling you what I think you're saying.
And
So
I'm
if you
telling
listen to
you-
me, and then you
No,
can respond to
I'm-
me,
I'm
or you can
correcting
shut me
you.
up.
I'm correcting
Hey,
you.
can I guys? I listen. I know you both, and I love you both. Okay, Smith, I love your little pink room, and I love your fuzzy little mustache. Kyla, you know, I'm your husband. I love your black hair and your brilliant mind. Okay, I want to bridge the gap here. So, Smith, I think that you're misunderstanding what Kyla was talking about when she said, "I don't want to come to Destiny with this." Right. So I think we all agree we have to, that this is a personal thing. Right. And so it's not a matter of going to Destiny and being like, okay, you're doing something wrong as your friend. I am like morally obligated to tell you this. Right. Like that's not the scenario we're in, because we've decided that what we're suggesting to ask of Destiny is supererogatory and not mandatory. Right.
Correct.
And so for Kyla to go to Destiny and say, hey, I already agree that you're doing everything okay, but I think you should hold yourself to a higher standard. That's not something that she's comfortable doing, not because it's personal, because she doesn't think that it's her place to make that semi-condemnation / request or proposition, which I think is fair, that you're not required to
Okay.
tell all your friends or anyone that they have to adhere to a higher standard. That's why Kyla's saying that you're not seeing her.
The
That's
part
what
I'm
Kyla's
picking
trying
up
to
on,
say.
you did it too, is you said to my friends, and that's what every time Kyla says that, she says to my friend, and that's what I'm picking up on.
Okay,
Right or
so
wrong?
Stardust wants to
so
talk.
What do you mean?
yeah, so that,
So-
you're right. You're right
Shut
that she's
up.
talking about you're right that she's talking about a friend, right? But it's not that she's uncomfortable doing it to a friend. She thinks that she's not supposed to. That it's not
What
not
about a
good
peer
to do.
Professional.
Well, she doesn't agree that they're professionals. Well, like, so here's the thing. I think I really don't want to fucking. I feel like we're just beating at fucking retarded shit for no fucking reason. Okay, I think what we've really genuinely stumbled upon is that there is something unique about Destiny's community, and people have been saying that for a long time, but they've been saying that it's uniquely toxic. Right. And so they've been telling Destiny he needs to appeal to his community by this specific set of standards that's generally good for preventing brigading. The issue is that Destiny's community doesn't just like have a problem with mere brigading. In fact, DGG, like, I understand their structure now. I've talked with Destiny about it, and I've seen a bunch of like how they respond to shit. Destiny does more than basically anyone in the fucking space. And so I've been trying to figure out why people's response to DGG is so big. And I genuinely think we've stumbled onto something, which is that the uniqueness of Destiny's community, having been around for so long and having a lot of individuals of a severely higher power level than you're normally encounter.
19, yeah, your 17-year-old Twitch
Yeah.
audience member
Yeah.
who's stealing daddy's
Exactly.
credit card to get yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the solution though, the solution for this unique community isn't the same guidelines that we give people like Hassan. It's different. It's new territory because there's almost no internet community that's been, other than like 4chan, that's been around for as long as DGG.
Okay,
and we don't know what the fuck to do with 4chan.
I want to share something terrifying with you guys. So I have 4 DMs from Lavloon that I have not read yet. I have 4 DMs from Destiny I have not read yet.
That's terrifying.
I'm not gonna let it color the content. You know, we'll just see what that is after the show.
I think Stardust wanted to say something for a while, and
Yeah, I mean,
nobody
I
was
was
saying
And me
just
too.
Yeah, I was
I
just
didn't see
gonna
your hand up, so
say.
I'm sorry.
Base sexism.
I was just gonna say, piggybacking off of Kyla's point, like I wouldn't even go. I don't know that I would even go to just like another person and tell them that they should hold themselves to a higher standard. It's not really my place when I see somebody who's not even my friend, right? If I see somebody who has been not just like we have to also look at this. It's not just reciprocal because he's reciprocating this his actions, right? Because it's not just those actions, right? What he is also experiencing is somebody backstabbing him, somebody who he was a confidant in, turning on him and using those things against him. It's so in reality, you're talking about somebody who has done this act of betrayal, and when he is responding, I actually don't think it's reciprocal in the way that you think it is. Somebody else took that trust that he entrusted in them with and turned it right before he did anything. That is on top of whatever this person is saying about him publicly.
Yeah.
So, mind if I go?
But
Finally?
Zonia.
I just
Okay.
wanted to say something before,
Lucky
and then
Erasure.
I got
Yeah.
So like
Zonia
this
Prime.
is okay.
Zonia, go.
Okay.
Jesus.
Go ahead, Zonia, please.
Okay, all right. So, the problem that I see with trying to tell somebody to downplay or pull their punches on something is that this isn't an environment where streamers have like the police and the legal structure and an board of ethics and all that. So it's up to the individual to figure out how to manage their own reputation and their name and their brand and how to deal with defense and such. And I'm not going to presume to know what the best method of defense for them is. In addition to that, I've seen from my experience watching Steven now since about 2017, he seems to, at least in the last several years, pull his punches a lot and go real easy on people for quite a while, and even keep the bridge open while somebody else is just bad-mouthing the heck out of him constantly. He'll leave the bridge open and not do much and just do a little bit of pushback on things, and then finally at a certain point it's like they're not going to end, they're not going to stop doing this, and then they like burn the bridge or something, and then he just starts going hard at that point to defend himself. And so it seems to me like he is actually having a pretty measured response for quite an extended period of time before he finally goes hard.
I mean, I don't even know.
No. Erudite,
Yes, less Black Erasure.
And I'm gonna respond to you, Erudite, so you can say things about
Connor,
me
check
later
my
on.
DM.
I don't want to check any more DMs. God damn it.
Check
Yeah, you
my
should
goddamn DM.
You should check
Okay.
all the DMs.
All right, I'm going to send you all DMs at this point.
Brian, go.
Okay, so I agree with what Zonia said to a certain extent. Like, when like I don't think any of us understand what it is to be within Destiny's position within this community, right? Like, none of us have been there. We don't have the size of the community. We don't have the tenure. We don't have like the pressures to keep up, right? The content that he does. We don't have any of that. But I think that with it's okay to set social standards. My problem with what Erudite was saying, at least the direction you were coming from, I think as in terms of friendship, that makes sense. Yes, you don't want to go to your friend and say those things. That's perfectly that makes sense. But like what Connor and I have been talking about are setting community standards and separating it from that. Like so I'm not friends with Steven. Like, we don't have like a friendship thing. Like, I talk to him sometime and that's it, right? I'm more of a friend with my friend Connor up here, right? Like, and if he was fucking up, and as a community, right, we started having some conversations like, yeah, the direction of his content looks like he's like harassing this person, right? Like let's go and talk to him about it, right? Let's say like, hey, is this the right direction? Is this the way you want to go? It doesn't have to be accusatory. It doesn't have to be any of those things. It could just be like do you want other perspectives on this? Like, it could be as simple as that. And so like I get it. Like, so that's why Connor's talking about like abstracting it from the individual. So it's not about Destiny being a bad person. I don't think he's a bad person, right? It's not him being a villain and then us having to slay the villain. It's about when people are going off track, and it's easy to happen when it's coming at you. Right? When you are the subject, when you are being villainized, it's easy to, as Zonia said, she could see herself doing something super unethical if like Kiwi Farms like went crazy on her or something like that, right? So like it's about abstracting that and then as community saying, hey, like maybe you should pull back.
I'm gonna be honest.
I don't think Destiny's done anything that has made me think that he is harassing somebody. To like one of your points that you were saying.
I'm gonna be honest, right? And this is no real defense or condemnation of Destiny, but I think I'm a nice guy, but I'm also a very hateful person towards like my enemies or whatever. And so I think if I had Destiny's platform, holy fuck, I would be so
what
much
does Christ
worse.
ask you to do? What does Christ ask you to do, Nick?
I also think it's important to note
he asked me to conquer the Philistines.
When we're talking about like retaliation, let's talk about the situation with Lav, for example. Like a lot of things that Destiny said about Lav, like I'm sorry, if he spoke about Lav the way that Lav spoke about him, this would be a whole other conversation, right? Like the way that Lav felt and Mr. Girl has felt okay talking about Destiny, and the way that he's like still like decently measured, not really with Mr. Girl at all anymore. Like I feel like so often when we see like a whole bunch of people going at it and we see like one person who has a way higher power level, and I'm not talking size of thing, just like capacity for like rhetoric and like emotional regulation and all that sort of stuff. If we see them be like even slightly maybe like what we say like, that's probably too mean, we're more likely to condemn the person who's got a high power level, who's like in most ways probably being literally better than the other person. And I think we need to be really careful about that, right? The dynamic with Destiny, to remember the human side. Is there a chance that he was too hard with
some Spider-Man quote about this?
I also want to point something out.
Yeah, I want to run my life by fucking Marvel
don't make
movies.
me
Hold on.
Can I just
it's my
please
show.
finish?
It's my
Can I
show.
please
Oh, God
finish?
damn it. Erudite finish, and then I want afterwards. Don't make me abuse my power.
And then me after that.
And then me.
And then me after Zonia.
Okay.
No, and then me, then you after me.
I'm gonna interrupt.
I'm going right now because I feel like it.
Erudite,
all of the conversations about Destiny, I feel like Destiny specifically is an individual that people have a really easy time forgetting that he's a person, not a construct. And I think that's because in many ways Destiny is very atypical from a lot of people. In large part because he's got a pretty flattened affect, right? He doesn't like show a lot that's going on. And it's probably because in many ways he doesn't like he says, he's pretty steady Eddie. He's not like, doesn't have really extreme stuff. And like you could get into psychoanalyzing about why, but regardless, that's the way he experiences things, right? And so like I think a lot of times when we talk about Destiny, we like hold him to such a like unhuman like standard of experience, because in many ways I think maybe we have a hard time mapping onto him, and neutral things we tend to project our shit onto, right? Anyone who's in therapy knows this. And so it's like it just feels like in all of this conversation people just keep forgetting that like, yes, Lav's a person, and I'm all for humanizing Lav, and I'm all for humanizing Max, but Destiny's a person here too, and it feels like there's no margin there for humanity.
With my response,
This isn't towards crime, by the way.
Do you think that that's what I was doing with what I just said?
No, I'm not talking about you.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
No.
Okay. My turn. Then we can take turns and hold hands and be nice to each other. Okay. So in my turn, I want to be very explicitly clear. I do not give a flying fuck about Destiny going on a stream and saying Mr. Girl is a fucking uncharitable retard asshole who is talking shit more than he fucking knows, and we did have a good relationship for XYZ amount of time, but basically he's a piece of shit, fuck him, etc., etc. I don't think anybody gives a fuck about that. I think the main thing that most of the detractors and critics care about, at least it's what I care about, is it seems like there's people who are losing their shit. They are fucking slowly circling the drain. If we're talking about Anna or Mr. Girl or Lav or whatever, it just seems like they're fucking losing it, right? And instead of being like, okay, these people are fucked up, they're assholes, they're retarded, they're being super fucking uncharitable to me, fuck them, I hate them, I'm gonna fucking let them circle the drain, and then I'll circle back around unless there's, for instance, when the article was written. I don't think that's something that can go unaddressed, right? But it seems like once you cross a certain threshold of being an asshole, he's just going to milk the fuck out of you. And I think that's okay up to a point as a part of reciprocity where, you know, you're fucking me over, I'm going to fuck you over. But there's very clearly a point where some of these people have been suicidal or approaching suicidal or manic or depressive or anything like that. And the hate keeps going. And superrogatorily, okay, he does not have to do this. I will still watch him and enjoy his content, and I will view him as a friendly peer. But I think that a better man, a man like Nick over here, would pull the punch and be merciful and turn the other cheek and be Christ-like. And as
No,
somebody
that'd be me.
as somebody who's culturally Christian, I call him to that higher standard of conduct, even if the crowds and the savages, the brown savages like Stardust over here, want
Oh my god.
Whoa!
Holy fuck! What the
want eye for an
Shit, bro.
eye and tooth for a tooth.
Whoa, the
I
autism's
want
one
him
in Connor.
to evolve. I want him to evolve. Sorry. All right. So
I
Zonia
have-
wanted to
I have
speak
one
and
thing to say,
Drazher.
Please.
Right. Drazher and then Zonia, transracial.
And then
I don't-
me.
I don't think there is anybody better equipped to give Destiny a personal and professional criticism than Erudite, personally, because I think she knows him better than probably everybody on this panel. And also, she has a professional background with psychology, so she has the best grasp of how to handle these kinds of situations. So I think that it's a little bit of a cop-out to not want to give him those critiques. I may have misunderstood what you're saying, but
Well, it's like
You-
here's part of what it comes down to, right? Is like, Alexa, shut the fuck up. Jesus. Fuck, what was I saying? Oh, okay. This is a problem I run into a lot, and I think Kyla does as well, right? So we're both actually devout Christians. So if you don't know now, you know. We don't very strictly.
Boo! Sorry, go ahead.
We
I also
very,
love
well,
cops. I love a fucking.
Oh my, relax, whore.
Alright.
So we really don't like trying to apply our own personal morals to the rest of the world. Because if you're a Christian that does that, like,
You're a piece of
you're gonna
shit.
make a lot of fucking enemies. And I basically think you're a piece of shit. I think we're abjectly not supposed to do that. And so when we're talking about this thing of virtue, right? This is a world we live in all the time where people aren't meeting the level of virtue that we would like. And so the idea, to me at least, of going to someone that I know or don't know and basically say, you know what? Like, technically you're doing everything okay, but I want you to appeal to a higher supererogatory standard. I want you to appeal to a greater level of virtue than you currently are, and I think you're above that. I'm like super averse to doing that. Now, does that make me right? I don't know. I'm just giving you my perspective, and I think some of Erudite's perspective, since we have.
Yeah. So just to be clear, I'll say
Okay.
this again. Just to be clear, I'm not afraid to go to Destiny. I'm not spooked. I'm not nervous. I'm not feeling shy. I'm saying I believe that it is the wrong way to love your friends, to do this type of behavior, because every time I see people do it, it's almost always bad. It's usually it's usually never ever helpful, and I will not engage in loving my friends in that way, and I will not budge on that from your requirements. You can ask him as a community to do anything you want. You will not dictate to me how I engage in loving on my friends.
You know, now that I think about it, I remember very specifically you
Um,
talking to him after this whole blow up happened about how he should probably stop avoiding doing any level of mind reading, and how he should probably try to use his experience in some way to avoid situations like this happening in the future. And I think that that's probably the most fair critique that you can give to him. And I think that had he used that in these situations, he could have avoided all of this.
Probably. You probably could, but I didn't go to him and go, you know, Destiny, you were very mean here. I know these people were really mean to you. You were very mean here. I didn't approach it like that because it's not a very good way to confront people on behavior you think it's a problem anyways, just as a pro tip to everyone.
I would
Yeah,
just reiterate,
like the
this is- sorry. I would just reiterate again, this is, you know, somebody who you're talking about reciprocal reactions. It's not really reciprocal when these are people who have wronged him in a very personal way and taken private parts of his life and made them public.
So one of the things that I try to keep in mind, this is something that I have a little bit of experience with because I used to be part of Vosh's community in a way that was a little bit more like working behind the scenes and stuff. I don't know what it's like to be a large spotlight public figure where everybody takes note of what I'm doing, and there's tons of people that are trying to get a piece of me all the time to get clout off of anti-fans, to get clout off of the haters, to get other people to praise them and rate into them and cover their stuff on their streams because they hate the bigger content creator. I don't know what that's like. I have seen it happen to Vosh when I used to work in White Nervosa's community a long time ago. And we used to have to deal with, like, we used to go out and try and deal with these things where there would be these other creators that are not as big as him who would accuse him of various things. And we go to them and say, hey, can you provide us that? We'll deal with this stuff. Can you provide us the information and such? And we would try and mitigate some of the fallout and the disaster and everything. And it looked pretty scary, the kind of shit that he had to deal with. And Steven is even larger than that, with even more people gunning for him constantly. And so I can't fathom being a 200 viewer streamer going and saying, you know what? I know when Steven is going too far and how it is that he's managing his brand and defending himself, or, you know, he needs to dial this back, or he needs to be more ethical about this. Like, I would be presumptuous to do that, and it would be very self-important of me, and it would be negligent of the sheer disparity in volume of vitriol and attack and gunning for him that he deals with versus what I deal with.
Was it not presumptuous of you to accuse Lav of abusing?
Why is it? Explain that to me, Connor. Like, why do you think that?
No, because there's certain moral conduct that it doesn't matter. No, it's okay. You can ask the question again in a second, or I'll ask it for you. Fuck that. There is certain moral conduct that we expect out of people, regardless of their level or power size or political structure or whatever, or how much hate they get. Can you imagine the amount of fucking...
According to who?
According to me. According to morality. According to community. We don't.
Could you imagine how hard it is to be Trump?
Hold on. We don't just let
morality
murder. We don't just let politicians murder people because, like, a lot of people shit talk them on the internet.
But we already qualified this earlier. We already qualified this earlier, that they don't have, like, a standard system, legal system, law enforcement, and all of that. So they got to manage their brand on their own. What gives me the proper insight and understanding and authority to go to Steven and say, you should manage your brand this way?
Oh,
you know how hard it is to be Andrew Tate?
No, hold on. Yeah, exactly. Nice.
Probably.
No. Okay, so my ask, I would like to ask if you think my ask is unreasonable. I think that there are maybe 3 or 4 people that I can think of off the top of my head who were Destiny Orbiters, who got close either personally or professionally. They burned the bridge for whatever reason. It became very ugly, very heated. It moved past the point of being ugly and heated to the point that it became like very obviously detrimental to the other person's mental health, to the point that they're talking about, like, suicide and all that kind of stuff. And there was a time where I think it was obvious to pretty much everybody in the audience that they're fucking losing their shit, and maybe it's time to stop milking them because they're actually about to rope themselves, and the content continued to flow. What I am asking for is for the community to superrogatorily, this is not morally required, this would just be good if we did it, to, when we see those things occurring, to say, hey guys, they've had enough. They're obviously a fucked up individual. Let's back off. And also for Destiny, as one of the biggest leaders of the community, to do that. Do you think that is too big of an ask, and he is too big of a character, and I am too self-important to make that ask of him? And not even expect him to respond. He doesn't have to respond at all.
Sure, you can ask that, but it is in a way, it's sort of self-important and too... It's not entirely, you don't necessarily have all the understanding of how it is that you would have to manage that unless you were in that situation as well.
Okay, but it doesn't matter to me, because at a certain point, what we're talking about bullying mentally ill people. So I don't care, like, how
are they mentally ill?
Specifically if you're talking about Lav.
No. Yeah, exactly, Drazher.
Specifically if you're talking about Lav.
Drazher, let me just ask this question directly back at Zonia. Do you think that Anna, Mr. Girl, and Lav are mentally well people?
I think Lav and Max are certainly in control of themselves, not unstable so I wouldn't say that.
They're not.
Anna, I choose to not really say anything about because she has extracted herself from this space. So I don't want to spend too much time talking about her.
Sure. But I'm just saying. Okay.
For her mental health, by the way, and she's been living life, touching grass, and enjoying herself.
I am very happy for her.
But yeah, I don't think Lav is unstable. I don't think Max is unstable.
That's not
the question he asked.
I don't think they're mentally I don't think they're mentally ill beyond it being a shield for them. Like for Lav, I think it's her shield. I do not think they're unstable. Yes, I did read the article. Yes, I did read the article.
Did you see any of the screenshots of
somebody else can take it. I gotta let the dogs in.
About
I'm gonna miss your girl Flash
in the hospital for being suicidal. Like during the whole thing that was happening, she got blacklisted from the Reddit, but she was still having clips made about her, and there was still DGG brigading against her for that whole time period, and it was
yeah, it's a super convenient alibi. I get it. I've been thinking about using it lately.
It's a super convenient alibi, yeah. Except for the fact that it actually happened.
You know what? I've actually got this whole plan. I'm going to pretend to try to commit suicide and use it as a shield whenever people come after me for the stupid, retarded shit that I say about other people.
If you pretend to commit suicide, you would be mentally ill.
And Destiny, because I heard her say.
No, that would just be me being really fucking manipulative, just like the other person.
It's like, okay, so we're assuming the absolute worst possible scenario where she is lying about being suicidal.
I think the pattern of behavior is pretty self-explanatory.
So, I
don't think they're mentally ill to the point we have to handle them with kid gloves. Fuck that shit.
It is not even if they're in the hospital for suicide.
Shit that they do.
Not even if they're in the hospital for suicide. Full gas. Let's go.
Wait, I haven't said anything for so long.
I want to go back to what you had said before.
White girl tears.
Zonia.
I'm crying.
Let me go. About things being a different scale, and I just said that we don't understand what it is to be Destiny, and it's very unique situation, right? Even among YouTube personalities, his space is very unique and his position is very unique, right? So fair, right? But that doesn't mean you are above ethical checks, right? I don't know what it's like to be a billionaire, true, right? But when I see a billionaire doing sociopathic things within their company, crushing people, crushing labor, doing cruel things, I can criticize Elon Musk, understanding that I don't know the pressures of being a billionaire, of being a man in this position, the most richest person in the world, right? We are still capable of having ethical checks, right?
Certainly for people who have got employees and shit like that, where they're dealing with the employees. When it just comes to these autonomous streamers, I don't know if there really is a way to have those. I mean, you could certainly ask for those ethical checks and be like, hey, maybe if you dialed this back or something, or maybe if you change something. But I don't think we really have any kind of ability to say this is absolutely how you should do it, or that you should have that ethical balance.
The only realistic
you can ask. Well, sure, you can ask, but there's all kinds of shit that you can ask for that you're not necessarily going to get.
Because we don't have an effective way of doing it, then we shouldn't even try it all. We don't have a mechanism. So don't even bother.
I'm basically no. I'm saying you can do that, but what I'm basically saying is this: there are these videos on YouTube that are kind of fun to watch, where some dude is drunk off his ass with his buddies, and one dude is holding the camera, and what they're doing is one of the dudes, they get there and they walk up to a hornet's nest with a stick, and they hit it with the stick. And that's the kind of shit that's going on. And it's fucking hilarious to watch. It's really good content. But the person is absolutely doing something stupid and harmful for them that may put them in the hospital and may actually put them in danger.
Self-harm cannot be monetized on Twitch.
Exactly. So let's say that there was somebody who was walking up to a hornet's nest and grabbing it with their bare hands repeatedly and getting stung. But then people were paying them thousands of dollars to do it, and you found out that person was mentally unwell. Do you have a job to go to the person who's profiting off of that and say, hey, can we dial back down on letting this person grab the hornet's nest with their
Can we maybe not let them monetize essentially emotionally cockfighting people on the internet? Yeah.
I would say, how do you figure out they're mentally unwell?
How do you
because I've seen a whole lot of faking. I've seen
So
some valid stuff.
if
and I've seen
they
a lot
are
of faking.
hospitalized, if they are hospitalized for risk
remember.
of suicide, that guarantees that you have to go by that. Even if you don't believe them, you have to.
Okay, so I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
Erudite has
Okay.
Erudite has a question.
No,
She
Nick's
wants
been
to get
desperate
caught
to
up.
get in, so it's fine.
So I want to change the tense and POV of this conversation really quickly. So we've been talking about it a lot from the perspective of, okay, well, if the aggrieved, if the person, the victim or whatever, is in this position, suicidal, mentally in the mental hospital or whatever the fuck, what do we have to do to them? How about, why don't we just switch the tense to like be in the destiny seat, right? So it's like, when are you allowed to defend yourself and go out of your way and attack and also try to discredit the story or the narrative of the people attacking you, right? Because the answer has to be at some point, right? Even if hold on. Even if wait, up until they commit suicide?
No, up until they're like talking about that kind of shit.
Yeah, but so okay, what if you have a person that's dogging you, right? They're on your fucking tail always. And then like, not saying anyone has done this, right? But what if this is the case? And then as soon as you come at them, it's like, oh God, I'm gonna kill myself. It's like, okay.
That's actually what some people have said.
Whether or not they're serious about that, you should just blacklist them
hold on.
and them as a
Yes,
topic.
exactly.
But what if they
Blacklist
just
them.
keep
Just
what?
blacklist
So your answer here essentially is infantilize them, right? Tell them it doesn't matter what you want or how you want to
Yes.
engage with me. I'm
Correct.
deciding for you,
Yes.
and I know better than you.
Yes,
right?
you should
Correct.
tell
You just
you
have
should
to
tell
say
people
that.
you should tell
Hold
people
on,
that,
hold
that
on.
threats of
Insane.
suicide will be taken seriously, and you will treat them as if they are serious. Yes, you should do that.
Okay,
For the
okay,
love
yeah.
of God.
So,
Did she come back on
okay.
his stream after
Hold on. So-
after this whole thing? Okay, sorry.
So
Mhm.
point one, right? I don't want to speak for people. I know that there are people that have been involved in in these sorts of situations that maintain past, present, and in future will say that that's not what they want and that it's not fair. And now you just have a whole
care.
nother list of problems on your hands, right?
An
Because you're
alcoholic-
doing.
Nick,
But so that's part one. Hold on. And part two though is like, so I'm telling you guys, if you're saying essentially, if I'm gonna kill myself is invincible plot armor, the world you want to live in is retarded. There has to be a point where you can where you can question people's weaponization of suicidality and mental health. I'm not saying that we can do that for any of the people in question. I'm not saying that at all. But there has to be a standard by which it can be done.
No,
When you
yes,
say you're gonna kill
hold on.
yourself,
No,
you lose rights.
God damn it,
Connor,
Seth.
please go.
Look at the fucking screen. Jesus. All
You
right.
don't.
So,
You should.
number one, we do this all the time. We treat people infantilized all the time. When there's an alcoholic who keeps walking into your bar and shitting their pants and puking all over themselves, you say, hey, you can't drink here anymore. Good luck with your alcoholism. I hope you get help.
I agree with you.
Then,
Okay, can I
and
just-
then two, it's not invincible plot armor because what you do is you essentially blacklist that person from engaging in content that's very clearly bad for them. So if you want to talk to if you want to talk to the alcoholic that is going to shit their fucking pants every single time that they come into the bar and you want to keep feeding them drinks, you fucking go ahead. But I am asking people who see somebody who's drinking alcohol to the point that they're shitting their pants and blacking out and cheating on their significant others and all that kind of shit to say, hey, this is very clearly bad for you. I'm not going to enable you to engage in this behavior.
So
Stop.
here's the
hold on.
trouble is that Lav
Erudite's going to lose her shit. Go ahead.
Can I just outline why this is super disanalogous? In the case of somebody drinking out and getting black-faced constantly, it's disanalogous to what
black-faced.
Blackface.
Fucking
right.
Justin Trudeau just keeps blackfacing.
Trudeau's on my mind, okay? All right. When we're talking about somebody like getting blacked out that's a much more clear thing that's going on because there's very clear behavioral cues of them blacking out, their slurred speech, their uncoordination, their passing out. In the case of somebody wanting to come on stream and rough and tumble, that's not actually as clear, like where specifically the line is, as when I say when I cut you off. I also want you guys to think about how your narrative would be framed if, say, none of this had happened. Instead, what had happened is Destiny did what you guys said. And when he started being like, I think Lav's becoming mentally ill, he messaged her and he's like, hey, Lav, I really care about you. And because I care about you, you can't come on my stream anymore because it's too mentally bad for you. Imagine what you motherfuckers would be saying about him instead. What you guys would be saying is that he's infantilized. Would not maybe
That's what
not
I've been
you,
suggesting
Connor.
the whole time.
Yeah, Drazher, what would happen is Mr. Gruul and Lav would weaponize that in a different way, and they would drum up a whole bunch of energy about how he's infantilizing them, how he's taking away rights because they think that they're mentally ill, how you can't be vulnerable,
It
would
how
be
you can't be
better than having
vulnerable
them
with
hate
Destiny
by
because
DGG.
he'll use your
100%.
suicidality against you.
Mr. Gruul.
Like, imagine.
Nobody's
100%
entitled to
what
nobody's
Erudite
entitled to
100%
nobody's entitled to
what Erudite's
Destiny's
saying,
attention.
They would
Guys,
definitely say 100% what Erudite is saying. They would definitely say that, oh, you can't be sensitive around Destiny. You can't be sensitive around Destiny. Because I've heard it before. I've heard them say that before.
Leftists?
So I
Who
don't
in
think
here
so.
actually follows Lav's Twitter? I have to know. Do all of you follow her?
Yeah, I do.
Have you seen how she consistently posts very controversial things and just reads through all of her replies on all of it? Does it not seem like social media self-harm? Like, does that not seem like a pattern? Destiny, who is a fucking StarCraft savant, a fucking genius in Twitch poll, couldn't piece that together a little bit? Not even at all?
So I really go ahead, Stardust.
Again, Erudite just brought it up. Lav has brought up in the past that you can't be sensitive around Destiny, or you can't be vulnerable around Destiny. Same thing with Mr. Gruul, right? What do you think happens? What do you think happens if he tries to start preventing her from self-harming?
Everybody in the audience agrees.
Okay. So
everybody in DGG said
if Mr. Gruul is saying that,
God, okay, hold on. I really don't think that Lav is this far as you guys are saying, right? That she's the.
Yeah.
I genuinely, literally, and
either.
analogously don't think that Lav is the drunk going into the bar, pissing and shitting themselves, and cheating on their spouse or whatever. I think that was the analog. I really don't think that that's the case. She's somewhere between that and completely normal and healthy, right? She really, I think her situation is much more complicated. Mr. Gruul, I think, hold on. Mr. Gruul, I think, is and has been the exact analog of that. And when Destiny started to incrementally cut him off from the community, when Destiny banned him from the subreddit, he said, you're disallowing me to defend myself. I need to have access to this place. You are my boss. And then he drummed up this entire thing. This is exactly the nascence from where all of this came, was Destiny being like, whoa. You're going crazy. You're hurting yourself and damaging my community. You are destroying homeostasis. I need to cut you off. And here we are.
Yeah, but that's because hold on. Wait, let me respond to that. That Destiny did not do what you're describing. He did not. He banned Mr. Gruul from his Reddit, but he did not ban him from his stream, and he certainly did not covering his content. So the measure that would be taken to make that actually analogous would be say, you cannot come on my stream. I'm not going to cover your content. We are not collaborating anymore. Period. That would be the analogy.
That would be crazy. That would be punitive. Because at this, hold on. No, really important. I need to respond to that directly. Okay, so that would be punitive. That would be a punitive measure. Mr. Gruul wasn't being harmed.
Mr. Gruul is not entitled to Destiny's platform. Nobody is.
You're insane right now.
Okay, so
literally, actually, hold on. Listen. Okay, go ahead, Nick. Because you're gonna say the same thing I will.
The thing that was harming Mr. Gruul and the thing that was causing disunity or breaking the homeostasis in Destiny's community was the subreddit specifically, which is why Forethought banned him.
I have to clarify this before anybody else talks, okay?
Yep.
I think that I can understand how the alcoholic pissing and shitting yourself thing could be insulting to Mr. Gruul and Lav as artists, okay? Lav is an excellent singer, great vocalist, did her pop star stuff, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure she can be a phenomenal artist in a lot of ways. Mr. Gruul, let's face it, he did some hip hop fucking bangers, okay? And he, as crazy as he is, he's a very insightful commentary person. As a matter of fact, I think I heard Zonia like praising how much she liked a lot of his art, right? What I'm talking about when it comes to the alcoholism is very clearly engaging in self-harm by being controversial and then thinking that everybody's negative opinion about you has to be directly responded to. This is a incredibly horrible way to engage with the internet. Okay? And it's clear that it's almost compulsive on their end, where they can't stop fighting people who dislike them. Okay?
Yeah.
I have a
So that is the alcoholism.
No, I know. But I think the thing is here, though,
have
right,
a
is that it's like
question.
I think the alcoholism thing was valid, right? I think Lav is something like a
If we're talking
middle
about
of the way
engaging with
to
negative attention.
He's somewhere
Yeah.
between
I'm-
being
I'm-
normal and being on the alcoholic spectrum.
Yeah,
is what you're
I
saying.
would say if
Yeah.
we wanted to be like
If we're going to be as charitable as possible, she's probably closer to the normal end. If you actually
yeah, I think
Here's-
so.
She just
I
tweeted about
I-
being normal. She
negative
just
attention.
tweeted about being normal, so I
Yeah.
think we should
So,
give her the agency
look,
she deserves.
So
yeah,
I think
see,
she's
here's the
something-
thing.
she's
I
something like
think
a
there are some people on this panel who want to suck all of the fucking agency out of these people, and then there's the rest of us who actually want to treat them like the real fucking adults that they are. So this is
Right.
I'm just going to treat them as adults. I don't give a fuck if they want to pretend that they're mentally ill, pretend they're unstable, pretend they're out of control. Fuck them. I don't give a shit. I'm going to treat them like the adults that they are, who opted into this adult space where we could do commentary on each other and where we actually are supposed to handle each other like adults, and we learn to actually back the fuck off of this shit when we bite off more than we can chew
What kind of
because
fucking
we're
adult
fucking
handles
adults.
all of their interpersonal relationships in the exact
So-
same fucking way?
so
One thing,
here's
so
the thing.
treat
So here's
them
the
like
thing. Here's
treat
the
them like
question.
personal life
Here's a real question for you. Here's a real question for you. Let's pretend in La La Land that they're actually completely mentally unstable. What is the reason why we shouldn't chase them the fuck off the internet for their own fucking good?
Okay,
Really?
so treat them like adults. You can give
Yes,
them adult-
really.
yes, you
Answer
can,
that one for
you
me.
can
Let's
give-
go
you
into
can-
that one. Let's
you
talk
can give
about
them
the ethics
no.
of
Let's
this
go.
shit.
Let's go into actually answering what you said. Give them adult boundaries. So it's cutting them off. That is an adult boundary. Nobody is entitled. If so, say I'm a big fucking. I have a big platform. So you say you want to commit suicide because of how I treated you. I'm not letting you on. I'm going to set an adult boundary. You have the agency to say that. I have the agency to remove you because I think it would be ethical for you to be on my platform anymore. You're an adult. You've said that. Okay. That either you need
what if
help
that person
or I'm
died?
not.
What
You
you?
like
What if
the
that person is
fucking
fucking
hold on,
moving
the
on?
fucking sycophantic approach where you're like, I'm the hero. I know what's better for you, little girl. I'll save you.
No,
is
it's
so
bad for
fucking
me.
gross.
If someone is
No, hold
suicidal,
on.
I'm not letting them on for me.
I'm not done. I'm not done shitting down your throat, okay? It's so gross and it's so harmful to mentally ill people. It's actually so
Right.
fucking harmful. There are very
To set
few
boundaries with mentally ill
instances where
people,
your
it's
mental
harmful to
illness
set
is so
boundaries with
bad that you do not have
Why am I
agency.
muted?
It is incredibly rare. And to
Why
treat
am I
people like that
muted?
Who, like, has a trauma history, was having like some serious withdrawal issues, which are all very legitimate, and was getting super overwhelmed with negativity. All of those are fair, but to treat her like she's at this far end of like lack of agency is fucking wild. Also, you didn't deal with the fact that what you're prescribing to do would have been actively putative against Mr. Girl at the time when they started having the fight. You just completely avoided that. Your recommendation is that the moment you think that somebody might be mentally ill is to punitively ban their content and them from your platform because you might be right to save their ass. It's fucking insane. It's deranged and it's harmful to mentally ill people.
No.
Okay.
So
Nope. My turn.
Why?
Shut the fuck up. Everybody's muted. Smith, everybody's muted. Not just you. You can go when I'm done. Okay? The point here that I am making, and I'm going to answer Zonia's point first, is that bullying people off of the fucking internet is not the minimum amount of force required in order to get people to engage with the world the way you want to engage with them. So, for instance, if I wanted to have calm, productive, healthy political debates with Lav, I am perfectly happy to do that. As a matter of fact, if she wants to do that, she's more than welcome to come on the platform. We can talk about all her random fucking turf bullshit. We can talk about how I'm pandering to the transes because I still believe in gender and all that kind of bullshit. And we can talk about whatever fucking schizo shit she wants to talk about. I will happily talk about that with her. However, if she starts, let's say she goes into my Discord and she starts negatively engaging with my community repeatedly to the point that she's basically getting bullied in 6v1s, and then I see her continually negatively engaging with that, I'm going to cut her off like a fucking alcoholic because it's very clear that she's addicted to negative attention. And on top of that, I'm not being paternalistic because I want to save the girl. I don't give a fuck about Lav. I'm married. I have friends. I don't give a fuck about her specifically. What I give a fuck about is the audience who would see me milking someone when they're very clearly in distress, and I would be participating in a negative behavior, something that perhaps is accepted in the world of Twitch and YouTube politics, but I think is actually kind of fucking evil, is to see somebody who's in mental distress and just to be like, yeah, fuck it. They called me a few bad names, so I'm going to go fucking scorched earth on their ass. Fuck that. Okay? Fuck that. And finally, I do have a paternalistic attitude when it comes to other people. I basically think that all you motherfuckers in this Discord and all you motherfuckers listening to this place should have to earn the right to vote. You should probably have an IQ of above 110 or 120 in order to fucking vote. And on top of that, you should do 2 years of public service, retail, or restaurant work before you have the right to vote. And that's to protect the public from all the stupid schizo-autist fucking assholes that we pollute this space with. So guess what? I'm not trying to save the girl. I don't have a white knight complex. I have a people's complex where I want society to actually be kind of a tolerable space to be in. And frankly, I do get a little bit of like schadenfreude, a little bit of vicarious enjoyment by watching pieces of shit circle the drain. But when I know them, it is partially my moral responsibility to say, hey, you are sinking your life down into the fucking toilet. And if you don't want to die of an overdose or suicide, you probably need to change the way that you interact with the world. Now, I'm going to unmute. And by the way, that's exactly what I would fucking tell to these people's faces. I'm going to unmute Smeth because he seemed like he had a very passionate response that he was frustrated that he couldn't deliver. And then I'm going to unmute everybody else. So fuck women. Don't white knight them. Voting restrictions on fucking everybody. Smeth, you are unmuted.
I think it is much healthier for yourself and for others, not as a parental thing, but for everybody, to set boundaries rather than go on the aggressive. Like in almost every single fucking case you can ever think of.
Everybody's unmuted. You can fight.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I think there's like a really this is like this new concept that I've been getting inundated with that like it seems to only really be a problem online, where it's like if you open yourself up to do something that is both good or at least has the potential to be good and is brave and admirable, people treat it as though it's like you're in like way more trouble now. You have to be way more careful now, which is not the world I want to live in, right? So it's like I only got in trouble with Destiny's fitness DGG people because I made Darius a free program, a free special or a personalized program committed specifically to his goals, which you need to have a decent amount of know-how to tailor a program to someone's super specific individual needs, right? Dr. K came under an insane amount of fire because, in my opinion, he was trying to do a good in a new way that no one had done before by broadcasting it online. And Destiny, I think, for all of his faults and everything that you want to hit him for, this doesn't speak to that. He brings on small content creators, platforms them, gives them a chance to really burgeon in the space to his own detriment, because now he's opened up to all these attacks about how he interacts with you and the power differential. And he creates this whole space that people kind of blame him and thank him for. And it's like anytime, it's like no good deed goes unpunished. It's like you have a new higher standard whenever you try to be good. It's like the fucking, it's like, is it just the case that China's social credit system is the necessary ending point of trying to do good, to being a good Samaritan? It's like you have to pay for it now if anything goes wrong. I think that's fucked. And I think anybody advocating for that world, like, you're a fucking retard. I'm not saying anyone is doing that, but that's kind of where it feels like this conversation is going in some ways.
I'm literally just asking people to not bully mentally ill people.
I'm not saying you're saying that.
Pop is asking for minimal force. That's crazy.
I don't know. Some of this feels like an extension of the platforming argument, and I just don't. I'm not really. It feels like a part 2 of platforming, only in reverse. Yeah. Does anybody else feel like that?
In a way, I think the platforming argument was always stupid and cringe, and a lot of the fucking responsible rhetoric shit too. Honestly, that's I think the thing Destiny was most wrong about ever in the past was the responsible platforming and the rhetoric shit, like optics. I saw optics and it's all fucking stupid, man.
So while we want to hold these high standards for ourselves, I still can't I can't understand why I would go to somebody else and lecture them about their platforming of another person, whether that's like for the audience's benefit or for that person's benefit. I just don't. I have a higher standard for myself, but it's not my place to be going to other people and telling them
you're a fucking lib. You're a fucking lib. Live and let live. I don't care if society sucks. I don't care if everything's bad. As long as I'm doing okay, the world's good. Fucking lib.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
also,
like,
fuck Judge Logic.
here's the thing. Like, it seems like we're like in general. I would say, yeah, don't bully the mentally ill. But then there are people who want to just suck the agency out of people and apply the label of mentally ill, or even to themselves as a defense mechanism or as a shield from criticism. And I think that's some bullshit. Like, I think that's some total bullshit. And I see people doing that with Lav, and I see Lav doing that with Lav. I see a lot of people doing it with Max. Max has yet to do it to himself, though. I call bullshit on that. I'm sorry. Fuck your shield. I don't give a shit. I'm going to make that shield as inconvenient for you as possible so that you don't feel confident in using it as a defense against the retarded shit that you say and the kind of ways in which that you go after people.
My perspective
how is setting a boundary? How is setting a boundary the same as taking away someone's agency?
Shut the fuck up.
How is setting a boundary the same as taking away agency?
Saying that they're mentally ill and unstable and that they're out of control drunks and shit, yeah, that's just basically taking all the agency away from them. Fuck that.
No, yeah, that is, but setting a boundary though.
We'll do this. Guess what? Drazher likes 40K, and as far as I know, the rest of you don't even fucking play it or know shit about it. So Drazher, you get to speak. Everybody else is muted. Go ahead.
Hell yeah! So with this whole threatening suicide thing, or claiming to be suicidal thing, if they do that to begin with, would it not be just intelligent to just disengage with them entirely, just off of that?
No.
Whether or not they are actually suicidal, if they're threatening it blankly, disengaging with them because they are so fucking morally
actually, you know, no, hang on. Wait, he's kind of convinced me at this point. I realize, yeah, you're right. We should give them free reign to go on to everybody else's platform that'll platform the locale and have fun with it and let them say whatever they want completely unchecked. You know what? You're right about that. We should just give them their shields so they can completely go unchecked.
That's the exact opposite of what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I have something to say after this, but Erudite, please go and.
So this is. Yeah, so this is getting back to what Nick and I were talking about when somebody threatens mental health. If the situation had all been reversed and you then clamp down on them in a way where they're not allowed on your platform and you won't cover any of their content and you won't talk about them, people will see that you're being punitive towards people who are suicidal. That's how people are going to see it, and that will be a whole other optic nightmare. In fact, the fact that Destiny just encouraged his friend to be like, hey, maybe chill on the Reddit, just take a couple of days, it's not a big deal, led to where we are now, is case in point to this. So I understand what you're saying. The issue is it's a really nice idea, Drazher. I think if that would work, that would be the best resolution. The problem that I've noticed, particularly in this space, is that anything that works in normie land with normal human beings doesn't work here, right? Because there's so many, as you said, Praetorian level autistic right? And so the is that I agree with what you're saying. I agree with Smith saying wouldn't boundaries help clear up the situation? Sure, but the issue with
normal people, yes,
is when you give him a boundary, he gets really mad about it and he loops on it. For example, the main reason him and I had issues in the first place is I gave him a boundary, which was, hey, when we're talking about Dr. K, can you not try to talk about my personal professional life? It's not really up for conversation. And he looped on that forever and then refused to engage with me ever after
punitively.
that.
Punitively, so it seemed.
Literally, the only good time I've ever seen Mr. Girl have a conversation with anybody is with Connor. Anyway, Connor, you want to say something?
Yes. So, okay, I'm getting tired, but I still have 200 people in my chat, so I will raid one of y'all if any of you are staying up. And also, what the fuck was I going to say? So I wanted to respond to this. So punitive versus responsible. This is where I feel like we're creating a binary, and perhaps that binary was warranted because I think Drazher and Smith said yeah, blacklist them, disengage with them, all that kind of stuff. No, I
didn't say blacklist.
Okay, yeah, so I think you can do these conversations responsibly. So for instance, if you had a specific issue with Lav, I think that you can have an adult, responsible, calm, cool, collected conversation and even walk through every single one of the dramas. If you wanted to be hey, the Hassan thing, what happened there, blah, 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 blah. But that's not what happens in these conversations. And by the way, I'll use this as an example. I don't know what happened between Lav and Hassan and Lav's friend. I have no fucking idea. I don't have a DNA kit or a fucking witness testimony or whatever. I have no fucking idea. I don't know the timeline and I don't know the person. And frankly, I don't give enough of a shit to fucking walk through it. But I could still have a calm conversation where I could say, hey, Lav, you said some contradictory shit about this. Walk me through it from your perspective as best you fucking can, et cetera, and then give contentious feedback that doesn't feel like a personal attack, but feels like either seeking clarification or giving context based off of available information where you're not attacking them personally. I have these conversations all the time, and I get that they're not metrically attractive, but if somebody is threatening suicide or self-harm or something like that, I think it's responsible to do so. So you can have conversations with training wheels on them for people who are very clearly having a fucking bad time. It's not a binary, it's a spectrum of engagement. And frankly, I think it's more responsible when somebody's threatening fucking suicide or talking about mental health shit or talking about depression or anxiety or any of that kind of stuff to put the fucking training wheels on. And on top of that, that can be about skill development where you're trying to develop that person in order to be able to engage with the space in a more responsible manner. So maybe they're not a fucking alcoholic. Maybe they can have 2 beers and go home. So anyways, before we fucking go, I don't really give a shit if anybody wants to respond to me. I have 200 people in my fucking chat. Do you guys want to shout yourselves out?
I don't want them.
All right. Follow Big Dick Nick over here. He's fucking based. He uses the F slur in progressive discords. He's fucking awesome. Drazher is my 40K friend who we did a base conversation one-on-one recently. He's great. Smeth is an up-and-comer. He fucking kicks ass, takes names from perspectives that nobody likes, which is great. Erudite is incredibly intelligent and kind of a bitch, but that's what we love about her. And then Prime Kai is the host of the Reverie Roundtable. You need to support him. He is a beautiful man and an excellent human being and hosts some of the best knife fighting fucking discourse on Twitch politics. So if you love a good rhetorical knife fight, go ahead and follow him.
Not good for your mental health.
Not good for your mental health at all, but it is great content. Zonia is an excellent shit-talking commentary fucking streamer who does great reviews. When I can't watch Chud Logic, I watch Zonia. And then Stardust is the excellent variable. She's in every single fucking thing that you can find. So basically, if you want some drama and some commentary and some politics, blah, blah, blah. I just shouted all of you out. I love you parasocially. I hope you have beautiful nights. I'm going to go talk to chat and raid one of y'all. So have a beautiful night. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for hosting.
Night.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Night.
All right. This wasn't so
Damn.
bad.
Nice.
No, I think it was very civil.
I have to ask you a question before you go.
Yeah, I saw your
that
DM.
video about the about Lav killing her cat. I have to know why you posted that. I have to know. Certainly it's a joke, right? Like it's not serious.
It's clearly a joke. Look at it's Zonia. Zonia's existence is just troll and meme.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a troll.
You just said Zonia's existence is a joke?
Yeah, I can't believe that's some transphobic shit.
Hey, clip it, boys.
That has to be aired out, okay?
First of all, I don't troll. I'm very direct with people, but I do meme. And yeah, that was very, very clickbait. It was meant to be a bit of a meme.
It was a little insensitive considering her cat just died, but yeah, I kind of get it.
Erudite, and Nick, what denomination do you two belong to?
Non-denominational.
God, I'm in such
Based.
a meme mood. I was about to say, "Hail Satan." What do you mean?
Oh, I mean that would have been great. I would have liked
Satanism
theologically
cringe.
erring towards Presbyterian, but we tend to fight with everyone theologically.
I'm not
so.
Presbyterian. What the fuck?
I would like
Sorry.
to maybe talk to you to some time about your faith.
About our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Sure, man.
Yeah, actually,
Prime,
you
are
guys
you-
don't talk about it.
Are you religious, Prime?
All right, well, guys, I'm
Absolutely
gonna drop off because I want to pay attention to my audience. I've been ignoring them because I've been in 2 panels back to back. So I'm gonna check you guys later. All right.
Zonia's
Have a
married
good
to the
night.
game.
Yeah.
Fucking
Have a good one.
See ya.
Yeah, I would like to have a conversation with you guys sometime.
Sure,
'Cause
man.
I think that'll be pretty interesting. It might be confrontational. Just be prepared for that part.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
you know.
Nick is game.
Alright.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I was really
Yeah.
interested, Prime, and because I've seen some of your panels, some of your opinions, given like how like some of your panels like you openly are like very toxic in, but like you have a very like you sound like you have a very you have a grasp on exactly what it is, and I think that's the appropriate attitude. That's like perfect.
You sound smarter than me. That's all I know.
Grasp on what is. Right.
So like what the like you said, like it's not a good place if you're like not like doing well mentally, like so like so you're not like you're not sending lambs to the slaughter. You want to have a healthy visibility, or like I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
A productive conversation.
Yeah.
Funny you say visibility.
What? All right.
Listen, you were invisible in the room a few times there, except for the fucking smile, bro. Throughout the panel.
Fucking Nick thinks like, oh, I got some black in me. Black guy. You know what? Fuck you. How about that?
Nick's only what 20%. He still has to get his fucking annual renewal on the pass. Don't worry about
That's
it.
True.
Oh,
well, listen,
yeah.
I can barely afford the membership fees, so it's a hard time out here.
All right, yeah, I'm actually gonna hang out with someone, but have a great one. Thanks for
have fun. See you Prime. Love you, buddy.
Bye.
Oh no, it's a black screen. I have something else planned. I have a plan. I am going to be on a panel with Nick that you've just seen, and our relevant and Elder Drazher. And that is going to be next weekend. Next Saturday. I forget what time, but I'll be posting it. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll definitely see it at RealSmith on Twitter. All right, see you next time, Smithheads. Well, I'll read the chat a little bit, because I'm never going to read chat. I never read it. Planning on talking to Mr. Girl tomorrow on the hotline? No, I wasn't, but I have an idea for something to do on the hotline that I think would be good, but not tomorrow. Is the DGD orbit the way you're going, Smith? If I ever stream with Destiny, I don't want to ever consider him my friend, because I think that would be dangerous for me. Like, put me in a weird place. I don't know if I don't know. I don't want to have like, I really appreciate that Max doesn't let me trick him into being my bestie. That's good for me. It's good for me that he doesn't let me do that. Yeah. All right. Have a good night, everybody.